This kid was facing off against the kingdom's guards, and no one was a match for his terrifying power. Those 3 red eyes were all the proof they needed. He was using an evil power that everyone feared. His name? Nox von Reinharber, son of a rich and very important family. Tired of the battle, a red-haired girl arrived on the scene, completely in disbelief at what Nox had done. She screams, asking why he betrayed everyone and sided with evil. Nox pauses for a moment and thinks about her words. Betrayal? That sounds like a joke to him. In fact, Nox says they were the ones who betrayed him first. The girl yells that he's lying, but you can see it on Nox's face. It doesn't matter. There's no turning back now. The truth is, this is the real me. A guy who plays games all day. Maybe the best player this game has ever seen. The reason I play so much? My life is miserable. 2 years ago, a doctor discovered that a brain disease is going to kill me soon. Can you imagine the pain of knowing your life has a timer that's so close to the end? For the first few days, I was just paralyzed. I went through countless hospital treatments, but there was no cure. Just painkillers, an empty life. Because when you have no hope for tomorrow, just living through today is agonizing. As time went on, the pain wasn't the only problem. Look at this. I'm coughing up what looks like tomato sauce. I don't want to fill out these forms if I'm almost out of time. I'm gonna play one more time. This has to be my favorite game. In it, you can choose to be a genius in something, and you get a penalty for it. But one thing I've never done is choose to be a genius in 2 things. Look at this. The penalty for picking 2 genius traits is like a personal insult against me. You have a time limit as a penalty. Isn't that exactly what I am right now? A guy with a time limit. Character created. Let's begin. The headaches got worse. I felt like I was going to pass out right then. I can't. I just want to try and enjoy something good one last time. I managed to create the character, but it seems my own time limit finally ran out. A system window says the synchronization is complete. The white-haired boy from before wakes up with a start. This is Nox, but much younger now. The boy feels strange. He's sure he just passed out in his room, and now he's in some weird place. It was only when he went to the mirror that the boy realized it. This isn't his face. This is Nox, the character from the game he was just playing. Our protagonist has played this game so many times he remembers everything. Nox von Reinharber is one of the 3 dark masters of Inner Lunatic, born into one of the most infamous criminal families, and the youngest of 5 brothers. The family has produced geniuses for generations, and Nox was the first one with 0 talent. That's what motivated him to ally with demons in search of power, and become the kingdom's greatest disaster, just like we saw at the beginning of the story. But this makes no sense. It has to be a dream. He can't actually be Nox. While he was freaking out, a notification window appeared behind him, containing his information. His stats look pretty good, but what's wrong with this energy? Does he have some kind of disease? The traits clear up any doubts he has. That time limit can only be what he saw before he died. He doesn't remember Nox having any illness when he played. So does that mean he's just like his version from his other life, living on borrowed time? Nox then sees there are unread messages in his system, and the system says, "Hi Yu-chan. No, I should call you Nox now." That name, the protagonist was almost forgetting it. It seems his memories of his past life are getting foggy. He remembers his parents, but he can't remember where they are, or if they're even alive. But it seems it's Nox who has suddenly received memories from a person who lived in another world. Plus, he realizes the system knows about his past life before he came to this place. The system says it's been a while, which catches Nox by surprise. The system's voice says the last 2 years must have been difficult for him, and that he at least deserved to come to this place and have a chance to live again. Then it says, "Welcome back." Until now, the protagonist hadn't thought this was permanent. So does that mean he's never going back to his reality? But who cares? What was so great about that life before, anyway? The system says that if Nox wants to know more about it, he must enroll in the academy and get stronger. This is too much for Nox. Now he's going to take orders from a system window? This is all so confusing. But now there's no doubt, Yu has been reborn as the final boss of the game Inner Lunatic. He's a villain, but does he really need to follow the role of the main villain? This all seems incredible, but Nox also has a time limit to live. Besides, this isn't like acting in a game anymore. Nox won't forget who he really is. He decides to follow the game's main route as a villain, but he won't give up his memories either. The important thing is to try to survive at all costs, and if necessary, he will become a villain to succeed. In his past life, his disease had no cure and would kill him in 2 years, but in this magical world, is there really such a thing as an incurable disease? When he decided to leave the room, Nox felt a sharp pain in his wrist, a symptom of his time limit condition. An inflammation in his wrist prevents him from even opening doors, so he can't even have some fun alone in his room with his sword. In the hallway, he bumps into a maid. The beautiful girl drops all the plates, not having noticed the person in her path. When she realizes who it is, the girl screams so loud that everyone hears and fears the worst. That scream was so loud it even startled Nox, but he quickly remembered some important things. The girl begs for forgiveness. She's a background character, so he he doesn't even remember her name. But everyone is afraid of him because of his strange personality. Normally, Nox would react like this. He'd forgive her, but give a warning that next time, she would die. But that's not how our protagonist would normally treat people. And seeing the fear in the other servant's eyes, he's sure that Nox was not a nice guy. Without saying anything, Nox just says he's heading to the training hall. They didn't expect that. The young master has no interest in swordsmanship. What's more surprising is that Nox orders the girl to go with him to the hall. On the way, she fears her master intends to punish her for what happened earlier, but it's weird that he hasn't said anything so far. The truth is, in Nox's mind, he was only thinking about survival. He needs to figure out what's wrong with this body so he doesn't get sick like in his past life. He gets lost in thought on the way. This game has so many layers of complexity and playstyles. The most important thing is to find out if the genius traits he chose actually worked, and if he really has two of them. Sword and combat. Genius leads a person to the peak of swordsmanship. On the other hand, mana genius leads a person to the peak of casting powerful spells. There are many other traits, but these were the two he chose. In the training hall, Nox has a body so weak he can't swing a wooden sword more than a few times. What's the point of being a swordsmanship genius with a body as weak as a malnourished old man's? 10 swings was his limit. He is completely screwed. This place has a lot of weapons available, as expected from the Rain Harbor family. Several legendary warriors were born and raised in this family. The head of the family also wields the tyrannical blade of darkness, an unrivaled power. Nox has no health, but time and money won't be a problem for him. His father doesn't care how Nox uses his time since he's the youngest and most talentless son in the family. Nobody has any expectations for him. Just swinging the sword makes Nox feel like he's going to die a second time. The maid brings him water and towels. She never imagined she would see her master trying to put effort into something. Nox asks her to come closer. The girl fears for her life. This is it. Now she's going to be punished. Nox gets embarrassed. He doesn't do that kind of stuff. She must listen carefully to his orders. She needs to buy everything he's about to ask for. She tries to say it's beyond the limit, but Nox asks if she wants to receive the punishment she was thinking about earlier. The girl left, thinking, he hasn't changed one bit. Our protagonist was interrupted when the family butler, Rodwell D. Ernark, suddenly arrived and caught him by surprise. This guy is his father's right-hand man. It makes no sense for this guy to be here. Usually, he and his father don't care about him, so Nox questions the reason for the visit. Rodwell brings news from his father. The head of the family wants Nox to attend dinner tonight. This catches Nox by surprise. He tries to refuse the invitation. Rodwell reveals that the young lady of the Styliner family has come to visit, and it's important for Nox to be there. Refusing could make the family head angry. In that case, Nox has no way out. He accepts immediately. Rodwell notices his unusual behavior and questions Nox's sudden interest in swordsmanship, since he's never practiced before. The young master then speaks with a serious tone. Rodwell, you are a mere butler. Do not dare to cross your limits. What I do or don't do is none of your business. Nox leaves the room, leaving the butler deep in thought. His firm, cold attitude vanishes as soon as he closes the door. He was worried about something, but his attention turns to the girl. He never expected she would come to visit him. Night falls, and it's time for dinner. Someone says, the idiot actually came. The comment was obviously meant for Nox, but he ignores it. The twins keep talking, asking sarcastically if he still holds a grudge against the family. Hartz and Alan continue to make comments criticizing Nox. They even mention that Nox touched a maid. It must have been disgusting. This arrogant chatter is annoying, but Nox turns a deaf ear to them. The maids announce that the most important person has arrived. Everyone turns their attention to the patriarch. Theo von Rhein Harbor has arrived for dinner, and he brought someone with him. A girl with long red hair enters and greets everyone. Talia von Stilliner, dressed elegantly. Theo says that the young lady has requested training for her knights and will be spending some time in the family's territory. The boys are excited by the maiden's presence, but the girl's gaze seems to go in only one direction. Nox is the future villain, and this girl is the one who will oppose him. He gets nervous, thinking that this is the girl who will one day shove a sword through his chest. Theo is surprised that Nox also attended dinner, and our protagonist feels embarrassed by this. The girl has no idea how Nox is treated in this family. They begin to taste the kind of food only the rich can afford. The twins keep staring at Nox throughout the dinner, and then say it's time to decide who will be the next to enter Eldon Academy. And Theo agrees that he must decide on it soon. Everyone knows that Eldon Academy is the most important place in the kingdom, and that's exactly why Nox needs to get in. Besides, the system told him he needs to go there to find out more. The family head comments that only 3 individuals from each family are allowed to be sent to the academy. This is to limit the influence of nobles with large families. The Rain Harbor family has already used 2 spots. His first and second sons were sent to the academy. Everyone at the dinner table grew tense as Theo stated that he would follow the family tradition. Nox then asks if it's a duel between the brothers to decide. Nox's quick response catches Theo's attention. He then announces that in 3 months promise they will compete for the family's last spot. The twins start mocking him, saying that a certain someone would bring shame to the family if he were chosen, and they say he has no chance, so it's a waste of time for him to even try to duel. Nox then surprises them by commenting that he expects to hear those words after they defeat him in the duel. This provocation infuriates one of the boys. Just the thought of losing to the family's failure offends him. Nox thinks to himself that there's no reason for him to keep listening to insults and stay quiet. He's not the same person they know. So, with confidence, he declares that he will be the one chosen for Elden Academy. The boy's posture catches Theo's attention once again, and at the same time, it makes the twins furious. Someone else also became interested. Talia, with a smile, comments that the young master seems confident. Her smile might seem gentle, but it awakens an internal fear in Nox. This was the girl who defeated him at the end of his life in the game. When the dinner ended and Rodwell made his report, Theodore agreed that Nox seemed to have changed overnight, which was already a ridiculous situation. He wondered what had triggered the sudden change of heart and believed it could be a demon, but that idea was quickly dismissed. However, what was happening was certainly more interesting than he had expected. Theodore asked Rodwell to keep an eye on Nox, and it seemed as though the boy continued his drill and was running around the manor. The maids were all surprised, but also confused by the fact that he was just running, considering he was dueling with swords in a month. Nox wondered why he could hear their whispering, but was interrupted by the system telling him that his stamina had increased by 0.1 points. This was a very low number, but it was important since stamina was a major obstacle in his plan. His genius trait could only be activated once he had at least 4 stamina points, making him sad that he didn't get it from the beginning, due to his frailty. He panted heavily while thinking about how he needed to increase it by 1.9 points within a month, feeling burdened by this curse that halved one's stamina gains. All his running resulted in just 0.1 points, and even his illness trait halved the growth as well, so he needed to work 4 times as hard. Another problem was that he would also be limited to 15 points max, but that was a worry for another time. Finally, Lona had come to bring the items he ordered the previous day, impressing Nox. As he looked at the items, he believed they would help speed up his progress. As a person who had beaten the game 27 times before, he knew what they did. He took the items and Lona asked what they were for, looking worried since they were mostly dangerous. Nox agreed, but said they were only dangerous to those without knowledge, which confused her. He then grabbed the bottle of poison and started to drink it. The maid panicked and explained it was poison, which Nox knew. But this was the type of poison that would give him a temporary 50% stamina bonus, even if it would kill him in 10 minutes. Lona watched and was about to call someone until he refused. Since he wasn't done, he proceeded to eat the golem nucleus, which made her even more panicked since it would petrify his body. However, the 2 items together activated a hidden effect as planned. The nucleus was normally used to maximize defense or bring an artificial golem to life, but when used with the venom, it would neutralize the poison and eliminate his curse of frailty. One negative trait was now gone, but Lona was still panicking and asked if he was alright, only to witness the exhausted boy starting to take his shirt off, which confused her even more. Nox started to take off his shirt, which made Lona blush furiously as she watched him grab the other vial and pour the spring water on his body. This neutralized the petrification from the golem's nucleus. The spring water and nucleus started to react with one another, and it was a weirdly pleasant sensation for the boy. Another hidden effect activated, giving him a temporary blessing of growth, which would give him a stamina growth bonus until his stamina reached 5 points. The final touch was the scroll that was left on the cart, which Nox picked up and casually ripped, making his stamina growth rate double. Now the purple-eyed boy had broken the curse of frailty and taken these other measures that would make his new stamina growth rate twice that of average characters. He was feeling proud of himself and clenched his fist until he was tackled by the maid, who burst into tears and asked if he was alright. Seeing him take off his shirt made her think that he had lost his mind under the influence of the venom. She started to calm down until he told her to just get a towel for him, but he stopped himself when he looked back at her face. He felt as though he couldn't yell at Lona when he was feeling so good about breaking the curse. He told the girl that he was quite alright, but she still wondered if he needed a certain person to check on him, or possibly just needed some rest. However, the light-haired boy explained that he had some things to do, which confused the maid, until Nox said that it was running that he had to do. The sun was bright in the sky, and Nox could be seen doing laps around the courtyard. Lona was right behind him with a towel, while someone else watched them from a distance. She muttered to herself, wondering what on earth possessed Nox to accept a duel with his brothers, when, in her opinion, he wasn't physically fit enough. That person was Talia, and her handmaiden Emma quickly scolded her, saying saying that wasn't the right way to talk about a member of the family who was hosting her. Talia didn't really care what she said about the family and kept complaining about how all Nox did was run. It didn't seem like he had any intention of training with a sword, and she'd heard that tutors had tried to teach him but were turned down. The red-haired woman was convinced he would get beaten. Still, she couldn't get it out of her mind, so despite her handmaiden's confusion, she decided to leave and talk to him. Talia walked up to Nox and greeted him, but he was internally confused as to why she was out there with him. He decided to act cold and asked what her business was. She winced at his attitude and came up with the idea that he was only like that because he was stunned by her beauty. She asked the boy if he honestly believed he could beat his brothers, even though she complained that he was only running, a point which Lona silently agreed with. She offered her help, but the boy immediately refused and told her to leave. This shocked her, and she asked if this was how he treated people who offered him help. Lona panicked in the background since she believed this was not how he should be talking to ladies. Talia scoffed and walked off, leaving the boy confused about what just happened. Nox felt as though everything was spiraling out of control. He checked her stats and saw how talented she was. Her stamina was even higher than the average number for men in this world. Even so, she wasn't on the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, but she could still claim a place just beneath them and would be capable of killing a few devils. Her element was fire, and once awakened, it would be upgraded to white fire, which would give her the power to burn a corrupt Nox into oblivion. With that in mind, winning Talia over as a friend was not an option, as he didn't know how much that would mess with the story. He just needed to find a way to survive while following the storyline. After all, it was nonsensical to get friendly with your future killer. 1 month later, Talia walked down the hall and remembered how some people were impressed at how she truly had talent befitting the reputation of the Steelliner family. She didn't really feel that way though, as she felt inferior to her sister. She clenched the hilt of her blade at the thought of losing to that woman. Talia wondered if she would ever be good enough to be a knight. Knights must be able to lead a frugal existence void of greed and, from time to time, sacrifice themselves for justice. Along with that, they must also master countless swords and forms. The red-haired girl sighed and thought that Nox believed that running was enough to defeat his brothers, thinking he stood no chance. The next day, the sun shone on the 2 brothers who stood in the drill hall, with everyone, including Scylla, Theodore's wife, watching. Theodore asked Rodwell how he believed the match would go, and the steward wasn't too sure. An announcer explained what the duel was for, and quickly started the fight, to which Nox's brother immediately raised his blade. When Nox's father asked for Rodwell's predictions, the steward explained that years of training for Alan would put that man in the commanding position, which the father agreed with. His wife glared, and Rodwell wondered if Theodore was predicting a different outcome. It was true that Nox had changed. However, he didn't believe that Nox would overpower Alan unless there was some outrageous circumstance. In Rodwell's previous days as a knight by Lord Leonhard's side, the art of the sword was governed by a simple rule, where achievement was measured by how much time one spent with their sword. The only factor that would change this was a talent from the realms beyond, an overwhelming natural gift. But he didn't believe that Nox possessed such a gift. Theodore spoke and said it would be unwise to dismiss other possibilities, and that for all they knew, any of his sons could possess a gift comparable to the 3 Supremes. Nox thought about how unlucky he was, even in this current world. He remembered how his luck was supposed to be high, considering it was at 7 points. After all that running, the light-haired boy had failed to bring his stamina up to 4 points. With his blessing of growth, Nox was at 3.8 the previous day, and was almost there to reach his goal. However, Lona was still running behind him, and asked if he was absolutely sure that he needed her to run with him. The man affirmed and let his true intentions slip, that he wanted her to suffer with him. But he told the girl that she had one more article to clean, which made her pout, and he mentioned that he'd noticed. Nox chuckled and wondered if all the running gave her stamina as well. He checked her stats and found out that she had a number which was higher than the average man. After all the hard work he had put in, he was still weaker than a side character. Lona mentioned that the sun was about to set and reminded him of his duel the next day, making him pant heavily and feel disappointed that he didn't have enough time. When it was the next day just before the match, Alan called out to Nox and suggested that he should withdraw, calling Nox a disgrace to the family. Nox chuckled at the attitude and knew that his brother just wanted to beat him, to which Alan agreed since he wanted to impress Talia. The light-haired boy glanced up at the girl before checking Alan's stamina, making Nox frown at the sight of the high number. He felt worried before the announcer called out to both men and said that they couldn't challenge the outcome of the duel. But this only made Nox even more worried, since losing would mean the end of his journey already and would cost him the opportunity to find out who sent the message and what life was beyond his 1-year deadline. He clenched his sword as the duel began, and Alan immediately made the first move, which Nox rolled out of the way of, grunting as he skidded back and trembled from the power of the second attack. Nox wondered what he should do as Alan laughed and continued clashing blades with him. Suddenly, the system said that his stamina stamina had increased, causing him to grin and murmur under his breath. Alan was confused and made fun of it before continuing to send blows at the younger boy. Theodore's wife scoffed at the sight, believing that one of her other sons would attend the academy. As the duel continued, Theodore called the sight pathetic, which made the woman grin. Theodore said they may have had too high of expectations. Rodwell suggested interrupting the duel for Knox's sake, while Theodore thought about how Alan and Hats were talented, even if they weren't as talented as their eldest brother. He wondered if he had to accept that none of his sons had the temperament to overpower all and put the world under his heel. Knox wheezed, and Theodore sighed before rising from his chair with the intention to stop the duel, but it finally happened, and Knox could feel the power coursing through his body after the trait activated. Alan asked if his brother had lost it, but Knox activated a new skill which seemed to slow down time. A wise person Knox didn't remember the name of once said that a genius and an average man experience time differently, and that was what Knox was feeling at that moment. Everything was moving slowly, and even if that didn't automatically make his sword control perfect, he was no longer dormant in his traits. With a raise of his sword, the duel was settled. Alan's sword was knocked out of his hands, making the older man flinch from the sudden movement and the fact that the victory was now obvious. The sword fell to the ground, and Alan held his hand with a glare, while Knox looked down with a cold expression. But Knox knew this wasn't the end of the duel yet. He knew that the skill's effect only lasted 5 minutes, so he wondered how to wrap things up. With a confident tone, he told his brother that he was being leisurely in his pace, and that he would put a swift end to everything. He wanted them to come at him all at once. Knox turned to his father and asked for permission to engage both of his brothers simultaneously, and Theodore stared with surprise. While Talia wondered what had gotten into the boy, the father hummed and thought. Since his curiosity was piqued, he allowed it, despite Scylla's remarks. The duel would proceed, and the twins grabbed their swords while Knox held a grin, watching as his brothers dashed forward. However, Knox was standing his guard as well. Alan told Hats to corner the man, but Hats told the other to shut up. Knox's hidden effect activated again, and the boy knew what to do to block every attack, sliding past them while slamming against their shoulders. Talia stared with her mouth agape, and Knox knew what everyone was thinking, how he was the disgrace of the family, yet was overpowering 2 of his brothers. The twins glanced at each other, but Knox told them not to take their eyes off their opponent before stepping forward and swinging his blade around. Another frenzy of attacks occurred, and Knox was starting to feel as though the burden of survival didn't stop him from having genuine fun with sword fighting. Everyone stared in shock, and the twins grunted, shouting about how this situation was impossible. Within seconds, both Alan and Hats were sent to the ground, and they stared up with bewildered and incredulous expressions, knowing that they had finally lost the match. This was also when the system let Knox know that his time of genius effect had run out. Knox turned to the announcer and said that he believed the duel was concluded, to which the announcer confirmed with a wince and a stutter. The winner was Knox, and the twin brothers cursed under their breaths, their bodies shaking, as their arms slumped to the ground with their weapons falling to the floor. The blades thudded against the bricks, and Theodore grinned at his youngest son, who smiled back with an exhausted expression. He bowed before the audience and thanked them before stepping toward the exit. However, Talia rushed toward the boy and believed this was her chance to talk to Knox, darting in front of him. The sun was starting to set, and Knox was coughing and heaving, realizing that drops of blood were coming out of his mouth. This confused him, but he realized it was because he had exceeded the time limit. It seemed as though the effect had a colossal downside, which was, if he used it for more than 5 minutes, it triggered a debuff. That debuff was the fact that his lifespan had decreased by 2 days and 17 hours. Eroding his days and making him weaker was the worst kind of debuff he could sustain at the moment, and now he had less than a year to complete his goals. Luckily, the side effect didn't manifest in the hall, as people would have started to question if he was fit enough to go to school. A voice called out to Knox, and he turned around to see Talia looking worried and asking if he was hurt. She wondered if he got injured mid-duel, which caused him to frown and curse under his breath. He felt panicked and alarmed that Talia, of all people, had to come to him and get in his business, especially since her telling Theodore about these side effects would only bring things downhill. Knox tried to say something only to get interrupted by the girl wondering if he had defeated the brothers in such a condition. This confused him, as the blushing girl felt embarrassed and guilty for misjudging him. Talia thought about how she had been observing him for a month, and had not once seen him train with a real sword. All that she heard was that Knox had swung a wooden sword a few times on his first day of training, making her wonder how he had managed to defeat his brothers. This made her believe that Knox had been hiding his natural talent, so she ran out of the drill hall and wanted to know what he did. However, after the duel, she witnessed the lone boy with blood dripping from his mouth, and his body seeming as though it was going to collapse from exhaustion. Talia wondered if it really wasn't Nox defeating his brothers with overwhelming strength, and started to think the rumors that she'd heard were more misleading. He wiped his chin while the red-haired girl looked at the boy, and believed that he was a hard-working swordsman who had toiled for his victory. She stared at Nox and flinched when he coughed, causing her to walk closer and ask if he was all right. Suddenly, he slapped her hand away and glared coldly while saying that she wouldn't lay a finger on his body. He thought about how the 2 years he had spent doing nothing but playing video games had made him unable to really socialize with other people. Along with the fact that it didn't help that she was his future killer, Talia fidgeted with her hands and said that she just wanted to express her apologies. This confused him, as she admitted that she had severely underestimated his skills since she had heard that he had been delicate since birth. She now believed that he must have had his reasons for directing his efforts towards endurance, apologizing once again and knowing that anyone could make such mistakes, such as the tales she had heard of his rampages. Nox wondered how he should even respond to that, and noticed how the girl was just as unassuming as she was in the game, which was surprising since she was still a duke's daughter. He turned away and said that she could do him a favor by not telling a soul about the bleeding she had witnessed, to which she affirmed without hesitation, making him step away without any more worry. However, this would not be the last he would see of her. Time passed, and Theodore felt as though his sense of foreboding was grounded. He asked Rodwell what he thought of Nox. The steward couldn't fathom the reasons for staying so passive at first, but he believed Nox had attained a stage that none of his brothers had at his age. The father had the same opinion, yet had a suspicion that they'd only just seen a fraction of his abilities, so he wanted Rodwell to continue keeping an eye on the boy. Rodwell agreed, and Theodore wondered if it was possible for Nox to be a talent worthy of inheriting the Vanquisher. He clenched his fist and told Rodwell that the report would be of the greatest importance since Theodore seemed to not have much time left, to which the steward bowed and said he would do his best. Night arrived, and Nox got the notification that he'd completed a tutorial quest, but it didn't really seem like a game to him anymore, despite the features that remained. His reward for winning was to receive 3 attribute points, making him sigh at the fact that he'd spent a whole month just to add 2 points. Despite that, he looked at his stats and wondered what to add them to. He decided that he would add them all to luck, and the simple reason was that when playing the game, luck was more important than ever, so he might as well test the improvement right away. The system also mentioned that there were benefits available, such as the fact that he could get 1 random skill scroll and conjure 1 skill, which made him excited. As he immediately summoned the dispenser, which was a bit weird to see in the flesh, Nox turned the switch and hoped he would get a normal grade scroll since his luck was higher. He remembered what the scroll colors were as he gulped nervously. A ball fell out of the dispenser and opened up, glowing brightly until it was revealed to be a gold scroll, exciting him as he opened it immediately. He proceeded to use the skill conjurer and knew which one to conjure in order to help with collecting the hidden treasures from the manor, and that skill would prove indispensable. Soon, Theodore would call his sons together, so this skill conjuring could wait for now. The scroll showed that he had received a skill that gave people with lower points a 20% debuff against him, making him remember why he loved the game. Nox glanced over at the other window and remembered that Green, the second eldest son, would be returning to the manor soon since his graduation was a good while ago, and he would be returning from night training. Right now, Nox would prioritize resting, and he believed that Talia wouldn't cause him problems anymore since she wouldn't break her promise, making the boy think that she would have no other reason to come at him. The next day, Nox was quickly proven wrong as he immediately saw the girl walk up to him. He asked what she wanted, and she mumbled something incomprehensible, confusing him as she repeated herself and asked if he could teach her how to progress as fast as he did. Talia wanted to make fast progress like Nox did, so she asked the boy to teach her how he got to where he was. Nox sweat dropped before walking past her and asking if she really hadn't uncovered the secret after a whole month of peeping, making her face flush in embarrassment as she tried to deny the accusation. She ran after him and begged him to have a duel with her, or at least consider sharing his methods with her. This caused the purple-eyed boy to remember that Talia craved the approval of her sister, so she was likely doing the same with Nox due to his presentation from earlier. He decided to turn around while putting up an act, telling her that before asking, she should ask what she herself possesses. Nox paused for a moment, as he didn't know what to say after that, but he also told the red-haired girl to stop drawing comparisons between herself and others. The boy quickly rushed off without another word, leaving the stunned girl alone with a blush on her face, as she wondered if that was all he could tell her. As Nox left the building, he let out a breath of relief and looked behind him, hoping that the girl was not following him, as there was no need to have Talia next to him as he would proceed to get his hands on a hidden treasure. That treasure was in the Linhaba Manor, where his father and other siblings waited for his arrival. Nox felt bewildered when he first saw the Linhaba family horse farm for the first time in person, believing the words he would hear about it being one of the 3 best farms on the continent. Rodwell bowed to Theodore, and the father told everyone that they were called together so they could choose a horse as a lifelong companion, making Nox gulp at the fact that the time had finally come. Of all animals, horses held the most sacred place in the tradition of the Linhaba family and the continent, since anyone who wished to be a knight or magician must acquire a horse at an early age and form a bond that would last their whole lives. There's even a course on horsemanship at the academy, and cavalry warfare would become more common as the game progressed. Taking good care of it also saved on the costs of transportation, which made it indispensable. This makes it all the more reason to pick the right horse. His father spoke up and said that Nox would get the first pick as the winner of the duel. He only had one chance and watched as Nox walked off, making Theodore hum in thought while wondering if his son possessed good discernment. The horses neighed, and Nox was surprised by how stellar a lot of these horses were. However, there was a specific horse he was looking for. His eyes browsed around before landing on a black and gray horse that had its rib cage showing. The boy walked toward it and chose it without hesitation, surprising his twin brothers, while Theodore held a frown. He suggested that Nox should reflect upon his choice, causing Nox to look surprised, but he expected such a reaction since most would think that he just made a stupid choice. Despite that, using his perceptive eye ability made him see the stats of the horse and also see that it was a high grade. The grade of pets can go up tiers over time, usually only by 1, which meant that this horse would become a prime grade horse, or even better once it was fully grown. Aside from that, the horse was also an obsidian horse, which was one of the rarest horse breeds in the game, due to its strength and beauty. The boy knew that Theodore would likely have taken the horse if he knew what breed it was, but for now it just looked frail due to all the debuffs, along with the negative trait that would cause it to die within a couple of days. That trait may even be worse than his life-limiting illness, but he stood by his choice since he knew how to stop this negative trait from becoming a problem. Theodore wondered why Nox chose that horse, believing that it was likely that he saw too much of himself in the horse and let his emotions carry him away. Nox's father expressed his hope that the boy wouldn't come to regret his decision. As the man turned and walked away, the twins and Nox were taken by surprise, seeing the clear disappointment Theodore felt. Rodwell then approached Nox, reminding him that the horse still needed a name. The gray horse nuzzled its face into Nox's hand. The light-haired boy glanced down, then knelt and chose the name Carl, the same name he always used in the game from the other world. It held a deep significance for him. And Carl's new home? It turned out to be Nox's bedroom. The boy hummed thoughtfully, knowing he had to keep his next move a secret from everyone. Keeping the horse in his room was the best way to do that. He saw the horse looking intently into his eyes, as if it were communicating that it couldn't just give up on life. This resonated with Nox, as they shared the feeling of clinging to any small chance they had. Realizing Lona was just outside his door, Nox called out to her, issuing a light threat that made her stumble into the room. She was shocked that he'd figured out she was there, but he simply brushed it off as obvious. He then informed the maid that, starting today, she would be responsible for the horse. The long-haired girl pouted, looking away with an unhappy face, clearly annoyed since she was the one who had made the bed. Nox paid her reaction no mind, and simply stated that the horse was sick and required gentle attention. Carl's weak condition caused Lona to worry, which reminded Nox that his upcoming plan for the horse would be terrifying to most people. He questioned whether Lona would be able to cope. 3 days later, a scream echoed from Nox's bedroom. It was Lona announcing that Carl had died. Nox sighed at the scene. He had been anticipating the horse's death all along. Still, he understood Lona's sadness, as she had grown to care for the animal. In any case, this outcome was inevitable. Nox had known from the start that saving Carl wasn't possible. He told the girl to stop her tears because they were distracting him, a statement that left her utterly bewildered. His explanation that Carl would return to them shortly only deepened her confusion. Lona began to wonder if the horse's death had affected his sanity. The boy sighed and instructed her to move back. He then produced a scroll, unrolling it on the floor and channeling his magical energy into it. The scroll emitted a brilliant flash, and Lona watched in shock. She couldn't help but wonder if he was using his magic, even though it was against the law. The distractions were causing him to lose his grip on the power. Frustrated, Nox yelled at her, asking if she wanted to witness Carl die a second time. If that wasn't her intention, he demanded her silence. She immediately obeyed. Nox desperately needed to focus because he couldn't fully control his mana yet, and his mana sensitivity trait was dormant. Furthermore, the Empire's law was strict. Only royals could use their magical energy before they turned 15 years old. This rule gave royals a significant advantage in magical training, often leading them to greater achievements. Since Nox wasn't royal, his only option was to unleash every bit of magical energy he could summon. He felt a throbbing sensation in his hands and wondered if this was the true feeling of wielding magic. Grinning as he prepared his one-time skill conjure, he knew there was no margin for error. He was about to use black magic, and an image of a skeletal hand holding a book flashed before his eyes. The system informed him he could now summon Carl back as an undead pet and asked if he wished to proceed. He agreed without a second thought. A glow enveloped the horse, which lay before the open book. Nox recalled that the undead in the game shared two common features. They were resurrected with black magic and darkness-type energy. The second trait was that even after death, they retained their consciousness and gained enhanced strengths, including absolute loyalty to their master. There was a complication, however. Only one family, the Marbus family, possessed the power to create such beings, as they were masters of the darkness element. They were much like the Lion Habos, but instead of knights, they were black magicians. Nox wondered if characters outside that family could ever acquire these skills. The answer was a firm no, unless they possessed the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead, which was precisely what he had summoned. Dark hands erupted from the ground and coiled around Carl, while a black liquid trickled from Nox's mouth. Lona watched in shocked horror, but he ordered her to be quiet, as he needed a little more time to channel his energy. He grunted from the strain and coughed up more blood, realizing his magical energy was depleted. Luckily, his efforts had paid off. He looked up to see the horse get to its feet and neigh loudly. Nox had done it. He stared at Carl, now his undead pet, and saw a gleam in its eyes. He panted, exhausted, but thrilled that he had finally gotten something right. Lona, still with tears of worry in her eyes, watched Nox stand up and call to Carl, who trotted over to him. He checked the gray horse's stats and was pleased to see the negative trait was gone, replaced by the expected upgrades. He informed the horse that from this day forward, he was its master. Carl seemed to make a contented sound as Nox petted it. Both boy and horse were startled when Lona suddenly threw her arms around them both. Nox was confused as she began sobbing, overwhelmed by the worry she felt watching him cough up blood after already being distressed about Carl. The horse snorted and turned away from Lona, seemingly offended, which was surprising since she had been the one caring for it. As she started arguing with the horse, Nox's mind shifted to his next objective, the quest for the manor's hidden treasure. A few nights later, Nox slipped out of his bedroom, moving past the stables and toward a forest. He clutched a few items, relieved to find that the paths were just as he remembered from the game. He put the items away, his thoughts on the second hidden treasure that was located in the woods. Failing to find it meant he wouldn't survive. It was the key to slowing the progress of his life-limiting illness. A rustle in the bushes put him on high alert, but he quickly told himself he was just on edge. He couldn't shake the feeling, though. This wasn't a game anymore. The boy looked at a wooden sign warning people to stay out. It declared this was the Forest of Lost Children, a place where people would get lost and die. Nox stepped into the forest, and the system notified him that failure to clear this stage would result in his death. A breeze rustled the leaves as the light-haired boy moved through the tall grass. He recalled the details of this forest. It was strictly forbidden because of the complete darkness and thick fog that could disorient even the most skilled individuals. The name was fitting, as anyone who entered was as good as lost. It was important to remember, however, that it was a forest of lost children. This meant adult characters received no reward for clearing out the monsters inside, and the creatures themselves grew several times more hostile toward adults. Nox had learned that lesson the hard way while playing the game. In that respect, the forest's difficulty was at least 2.5 out of 5 stars. Back in the other world, he hadn't cared about the reward, but now it was exactly what a dying man needed. He ventured deeper into the woods and took out a torch, lighting it and watching the bright flame. The trick to navigating the forest was to observe the direction the smoke drifted and then walk the opposite way. Nox was about to do just that when he decided to deal with something else first. He called out to the person hiding in the bushes. Silence was his only answer. The boy sighed, drew his blade, and sliced through the bushes, followed by a scream that cut through the forest. Before this, Talia had been stunned that Nox was immune to her beauty. The situation had left her confused. Emma had begged the red-haired girl to stop following Nox, worried she would be blamed for it. Talia, however, wasn't concerned. Later that night, Emma paced the halls, still worried, knowing Talia possessed talents just like her sister. With a sigh, Emma went to check on the red-haired girl, only to find her room empty. Panic and confusion washed over the handmaiden. Before she could process what had happened and wake the household, the leaves continued to rustle in the forest. Talia sat on the ground with an embarrassed look while Nox stared at her, dumbfounded. She greeted him and was about to explain her presence when another rustle made him pull her behind him just as something emerged from the bushes. It was a gray wolf. Talia was surprised to find gray wolves inhabiting a forest so close to the manor. She gulped nervously, realizing she didn't have a real weapon to defend herself. The wolf growled and crept closer before letting out a howl, undoubtedly calling for its pack. More howls answered in the distance. This wolf growled again, but Nox just grinned, dashing forward and slashing the monster across its chest. A second slash to the neck sent the wolf crumbling to the ground, dead. The girl stared in bewilderment at the boy, who now had blood spattered on his face and clothes. He asked her again why she was following him, which made Talia blush and invent an obvious lie. Nox had no patience for it and threatened to leave her there if she didn't tell him the truth. His response shocked her, and she grabbed his wrist, launching into a rambling explanation. It wasn't a complete lie, but she wasn't getting to the point. Nox sighed internally, realizing Talia was overestimating his skills, and surprisingly, held no ill will toward him. He was also amazed that a girl could be clueless enough to tail someone in the middle of the night. Still, he decided to let her tag along, since he couldn't just abandon a main character in the forest. He made one thing clear, though. He wasn't helping her. He was only keeping her alive to prevent a feud between their families. Talia felt a pang of guilt, and Nox hoped she had learned her lesson. But the girl kept talking, trying to thank him, which surprised him. The moment was shattered by the arrival of the other wolves. They growled loudly as they began to circle the pair. They stood there, Nox still holding the torch, and a chill went down Talia's spine. Suddenly, Nox pushed her away, telling her to stay back. He handed her the torch, explaining that she would just get in the way of his sword if she tried to fight. Things were not going as planned, so Nox needed to concentrate. This forest was part of the prologue, not the main story. That meant there wouldn't be a stage boss, which was one less thing to worry about. However, there would still be an elite monster, just one step below a boss, and it was probably an elite gray wolf. The wolves continued to growl before charging. Nox knew that just identifying the threat wouldn't make it any easier. He slashed at the approaching wolves, feeling like he was constantly living on the edge. He watched as another wolf lunged at him from above. It was time to cast aside his pride and face this challenge like he used to in the other world. He gripped his sword tightly, trying to recall his mantra. Once he remembered it, he cut through more wolves and sighed in relief. Talia watched in awe, convinced that Nox wasn't even trying his hardest, and wondering if he had ever hunted a wolf before. The words Nox had spoken to her echoed in her mind, making her think he saw her swordsmanship as inadequate. The wolves kept howling, and Nox stood his ground, knowing what was coming. He heard a rustling in the grass as a much larger animal emerged into the clearing, the elite gray wolf. Back at the manor, servants with torches searched for Talia. They found footprints leading to the forest, which they assumed belonged to Nox and Talia. A wave of fear washed over the servants, who knew the horrors of that place. Emma collapsed in worry, insisting they had to follow them. Rodwell immediately stopped her, saying they couldn't, which confused the handmaiden. He explained that it was a forest that even the Lianhaba family had been unable to conquer. To the family, the forest was a symbol of shame. Admitting that an area within their own manor remained unexplored was like publicly declaring their incompetence. What the Lianhabas didn't know was that only children who had not yet come of age could truly succeed in the forest. Rodwell wondered why Nox had entered, noticing the cautious nature of the footsteps, which showed no signs of a struggle or kidnapping. This meant Nox had willingly walked into the forest. He clenched his fists, no longer able to deny that Nox had truly changed. His old self was gone. He told the others there was only one way for them to return. Nox would have to find the way back himself. Emma, with tears still in her eyes, heard the distant howls of the wolves, which only amplified her fear. She felt she had let Talia walk to her death. The red-haired girl seemed to pull a dagger from her ankle, and Nox glanced over, noticing that fear hadn't shattered her focus. He reminded her to stay out of it, to save her energy, and run as soon as they were attacked. Nox knew this wasn't the time for a life-or-death speech with an elite gray wolf looming, but he wanted the girl to remain alert and was glad she was staying vigilant. However, he couldn't trust her to watch his back just yet. Because of that, Nox activated his skill to slow down time, intending to defeat the elite wolf in a single strike. The wolf seemed to scoff and crouched low, making Nox realize its plan. At that moment, the other wolves charged forward to attack. Nox dealt with them easily, but they suddenly stopped, which confused him. He then saw the elite wolf rise and growl. Several wolves dashed and leaped toward him. He tried to focus on some, but he couldn't slash all four at once. One of them got behind him and growled as it lunged. The light-haired boy spun around just in time to see the wolf get stabbed in the throat with a dagger. He realized it came from Talia, who called out for him to be careful. He glanced up and saw the red-haired girl in the trees. She knew he had told her to run, but she just couldn't do it. The boy was surprised that Talia was actually helping him. Talia shouted to the light-haired boy, asking if he was okay and hoping he wasn't injured from the near attack. Nox was surprised that the red-haired girl was helping him, but his thoughts were cut short by a growl. He turned and slashed away 2 more wolves. He assured her he was fine, which made her sigh in relief, but he couldn't help but feel he must have looked pathetic. Nox sighed, then realized his body was trembling. The side effects of using his skills for too long were already kicking in. It was frustrating, especially at such a crucial moment, because something was now rising from the ground. It was the elite wolf. The purple-eyed boy grinned, tightening his grip on his sword's hilt as he watched the elite wolf circle him. Suddenly, it charged, surprising Nox by dashing right past him and back into the forest, leaving him completely confused. Silence fell over the area as the boy tried to understand what had just happened until he heard a rustle. He turned, but it was too late. The elite wolf sped past him again, leaving a deep gash on his side. Talia looked on with worry, calling out to Nox as the wolf retreated into the forest once more, leaving the boy in silence as he clutched his shoulder. He grit his teeth, feeling that this raid on the forest was all wrong, even though it was a raid of his own design. It was a logical feeling, though, since real life was far different from a video game. The boy frantically scanned his surroundings. The silence continued as Nox considered how the monster was coordinating attacks with its pack and was now using the environment to its advantage. He heard the leaves rustle just before it zoomed toward him again. Nox pinpointed its location and immediately swung his sword at the monster. However, the wolf stopped dead in its tracks, preventing Nox from landing a hit. This surprised him as the growling canine charged once more. The light-haired boy realized the wolf had been waiting for him to make a big swing to expose his own weak point. His hands gripped the sword, and he gritted his teeth, grunting until blood started to trickle from his mouth, adding to his frustration. The wolf leaped at him, and everything seemed to shift into slow motion. Nox's life flashed before his eyes. He thought about how he had beaten this game multiple times, yet he was foolish enough to get overconfident in a situation like this. Nox wondered if he was truly stupid enough to think he could do anything. He knew this wasn't how he had pictured his death. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for a second end, but it never came. A sound pierced the air, and the surprised boy opened his eyes to see the canine yelping with a dagger lodged in its eye. It dawned on him that if he had weak points to expose, so did the elite gray wolf, and the only person who could have revealed them was not him. Nox gripped his sword and let out a battle cry, plunging the blade through the wolf's stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere until the beast collapsed to the ground. The boy also fell, completely exhausted from the side effects of his skills. He wheezed while Talia shouted in worry, realizing the other wolves were still alive. Despite that, her fears eased slightly when she saw the remaining wolves whimpering and backing away. The red-haired girl jumped down from the trees and rushed to the boy, asking if he was all right. He reassured her, wiping the blood from his mouth, and was about to tell her he owed her big time, but he stopped himself, remembering he was thanking an enemy, the very person who was destined to kill him in the future. Nox turned away and reassured her again, but his tone was colder this time, as the gash from the elite wolf was still hurting. The boy got to his feet and said it was just a surface wound, which brought some relief to the girl. Then, she turned her head and saw a spider crawling on her shoulder. The sight of the arachnid sent a chill down her spine and made her scream. The boy was confused, turning around and wondering if more monsters had appeared. He was cut off by the girl tackling him and clinging to his body in tears, which only confused him more. Talia shivered and mumbled about the spider to both herself and Nox. She glanced at it again, screamed once more, and caused the boy to stagger. Nox sighed and chuckled at the fact that the red-haired girl was afraid of spiders. He flicked it off, telling her she shouldn't have followed him into a forest if she was so scared of them. Talia asked if he really wasn't frightened by them, but Nox countered by asking if any knights were afraid of spiders. This made the girl feel embarrassed, and she tried to defend herself. With her off of him, he felt like he could finally breathe, but then Nox started coughing again, which worried Talia. He tried to tell her it was none of her business. Nox thought about how the girl hadn't really hindered him during the fight and had even saved his life in a way. He felt incredibly grateful, even if he would never say it to her directly. But now, Nox just had to find a way out, since his goal was accomplished. The sun began to rise, and Emma continued to sob, feeling like everything was her fault. Rodwell stood there, wondering if things had gone horribly wrong. Talia's disappearance could easily escalate into a dispute between their families, and that wouldn't be the only consequence. There had been other reports of children from the manor vanishing into the forest, which would make the family's incompetence a matter of public debate. Rodwell's attention was drawn toward the forest, where the fog was starting to clear. Everyone gasped gasped in surprise, and the steward's mouth hung open in bewilderment. Emma rushed to Rodwell to ask if this meant it was vanquished, and Rodwell agreed. Their only hope was becoming a reality. Emma's eyes filled with tears of hope just as they saw Nox and Talia emerging from the forest. The other servants began to wonder if Nox had actually conquered it. Rodwell couldn't organize his thoughts, but one thing was becoming clear. The succession of the Lee and Haba family leadership was not going to be peaceful. Nox wondered why everyone was gathered there, and Emma ran to hug Talia, tears still streaming down her face. The steward explained the situation, and Nox seemed surprised that everyone was so worried about the family black sheep going missing. But then the boy turned to see Emma grab Talia and lift the girl with an angry expression, telling her she was going to be reciting the codes of conduct. Talia panicked and tried to apologize, but Emma kept going, saying that the head of the Steelliner family would deliver the lesson. Nox was surprised to see the handmaiden was so strong. Emma expressed her gratitude to Nox, to which the boy replied that he had no intention of having Talia follow him, but he added that she had proven herself capable and didn't deserve a punishment that was too harsh. This made Talia blush in surprise. Later, they returned to the manor, where Nox began to remove his bloody clothes. He was still surprised by the crowd that had been waiting for him, but none of that mattered now. He had finally obtained the hidden treasure he was looking for. It was a ring that slightly increased his stats, but also had a special effect. It allowed the wearer to absorb tiny fractions of an opponent's lifespan upon defeating them. The stronger the opponent, the more life the wearer could take. This was the only artifact of its kind, but of course the ring alone couldn't save him from death. It wasn't as if he could extend his life indefinitely, since the description specified it was only tiny amounts. Even so, it gave him more hope. He slipped it on, knowing it was better than nothing. He could feel his stats rise slightly. He called for Lona, knowing she was just outside. The maid wondered if he could see through things, to which he replied, "Maybe." This caused Lona to get flustered, thinking he could see under her clothes. Nox bonked her on the head, and the girl wondered if he had gotten stronger as she rubbed the spot. Changing the subject, he told her they were going to arm wrestle. She seemed confident, agreeing to his terms. He would raise her wage if she won, and lower it if she lost. As they counted down, Nox slammed her arm down the instant they started. She was in disbelief and begged the boy not to decrease her wage, but he mentioned hearing from a certain maid that he was the famed lout of the family. He grinned at her while Lona continued to plead. Suddenly, Nox's sickliness trait activated, causing his wrists to fracture and giving him a cold. Nox felt disappointed and told Lona to just get him some ice and a towel. He sighed, trying to focus on the happiness of getting the ring. He knew he should prioritize rest, but hated that he was hit with such a combination of ailments. Somewhere else, it seemed someone was trying to recall Nox's face, knowing his name from the other world. Carl and the Ring of Black Fire, the two hidden treasures of the Lienhaba Manor. The sun shone down on the manor, and Nox learned that even with both treasures in his possession, he was sentenced to 6 months of confinement with no chance to use them. Nox stared at the sign inside, opening it and grumbling to himself. He felt he shouldn't face any consequences, considering he had vanquished the forest that no one else dared to enter. He asked Lona if she agreed, turning to the maid, who seemed hesitant to say anything. Nox reminded her that her wage could also be decreased for failing to keep him in a good mood, so she quickly and stammeringly agreed as the boy collapsed onto the couch. It was frustrating for him. He was just getting comfortable with his new life, and watching Carl grow brought him a lot of joy. This confinement couldn't continue. It wasn't just about those things. His death was approaching quickly, and he knew he would die before the 6 months were up, a fact he was aware of thanks to a system pop-up. These alerts seemed more concerned about his remaining time than he was. His body trembled before he rose from the chair and told Lona he was going to speak with his father to get his freedom back. She was about to tell him his bath was ready, but was cut off by a knock. The door opened to reveal Rodwell, who greeted him with a bow. The boy was surprised by both the steward's presence and the message that Theodore wanted to speak with him. Bodies of knights and monsters lay scattered on the ground, as Theodore remembered the fateful night now known in history as the Night of Carnage. Monsters shrieked, swarming toward the man, who gripped his dark sword before cutting through the enemies in his path. The images of swarming devils, piles of human corpses, and the sheer carnage raced through his mind, making him feel it was more of a plague than a battle. Theodore gazed into the distance, feeling a dark, heavy energy around him. It reminded him that he needed one of his sons to inherit his sword, the Vanquisher. Someone with half-hearted potential wouldn't be enough. The man wondered who would be the right choice, who possessed a talent strong enough to one day end him. A knock sounded, and Rodwell informed Theodore that Nox was on his way, which Theodore acknowledged. He thought about how even he had failed to solve the mystery of the forest, and that Nox's achievement deserved recognition and a reward. reward. Unsurprisingly, the Omegers had interfered and blocked the recognition. They found it hard to believe that Nox had changed and demanded a full investigation to confirm that the forest had truly been vanquished. This was something even Theodore couldn't ignore, as an inquiry would have been necessary regardless. Nox entered the room and greeted his father. Theodore mentioned the boy's wrongful actions in the past, likely referring to the time before his reincarnation, which Nox was fully aware of. Regardless, Theodore acknowledged his accomplishments and said Nox could name any prize he desired. This greatly surprised the boy. He broke into a sweat, as he didn't remember this from the game. Theodore was usually cold and commanding, so Nox lifted his head and asked for confirmation. His father rose from his chair and swore on the history of their black blade that he was telling the truth and would grant whatever Nox wished. Nox was stunned. The older man continued, explaining that any excessive request would affect his opinion of the boy, but he had a sliver of faith in Nox. Nox asked for time to think, and permission was granted. He was also given permission to leave the estate whenever he pleased, as long as he didn't cause a commotion like last time. The light-haired boy thanked his father, who reminded him of his family name. The next day, everyone gathered outside to say goodbye to Talia and Emma. The red-haired girl blushed as she said her farewells, but Nox tried to ignore it, even as the girl beamed at him. Rodwell told the boy it would be polite to respond, so the purple-eyed boy groaned in frustration and turned to wish the girl farewell as well. He said they should meet again when she became a greater knight. Talia asked what she needed to do to become one, and he replied that she needed a brave heart that didn't fear spiders. The girl flushed with embarrassment and punched him in the stomach, making him regret his choice of words. He should have said a wolf instead. Even so, the girl agreed and told him he should keep his nape clean to greet her blade. This sent a chill down his spine, as it was in poor taste given what he knew about the future. Emma bowed and thanked the boy for everything he had done, including saving Talia, but he said that wasn't his intention and told them to leave without further delay. The carriage rolled away, and one of the characters had finally departed. Nox felt he was gradually getting used to this strange new existence. And hey, he might even be enjoying it. Another notification popped up, informing Nox that he had 146 days left. He sighed at the fact that he couldn't get a break from the reminders. A few days later, Lona asked if he needed a new maid to attend to him at school. Nox hummed in thought, about to recall something when a knock came at the door. Rodwell entered and told Nox he was there to present the maid who would serve him during his time at the academy, starting today. A green-haired girl greeted Nox and introduced herself as Zitri de Lobelia. The boy introduced himself back, then opened her stats and saw exactly what he expected. She was there to spy on him for Theodore. The system reminded Nox of his impending death, making him sigh as he got ready for the day. But he could take some comfort in the fact that he was making rapid progress despite all the setbacks. Nox looked out onto the balcony, knowing he would soon be heading to the academy. Lona seemed excited about it too, asking if he was nervous. He responded with a question of his own, wondering why she sounded so cheerful about his departure. She winced and sobbed, claiming she would just miss him, but the boy told her to drop the act. He knew he shouldn't waste time teasing Lona when that time could be better spent improving his skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle the programs at the school. After all, it was the best academy in the Empire, and it was sure to be filled with talented students. He had to survive alongside them and make himself a part of the main storyline to become the villain he was meant to be. Nox wondered why everything had to be so complicated. His thoughts were interrupted by a question about a new maid attending to him at school. He hummed thoughtfully before Rodwell entered to greet him and present the very maid Lona had mentioned. The green-haired girl introduced herself. Nox introduced himself as well and checked her stats, noticing she was there to watch him for his father. She still maintained a facade of being kind and caring. Theodore was one of the most powerful and cunning men in the game's universe, mainly because his sword skills weren't just due to raw talent. His rise to power was built on his distrustful nature, constantly observing everyone and everything. The maid had Theodore's expectations resting on her, and she affirmed them without hesitation, a cold look in her eyes. She was said to be first in line for the leadership of the Lobelia family, and in exchange for her service to him, he would support her restoration to that rank. Zitri vowed to do her best to assist Nox, but Theodore disliked her choice of words. He glared at her, making her flinch. She bowed again and said she would observe the boy and report every detail to Theodore. She then left, sighing after escaping his intimidating presence. The girl took a breath and pulled out something from around her neck, looking at a family picture while knowing she couldn't hesitate any longer. When night fell, Nox thought about how he now had a spy, wondering if she was chosen to make sure he wasn't possessed. This was understandable since demonic possession was quite common in this world. After all, the original game's story had Nox's downfall begin with him being possessed by a great devil. Nox believed no one would discover his true identity, but he was still worried about Zetri. She wasn't a character in the main storyline, which Nox saw as a waste, since she was supposed to be the next head of the House of Lobelia. However, her uncle had murdered her parents and stolen the leadership claim. The rest of the story was predictable. The girl fled and ended up as a maid for the Lianhaba family. While she projected a cheerful demeanor, she was despairing underneath it all and would soon give in. If Nox remembered correctly, the girl would meet her end by taking her own life even before the first chapter of the story. He wondered what he should do. Should he save a character destined to die, at the risk of altering the story? He fully understood it could interfere with his plans. The next day, Nox met with both maids to tell them he would be hunting monsters within the manor and wanted them to come as his assistants. Lona was shocked and shuddered at the idea, pretending to feel sick, but Zetri interrupted and agreed without a second thought. The brown-haired girl sobbed and told Zetri not to agree to everything. Nox knew that fear was a normal reaction, which made Zetri's answer all the more interesting. Nox reminded Lona of her lack of vacation days, even if she tried to get out of it. He grinned and mentioned her wage, which made the girl cry and ask what weapon she should bring. The boy chuckled. Zetri told the girl she would join them after informing Rodwell. Nox thought about how he needed to focus on gaining more days to live, especially now that he was free. As they rode off into the forest, Theodore watched from a window. A few days later, the Forest of Lost Children had become just like any other forest after being conquered. A growl was heard from a gray wolf that Nox quickly charged and slashed. He was testing the ring's abilities as it absorbed a tiny fraction of the wolf's life. He sighed in relief when the system informed him his remaining time had increased by 2 hours. Nox glanced around when he realized he had likely hunted all the wolves in the forest, and he had only gained those 2 hours from that one session. Either way, he considered it a success. His thoughts were cut short by Zetri mentioning he had been hunting for an hour and asking if he was tired. This soured the good mood he had just been in, as he was reminded of how long it took to hunt without his time-slowing abilities. In reality, he had only gained 1 net hour. Nox grabbed a flask and drank from it, wondering what to do since he couldn't chase monsters 24/7. And the biggest problem was that there wasn't an endless supply of monsters. He had practically wiped out the forest's monster population. At this rate, his grand plan of extending his life would soon fail. The purple-eyed boy sighed and wondered if there were any other monsters around, but Zetri told him he shouldn't say that, as people who didn't know better might think he had gone mad. He glanced at the setting sun and realized they should head back to the manor. The green-haired girl asked if he wanted a bath drawn, which surprised Nox, but he agreed to the suggestion. She smiled happily, while Lona frantically asked what she could do as well. She was eventually assigned to tidy Nox's bedroom, despite his confusion. The brown-haired girl rushed off to gather supplies while Zetri chuckled at the scene. Nox called the green-haired girl over, wanting to ask her a question. He wondered who she served. This shocked and confused her. Nox glanced at her genius assistant trait, knowing her blade was aimed at him and that he shouldn't try to claim it for himself. Zetri looked away with a conflicted expression as Nox asked again, making her flinch and still hesitate. He was aware of the answer she wanted to give, and mentioned that he had no intention of pressing her further. He said that she, at the very least, didn't try to feed him a lie. Nox stated that he didn't care who she served. He only cared that she was his servant, and that she would use him just as he would use her. The boy walked away, focusing on their mutually beneficial arrangement, which was enough for both of them. As night fell, they returned to the manor, and Lona was gossiping again, talking about how evil Nox was for demanding so much of her time. She thought about when she had asked why she had to join them, and how Nox had looked like a devil to her when he said there was no fun without her. Zetri chuckled and looked out the window. She remembered being familiar with the rumors about Nox's change of heart, which had reached her even when she was still with her family. She had assumed they were baseless, as it was rare for someone to undergo such a major transformation, but it seemed to be true after serving him for a while. She learned he had defeated his 2 brothers in a single duel, and had rightfully earned the right to represent his family name at the academy. Nox was strengthening his position within his family, unlike Zetri. Once the rightful heir to her family's leadership, she was now lost in despair. She sighed to herself, and remembered the words he had said to her that day, about how she would use him as he would use her. This made the green-haired girl pause her writing and wonder what he meant. A few days later, rumors began to circulate within the Lianhaba manor that Zetri had been expelled from the Lobelia family, and, as a commoner, no longer deserved to serve the Lianhabas. When the girl read the letter, she crumpled it up. It claimed that the previous head, Darren de Lobelia, had committed the crime of trying to trade away the family's honor. Since Zetri was associated with Darren, her privileges were also revoked. The light faded from her eyes, as she knew she would no longer be able to stay at the manor. Even among the families that wielded darkness, the Lianhaba family held the highest authority. Even for a service to their half-abandoned son, they wouldn't employ a commoner without a family name. Zetri believed she would soon be dismissed and replaced. Despite this, Zetri still tried to maintain a fake smile and would greet the other maids, who had already heard the news and would stare at her with disdain. However, Lona would still greet her just as she always had. This made Zetri feel confused and awkward. She felt her hand being pulled and wondered if this was just Lona being Lona, due to their friendship. Regardless, Zetri believed it would do no good for anyone in the manor. As Lona pulled Zetri down the hall, Nox knew this was likely the end for Zetri, as Theodore had probably received a letter as well. He knew that all the accusations against Zetri's father were false, but he also knew he couldn't help. He had no way of predicting the consequences that a single flutter of a butterfly's wings could have on the world. Birds flew through the sky as the gray wolves of the forest continued to be slain by Nox. Lona felt a chill, thinking the boy was being somewhat scarier that day. The brown-haired girl whispered to herself and Zetri, mentioning that Nox usually showed some degree of mercy, but that was gone today. She hummed thoughtfully, and Zetri wondered if she should be nervous, glancing at the bloody blade he had plunged into the ground. Nox muttered to himself, wondering if he just wasn't having the kind of luck he had hoped for. A hidden boss is generated when the forest's monster population drops below 20% of its usual level. The species and timing of this hidden boss's appearance are random, so if Nox had encountered and defeated one, it could have boosted his attributes. He sighed and was about to dismiss the thought when suddenly he felt something rushing through the trees, grabbing his attention. Nox wondered what it was, but didn't have time to react as it sped past him. He knew this was definitely the boss. He turned to face it and saw it was an elite giant hornet, a creature he knew was tricky, but not impossible to defeat. His thoughts couldn't even finish before he heard Zetri's voice calling out to him. He turned to see the maid using her own body to shield him from the hornet's attack. This was something he probably could have blocked himself, so Zetri's actions were unnecessary. So, knowing that, why did she do it? How many people would jump out to block a monster's attack with their own bodies, and to save a person who had recently made it clear he would use them? With that, Nox gritted his teeth and activated his time-slowing ability. When Zetri was younger, she was a very clumsy child, always falling and hurting herself before crying and causing her parents a lot of worry. Her mother and father would always tell her that she always had an open wound, words that remained true even as she grew beyond childhood. When Nox asked the green-haired girl who she served, Zetri wondered where her allegiance truly lay. She thought back to that one horrible memory where a family member had killed her parents and seized the family name. So Zetri wondered again where her allegiance lay. Nox's words echoed in Zetri's mind, and it seemed as though she woke up with Nox and Lona hovering over her with worried expressions. The boy had already defeated the hornet, and he told the green-haired girl to stay with them, feeling tense as he tried to reassure her that they were taking her back to the mansion. Zetri thought Nox was a liar for saying he would use her, yet he was worried about her condition. She wondered why that was, before her vision blurred and her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face, and the girl noticed a tremor and a faint fury in the boy's voice. Back at the manor, Theodore was reading the letter that had spread the news. Rodwell confirmed its accuracy. Theodore had only taken the girl in to use her as leverage and ultimately absorb the Lobelia family. The family was struggling after the death of their previous house leader, so it could have been an ideal opportunity for Theodore to infiltrate them. For example, they could have argued that their heir was in danger, using the family's instability as proof. As Zetri's protector, Theodore would have had the perfect excuse to get involved and subjugate the family. However, before any of that could happen, it seemed the girl had been expelled. So the older man asked Rodwell for his opinion. The steward said that having a servant without a family name would subject Nox to contempt at the academy, so it would be wise to remove her. Theodore agreed. Suddenly, they were interrupted by another servant bursting in to report that Nox had returned from his hunt, bringing with him Zetri, who had been injured by a monster. In an attempt to save her, Nox had used a very expensive antidote. This startled Rodwell, who asked if the man meant the Mandraken decontaminant, which the servant confirmed. Rodwell felt exhausted by the situation, and Theodore wondered if Nox had developed feelings for the servant girl. While Theodore believed there would be consequences for such feelings, Lona was standing over Zetri trying to wake her. She succeeded, and the crying girl was overjoyed to see Zetri awake and alive. The green-haired girl wondered what had happened and worried about how Nox would react to what she had done. Lona explained that Nox had ordered an antidote to be used, saying it was highly effective effective and had threatened the physician to use it despite his reluctance. Zetri wondered why Nox would use such an item on her after his earlier words. This prompted Zetri to try to get out of bed to ask where Nox was. Lona mentioned that he was speaking with Rodwell and remembered she needed to tell Nox that Zetri was awake, so she quickly left. The sickly girl got out of bed and walked over to a suitcase, starting to pack it while thinking that she didn't belong there or anywhere. She clutched her necklace, opened it to take out her family photo, and wrote a note for Nox. It said that her pendant would settle her debt to him and that she would always be grateful to him. Zetri left the room but stopped when she saw Nox standing there, asking where she was going. She winced as his cold eyes stared at her while he asked the question again. Before Zetri had been healed, Nox had asked the physician if he valued a vial of potion more than a human being. The physician tried to explain that the problem was he needed permission from Theodore or Rodwell. Nox cut the man off, glancing at Zetri's body and asking if Rodwell's words truly held more authority than his own. This made the physician feel guilty, as Nox said he would personally inform his father of what had been done. The antidote was used, and Lona asked if the girl would be okay. The physician reassured her that the venom had been neutralized, making Lona sigh in relief. The boy turned to leave the room, telling Lona to let him know when Zetri woke up. When Nox went to meet with Theodore, his father was surprised, as he hadn't expected an unannounced visit from Nox. Theodore seemed to already know the topic of discussion. The boy activated his positive trait, reminding his father that he owed him a wish. Because of that, Nox said that his wish was to keep Zetri by his side. His father glanced down for a moment, while Nox thought about his actions and beliefs so far, how he had been trying to preserve the story and avoid the butterfly effect, how he knew her status was being a spy under Theodore's control. None of that mattered at this moment. The moment Zetri threw herself in front of Nox to protect him, it became clear that while she couldn't answer his question, her actions did. Theodore decided to grant the wish, making the boy bow and turn to his father once more. Nox asked to elaborate on his wish, and was given permission as the system began to warn him that his agitation was affecting his act. But Nox continued, stating that he didn't intend to tolerate anyone toying with his people, whether it was the Lord or his own father. With a cold glare, Nox left the room. This brings us back to where Nox found Zetri about to leave, prompting him to ask where she was going. The green-haired girl was hesitant, but admitted she was leaving, feeling she didn't deserve to stay. But her words were cut short by Nox, who asked where she, his attendant still in his service, was going despite her duties. She mentioned how Nox knew about her spying on him for Theodore, and how she hadn't been honest. She was confused about why he kept giving her a chance, even when she had tried to deceive him. Her tearful face wanted to know why the boy wasn't dismissing her. This made Nox grin at the real Zetri, who had been hidden beneath her disguise. The look of someone who was struggling but hadn't given up on finding her way out of the darkness. Nox explained that deception was a fate shared by all humans, but Zetri still felt she had wronged the boy, which Nox agreed with. He then asked if she was going to leave without righting those wrongs. This confused her. The purple-eyed boy explained that she was staying, and that he didn't care if she had a family name. All he cared about was her talent and her service. He told her she would atone for her wrongs by continuing her duties by his side. Zetri teared up once again as she agreed to his words and promised to assist him for as long as it took. Nox smiled at this. Zetri decided to address his earlier question, turning to him and hoping her answer had satisfied him. He grinned back and confirmed that it had. Lona resumed her gossiping the next day, talking about how he had threatened the physician until she was startled by Nox's presence. He was surprised she didn't even try to deny it anymore. The girl turned to Zetri and reminded the maid to get some rest, then immediately dashed away to do Zetri's chores for her. Nox sighed at Lona's scatterbrained behavior and turned to Zetri, reminding her of his impending departure for the academy in 2 months. She said she hadn't forgotten and had already prepared the essentials, like basic tools he would need. She hummed thoughtfully about what else she had packed. Nox grinned at the fact that Zetri wasn't putting on an act anymore, which worked better for him as it would save him effort as well. And now he knew that the two of them wouldn't betray each other if one of them was pushed into a corner. The boy smiled, believing that was enough for them both. Later, Zetri wanted to ask the boy if he was all right, since there had been some unfavorable rumors circulating about him. Nox sat down and asked about them, wondering what else there could be, since he had already been hearing the usual. He learned that the rumor was about the reason he hadn't dismissed her, his personal feelings for her. The boy almost fell out of his chair hearing this, making him wonder why he was even playing the character of Nox. He sighed and apologized to Zetri for the situation, but the green-haired girl said that wasn't her her intention. Rather, she was just concerned that it might make Nox uncomfortable. Nox told Zetri there were worse rumors about him, like the ones about how the youngest Lionhaber was a boorish, scoundrelly simpleton. Zetri was about to hesitate and say otherwise, but he told her to lie to him if she wanted to be dismissed. This made her immediately agree that was what she had heard. There was something else she had heard about, and that was how he was known as lecherous around women. She wondered if that was true, making Nox feel worse about the character he was playing. But he was glad that his reputation as a swordsman had improved compared to the person Nox used to be. These days, the rumors were now about the sloppy talent with an oversized ego, but he needed to stick to the character of a villain after all, and it was Nox's job to stay evil and help the main characters stand out. When it came down to it, he was not the hero of the game. He told Zetri that was enough with the rumors, as he wanted to tell her to fetch something. She was not the only one who could use preparations to survive at the academy. She wondered what he needed, and Nox knew it wouldn't hurt to let her in on the plan due to her loyalty trait. It could even make her better at her job. With that in mind, Nox told her he wanted to study magic before his enrollment and needed her help. This surprised the green-haired girl due to the imperial law. He knew this, of course, and wasn't easily intimidated, but Zetri saw it more as him not holding grudges. Either way, she understood and trusted that he had his reasons for the decision. She knew she would start by looking for textbooks on the topic, which made Nox grin at how she knew what to do. The boy heard a commotion outside and looked out the window, hearing about someone named Gren arriving. This was a man Nox had almost forgotten about, and he felt an important event was approaching, as it would be a chance to add many days to his life. Nox told Zetri it was time to soon depart for somewhere distant, making her sweat drop as she sensed another scheme. Later in the day, Theodore congratulated Gren on his graduation. This man was the second eldest son of Theodore, and was naturally one of Nox's brothers. Nox immediately checked Gren's stats and saw that the man was a snob and a lecher, just like the rumors about Nox himself. Yet he was also an opportunist. But the reason his character wasn't widely discussed was because Nox was a bigger ruffian in the family, and Gren had had an easier path to graduation through his shrewd nature and political schemes. Each cycle, the academy accepted less than 1,000 students, of whom only half would get their diplomas, so there was no way Gren had played fair. Theodore asked if his son had arranged to travel to Chaders, making the man pause before confirming. Their father knew that Gren's main duty was likely subduing monsters. Nox knew that Chaders was a natural territory south of the manor, with a desert serving as a border between them and the eastern kingdom of Tahalan. It was notoriously barren and overrun with monsters. Gren would be issued a first assignment to prevent a monster wave, which would be important for the boy, as the reward was recognition as an imperial knight. Gren knew about the monster swarms, and Theodore mentioned the territory preventing harm to the rest of the empire, telling his son to defend it well. Gren agreed, but Nox knew the assignment was more than just slaying monsters. This sub-story chapter in the game was connected to many other chapters, so there was a lot to be gained. Nox called for his brother's attention and asked if he was aware that his presence would benefit from the chapter's gains. This question surprised Gren and made him think his brother didn't know what Chaders was like, but Nox explained what he understood of it, reminding Gren of the rumors he had heard since arriving. Nox knew Gren's skill was coming up. Hearing his brother ask if Nox had truly vanquished the forest in the company of Talia, Nox affirmed it without hesitation or agitation, emotions that Gren's skill allowed him to detect. This was also the secret behind his mastery of crafty conduct. Gren also asked about the drill hall combat and the help from Zetri, things that Nox also confirmed while activating his Heart of Steel skill against the detection skill. The brother chuckled and said he had reasons to decline, saying he would be too busy to recover Nox's dead body. Suddenly, Theodore said Nox could go, surprising Gren. Theodore reassured the brother and insisted on bringing him along. Gren tried to refuse until their father glared at him. He gazed at Nox and told him to use his remaining 3 days wisely, then left. The boy was surprised at how easy everything was. Nox wondered if Theodore was up to something, but his thoughts were interrupted by Gren asking what Nox's plans were and if he had lost his mind. Nox said he had lost it a while ago, causing Gren to grab Nox's collar and tell the boy to be more cautious. He said it would be a shame if he got hurt before even leaving for Chaders. Suddenly, someone seemed to have dropped a bottle of wine. Nox turned to see Zetri tripping behind him. When Zetri tripped and the wine slipped from her hands, Nox was surprised to turn around and see it splash on his clothes. The green-haired girl bowed and apologized for her clumsiness. She suggested he should wait in his bedroom while she fetched him a fresh shirt, which made Gren release the boy from his grip. Nox apologized to his brother and said he would retire, walking away and saying that in 3 days they could continue their reacquaintance. This caused the older brother to grit his teeth and clench his fist. As the purple-eyed boy walked through the halls with Zetri by his side, he thanked the maid for what she did to spare him the conversation. But Zetri couldn't help but sigh at how much adversity Nox seemed to attract daily. She changed the topic to ask if he was really sure about going with Gren to Chaders. Nox interrupted her and was about to confirm, until he was interrupted himself by a shrill shout from Lona, who ran up to him and asked if he had lost his mind. Nox wondered if the brown-haired girl had forgotten he was her master, but he sighed and insisted the decision was already made. He wondered what the big deal was with him going to Chaders, thinking it was fitting. Zetri agreed with Lona and was concerned for Nox's safety, believing Chaders was too dangerous despite his gallant spirit, as there were thousands of monsters and bandits known to reside on the land. The number didn't scare him. Nox believed it just meant there were more things to hunt and more lifetime for him to steal. He reassured the maids that he had plans for such dangers. He was about to tell Lona and Zetri that they would both remain at the manor while he would carry out the campaign alone. However, Zetri interrupted him with a stern tone and affirmed that she wouldn't let him do that. The green-haired girl continued, reminding him that she was an aide exclusively in his service, so she was duty-bound to assist him regardless of his location. This meant she would follow him to Chaders. Nox said it would risk her getting hurt, but Zetri was well aware of that. She reminded him that he could get hurt as well, since they were both heading to a dangerous place, especially since she had heard from Lona that Nox was delicate. Zetri continued, asking if Nox believed his delicacy could afford an unassisted journey, given his frequent forgetfulness and inexperience in laundering. She asked if he believed a journey without an aid was achievable. The boy ran a hand through his hair, realizing he had forgotten this wasn't a game anymore. Such details of life mattered, and if he died, Zetri's position in the manor would become even more precarious. So for her, coming with him was actually the safest choice. With that, Nox decided to agree. He said she shouldn't drag them down and suggested she should get to know Carl, his horse. Zetri understood and was actually already a step ahead. She was about to say she was on excellent terms with Carl, but this information shocked Lona and made her ask how that had happened. The green-haired maid said she simply used the finest sugar lumps, which cost her half her monthly pay, but it sped up the friendship between her and the horse. Lona felt jealous of this, since she would always get sorted hay for the horse. She continued to complain until Nox hit her and turned to leave, saying Lona would continue her usual manorial duties. Zetri would accompany him on the trip, so he told the green-haired girl to prepare thoroughly, but Nox couldn't help but wonder if she was worried for his safety. A knock was heard, which made everyone freeze and stare in confusion. The door opened to reveal Rodwell, who let Nox know he was being summoned to be given an item. This surprised Nox that his father wanted to give him something. He remembered Theodore's words and wondered if it was about that, but he would find out soon enough. The boy met with Theodore and mentioned the topic of the summon, which Theodore confirmed. He wondered if his son could truly wield the item at all. They both glanced at the blade that sat in an open box. It was one that Theodore explained had belonged to the founder of the family. Nox was surprised by the situation, since this was not what he expected to be given at all. All the times Nox had played the game, he had never even caught a glimpse of this sword, and yet, even after 27 completed runs, making him think he was a pro, there was a sword he had never heard of. He wondered why Theodore was offering it to him and couldn't figure out his intentions, but this made him think the sword would be important later. Theodore spoke, knowing the sword looked humble, interrupting Nox's thoughts. His father reassured him that this was the sword that the very first leader of the family had spent his entire life wielding. Nox asked how he could demonstrate his ability to wield it, to which his father simply said to hold it. With that, the boy grabbed it and picked it up, only to suddenly feel a heavy, dark aura coming from the blade. He realized it was absorbing his magical energy and noticed that the color of the blade had also started to change. This caused Theodore to get up when he saw his son sensing the flow of energy. The boy nodded, and his father explained that the sword absorbed magic from the wielder before multiplying it several-fold. This surprised the boy, and he asked if it was a blade not to be wielded lightly. He was interrupted by the sword absorbing his magical energy once again. The system warned the boy that his magical energy was draining at an alarming rate and was negatively affecting the act he was putting on, which worried the boy. Theodore spoke again, saying that if Nox wanted to be the next owner of the sword, he had to hold it for 10 whole minutes. This was something Nox could not fathom. Theodore said the sword was called Stormbringer. The sword was currently under restraint, and the system told Nox that it would absorb magic power while converting it into attribute points, and also emitting the amplified magical power. This information wasn't really helping Nox at the moment, as he was trembling from how much it was negatively affecting him. Nox soon learned that his magical energy had been completely drained, so the sword decided to use his life as an alternative fuel. This confused him, as the system warned him that his remaining lifetime was decreasing at an alarming rate, which worried the boy greatly. He believed he needed to let go of the sword for his own safety. However, Nox saw that it seemed his hands didn't want to let go of the sword, despite his efforts. This frustrated Nox, as he was upset with the situation he was now stuck in. Theodore watched, thinking about how the sword, the Stormbringer, was quite a wicked weapon. It would drive the wielder to destruction in exchange for its service, and the history and renown of their family stemmed from its blade. But no descendant of its first owner had succeeded in taming it. Most of those who tried had fainted the moment they took it into their hands, something Theodore had witnessed many times. So if anyone lasted 10 minutes on their first try, it would be a true feat. Even Theodore himself could only last a mere hour after all those years of training with it. And yet, something in Theodore urged him to try the 14-year-old kid, who hadn't even developed his magic yet. By the time Nox had saved the dying servant girl, it became clear that amidst all the recent disturbances stood Nox, which was hardly a coincidence. The boy was growing, and his potential was coming into view. So Theodore wondered if the boy would exceed his expectations, watching as Nox collapsed to one knee while still holding the blade. Perhaps Nox's talents would stand in comparison with those of the three Supreme. The thought alone was reason enough for Theodore to test the boy. Should he succeed in lasting the given time? Theodore believed that Nox would make the most potent leader in the history of the Lion Habas. Nox pointed the blade to the ground as it started to crack the floor, panting heavily, while Theodore believed that his son had the potential to excel him. The boy gritted his teeth and turned to the older man, who mentioned how he had been suspecting the boy of concealing the power he held within. Nox was about to ask what was going on until his father walked past him, saying that the sword now belonged to Nox. But this didn't make Nox happy, considering he had lost a lot of life. 3 days later, it was time to depart for Chaders, and Zitri felt content, mentioning how it was nice of Theodore to give the boy a pouch to fit all of his items. Even so, Nox was still not happy, which made Zitri confused since she thought he was anticipating the expedition, but he was looking so upset. He sighed and wondered if he was supposed to feel grateful to his father for the pouch after the sword had sucked away most of his remaining time. He glanced forward at Gren, who was chatting with the others. Nox knew that his brother had milked a small fortune and exaggerated the burden of him tagging along, but Nox didn't care, as he would use his brother too. Shouts were heard as there seemed to be trouble with the direction toward Chaders. This made Gren upset at the man named Ron, who had been hired by Gren to guide them. The men argued, and Zitri glanced up at Nox, who called the Pathfinders foolish for leading them astray, so he rode up to his brother to discuss the issue. Gren tried to wave and dismiss Nox, but Nox continued his words, which seemed to anger Gren. Nox asked if it didn't concern him if he could find them the right path. Gren was in disbelief that his brother thought he could be a pathfinder. Nox suggested enlisting his talent for just a day, since he had been told by several of their homagers that he had a remarkable talent in wayfinding. Gren had doubts, but was still surprised by the claim, as Zitri stared with the same amount of surprise. However, her expression was because Nox was lying so casually without hesitation. A late arrival could pose a serious issue, but if Nox failed to do what he claimed in front of everyone, it would supposedly dampen his spirits and bring contentment to Gren. After all, risking a slightly extended journey was not the worst choice. So Gren decided to allow it, which made Nox grin and tell everyone to follow him. Later in the day, a camp was set up for everyone to rest for the night. Gren was complaining to his pathfinders about how Nox had found the path so quickly, since they were in territory that even the most seasoned wayfinders struggled in. The older brother continued his angry complaints, while Nox watched silently in the distance, knowing it was easy for him since he already knew the paths from his previous gaming experience. Chaders was a strategic location that he had been to hundreds of times, but Zitri wanted to ask the boy directly how he had managed to find the way so quickly. Nox claimed it was the ground that had helped him. She was confused until she saw the claw marks of an evil bear, a type of monster native to the southern region and found near the southern frontiers of Chaders. This information surprised the green-haired girl, but also worried her about the possibility of being attacked. But he reassured her that the bears feared fire. Everyone around gossiped among themselves about how Nox was a different person and could even surpass his academy-educated brother. This made Gren even more upset, and he asked one of the servants to confirm Nox's success against the twins, which Schultz confirmed. With that, Gren wanted to see the boy's skills for himself, so Schultz said there was the perfect item to help, pulling out a bag that Gren chuckled evilly at the sight of while glancing at Nox. In the dead of night, everyone went to bed, and even the guards seemed to be drowsy. A monster rustled through the trees toward their camp, something that Nox had expected. He already had the blade in hand before he got up and told Zitri not to leave the tent. The leaves breezed in the wind as Nox exited the tent and stood opposite the 4 monsters he knew as ogres. While he knew the camp was safe from monsters, the boy glanced over at what he knew had lured the monsters toward them. That mud must have been spiked with ogre pheromones, which got the attention of the ogres, whose senses were heightened for their mating season, so they wouldn't be able to resist it. Nox knew the mud must have been Gren's idea to put him in danger, but he wasn't alarmed by their presence and even greeted the ogres while taking out Stormbringer. The monsters growled before charging at the boy, boy, who blocked their attack, leaped into the air, and plunged his blade into the back of one of the ogres. The other ogres tried to aim their clubs at him, but he was faster and dashed through, slicing them along the way. They all shouted in pain as Nox glanced at the Sword of Darkness, realizing that all his worries of it sapping him dry were for nothing. He grinned before continuing the slaughter, feeling as though the sword could read his mind and start moving in advance. There was now only one ogre left, but it staggered, dropping its weapon and attempting to escape. However, Nox whistled for Carl, causing the horse to transform into its true form. Nox hopped on and galloped toward the ogre, slashing it. Nox let out a breath of relief as his remaining time had increased by a day and 9 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by Zitri peeking out and asking if everything was all right. He reminded her of his order, but she ignored his words and was surprised at the sight of the ogre corpses. She asked if she should summon the night patrol. Nox said there was no need as the ogres had been invited. This confused her, until he explained that it was Gren's doing to set them upon the others, which was also why Gren's tent was at a distance. Zitri asked if this meant Gren was plotting to constrain Nox, which the boy confirmed without hesitation. He explained that he would potentially pose a hindrance to Gren's pursuit of the household leadership, so Gren likely wanted to examine his capabilities. Such cowardly schemes were likely the only way he could gain a decisive edge over Garen, his older brother, who was a superior swordsman. But Gren could do with a lesson on how that didn't work on Nox. The boy pulled out a vial, asking Zitri if she knew what provoked ogres even more. He proceeded to squeeze ogre blood into it, as that was what provoked them, much like humans, since they could not forget a vendetta when their kin were killed. Owls hooted throughout the night, as Gren was awakened by the humming of crystal balls. This confused him, as they only emitted such a noise in the presence of a monster's magical energy. He wondered what could be the case until he heard thumping noises, as his servants barged in to tell him that they were under attack. Gren exited the tent and saw swarms of ogres. A chill ran down Gren's spine as he hoped they wouldn't pursue him, but the sun was seen to rise as everyone finally fought off the ogres and were cleaning up. Gren was yelling at Schultz for potentially making a mistake, but even the servant was confused. However, Nox seemed completely unfazed by the situation and asked Zitri if she agreed about the morning being heavenly. She agreed and mentioned the breakfast was ready, but she also told Nox that maids don't sit with their masters. Nox said that wasn't the case right now, as there were worse situations, like how swarms of ogres had gone for Gren's tent. This made Zitri stare with contempt while sighing, as she remembered the audacity of the person she served. Nox chuckled and started to eat as he watched the tents being taken down, seeing how they weren't going to throw away the bloodied one. The girl asked what they were going to do about it, and Nox feigned ignorance. Zitri explained that the bloodstain would attract more ogres, but that was something Nox knew and was exactly how he intended it. However, he wouldn't tell that to Zitri to prevent her nagging, but this was the perfect opportunity for more lifetime. When he finished his breakfast, he realized he was going to be needing more ogres soon. In the distance, Nox could hear a rumble and told the green-haired girl that they would join the rest. Meanwhile, a stray ogre was walking through the forest until it seemed to sense something. It turned around in confusion before it was suddenly overtaken and killed within seconds. It was now day 2 of their journey, and Nox had successfully grasped the topography of the area, making him feel relieved given the length of the journey. Gren asked Nox about his plan with the ogres pursuing them, asking if it was possible to throw them off, which Nox confirmed. He said they could choose to quell the disturbance, but that would also attract other monsters, so it would be wiser to just get out of the woods quickly. However, Gren didn't believe these words, and felt upset that soldiers were flocking to Nox's standards instead of his own. Another soldier walked up and asked Nox why he was stomping on the ground. It was because he knew that some monsters were known to burst from the ground, causing panic among the others. The boy glanced down and confirmed it, explaining that they were crossing a certain habitat. As everyone started to feel the ground rumble, Zitri was startled and screams were heard. Nox announced the worm was coming, seeing it erupt from the ground. This was a monster that mostly resembled an earthworm or a python, but such a resemblance hid the fact that it was a dragon with a malformation issue, due to which it could not use magic. However, it was still powerful, since it was not uncommon for dozens of ogres to try and fight it, only to meet a collective end. This was also why he had been looking for such a monster, seeing it eat the horse as none of the others knew that Nox had been stamping the ground to invite it. The boy turned to the others and told them to hide in the bushes, which confused them. Nox grinned when he remembered that he had said the ogres would pose no issue to them. This was not technically wrong, even if throwing the ogres off was not in his plan in the first place. He saw the other swarms of ogres come out of the forest. Zitri had a worried expression on her face, as she felt scared by the legion of ogres. But Nox reassured her and asked the green-haired girl if she knew what a worm's most and least preferred creatures were. She was confused before cowering at the rumbling. Nox explained the answer to both was ogres. As the two species fought, the boy explained that ogres were the preferred prey to worms, but they also didn't make the closest of friends, so an advanced adventurer should know how to turn such situations to his advantage. The worm shrieked and crushed one of the ogres, while the other monsters tried to hit the worm with their clubs. As everyone stared in shock at how the two species were trying to finish each other off, Gren gritted his teeth and wondered if Nox had predicted this. Zitri wondered if they should just wait, but Nox had other plans. The purple-eyed boy watched the battle and started to throw some rocks at the ogres, which confused Zitri as to how it would help. As the ogres continued to be killed, the system would tell Nox that his stamina was increasing along with his lifetime, extending his lifespan by 8 hours with each ogre defeated. This wouldn't be something he would explain to the green-haired maid, but he needed to get his stats up. Nox realized that all the ogres were now dead. Gren wondered what the plan was now, since he couldn't take it on himself. So Nox got up and ordered the soldiers to aim at the worm's mouth. There was hesitation, but everyone eventually followed, doing what Nox said. As the boy activated his time-slowing ability and charged forward, the arrows and spears slowed down in the air. Nox leaped and slashed the worm multiple times, spinning and landing as the ability stopped, showing the worm exploding with blood from his actions. This increased his days by 10, which was more than expected, but he enjoyed that big monsters benefited him so much, although it wouldn't have been so easy without the ogres. When Nox's stamina reached 5, his temporary trait expired, which was part of the details when he had activated the scroll all that while ago. It was unfortunate, but at least he had gotten there at all. Nox clenched his fist, and everyone was checking up on the boy, cheering about how skilled he was. Nox was about to answer, until he was interrupted by some more crackling and rumbling noises as another worm sprouted from the ground. Nox was slightly surprised by the presence of a second worm. However, he would be even more surprised when someone shouted at the others to get out of the way, as the worm was immediately sliced and killed by a new person. This monocle-wearing person was someone Nox recognized, and he wondered why they were there at all. Nox wondered what this monocle-wearing person was doing here, recognizing the character immediately. Everyone else also recognized who this person was, and knew they were a pupil of a person named Chelsis, the genius swordsman, the strongest unit in the universe, and one of the 3 Supremes alongside Theodore. This man was called Paracelsus. This new man asked if the rules of nobility dictated that they must refrain from expressing gratitude when they were saved. Nox remembered that this was also the man who harbored a great hatred toward the nobility. Schultz felt offended on Gren's behalf and asked if Paracelsus knew who Gren was, but Paracelsus only gave a passive-aggressive response. Paracelsus introduced himself and said he was a mercenary of some sort. Nox remembered how this man was expected to hate nobles given his background, but more importantly, he was not supposed to appear on the scene until the Academy chapter began. In his previous life, Nox had played this game countless times, but never had Paracelsus appeared before the Academy year started. The boy wondered what was happening, clenching his fist while glancing over at Paracelsus and wondering what he was going to do now. The sun started to set as the group rode through the terrain, and Gren tried to make conversation with the mercenary, asking if he was bound for Chatters as well. Paracelsus confirmed it and said he was heading there to hunt monsters. This made Nox think, remembering that Paracelsus was a man who traveled to different realms of the Empire to train himself before the school year began. So Nox wondered if the realm he traveled to was randomly selected for each run. Gren noticed that Paracelsus was traveling by himself, which meant the monocle-wearing man showed confidence in his abilities. So Gren mentioned that he paid his men handsomely and asked if Paracelsus would be interested in joining the campaign against the monster wave under his command. Paracelsus glanced over at Nox's brother with a raised eyebrow, humming in thought, before turning away and saying he was intrigued about the idea of working under the Lionhaba family. Nox watched in the distance as Schultz tried to defend and be offended on Gren's behalf, but Gren interrupted and waved his hand to stop the other man. Instead, he told Paracelsus to take his time and give it due consideration. Gren had witnessed this man strike a worm down with a single sweep, so he wanted to have him under his command to reclaim the trust of his soldiers that Nox had taken away from him. The group finally arrived at their destination, which Nox announced to the others, looking ahead at how the place was much more desolate in real life than it was in the game. They were let through the gate, and Gren clicked his tongue at the sight of rats scurrying around. But his attention was moved to a girl who was weakly asking if he had any food to spare. Gren looked with disgust at the little girl and jerked his horse away from her, making her flinch with surprise. Nox glanced away as well, which made the little girl's expression droop and her head hang low. Paracelsus glanced at the girl and clicked his tongue as well. The group was stopped by a man who introduced himself as Taigen, greeting the others and explaining that he was the chief of the town guard. He had already heard the news that Gren was on his post-graduation mission and was having Nox lend support. He continued to speak with the nobleman, while Paracelsus said that he might have gotten his hopes up too high about the sons of a supreme somehow being different than the other nobles, since they were chosen to represent the family. When the mercenary witnessed Nox battling the worm, Nox didn't seem half bad at swordcraft, but Paracelsus still believed that these Linehabers were still mollycoddled through and through. He stared with disappointment and observed the town around him, noticing how it was evidently disordered. The townsfolk had no capacity to endure the monster wave, which made Paracelsus wonder if the ones who hadn't perished of hunger were even the more fortunate ones. Since the sun was nearly setting, it was decided that they would discuss everyone's duties the next day, so Taigen led them to an inn where everyone could find rest. Everyone got off their horses and started to set up for the night. Gren stared at Paracelsus, who had mentioned the proposition from earlier, making Gren excited until Paracelsus declined the offer without hesitation. Gren furrowed his eyebrows in confusion and asked if Paracelsus knew what he was saying, wondering if the monocle-wearing man intended to make ready for the monster wave without aid. Nox watched in the distance as Paracelsus explained that his intention was to proceed as previously planned, but he wished Gren fortune in his campaign. Gren called Paracelsus a commoner. However, this only made the mercenary chuckle, as he had been subject to far unkinder remarks as a vagabond. Again, Paracelsus still wished Gren luck in navigating through all the challenges, so Nox believed this was the end of their interactions and wondered if their paths would cross again in the future. Night arrived, and Nox told Zetri to get a good rest, as they were going to be busy the next day. He went into his bedroom, only to notice the girl from earlier outside, sitting near a fire with other children. The girl jerked up in surprise when her attention was called, as Nox asked if she was not in search of food. All the kids stared at Nox with surprise as he pulled out a bag filled with loaves of bread. He handed the bread to the children, making the girl choke up with tears of happiness. Nox knew he couldn't save everyone, and this action was just him acting out of what little goodwill his otherworld self used to have. But the children were still joyful from this kind action, as they dug into their food, something Nox didn't want them to beg for anymore. Along with that, Nox and the others needed to find ways to survive in this town. In the distance, it seemed Zetri was watching what Nox was doing, smiling softly at the fact that the boy had just assumed a cold demeanor earlier. The next day, Taigen was explaining to the others how every year the south of Chaders was plagued by the surge of monsters frequently. In their efforts to fend it off, the town had nowhere to turn but the subsidy and support from the king. As they stepped through the area, Gren asked if the palisade served as the sole defense of the town, to which Taigen affirmed, even though it all required some mending to be done. Nox glanced at the walls and sighed at the sight of them, knowing that the whole town would be slaughtered within an hour once the waves started pushing in. This campaign was merely a sub-episode in the game, and Nox could choose whether to save the town or not. But so far, he had always chosen to save it. Why, you ask? Because the town becomes extremely valuable, since Chaders later becomes one of the most profitable lands of the Empire. Taigen continued to talk to the noble boys and explained that this year, monsters were proliferating at a disquieting rate, which was unlike what they had already seen. Nox realized that these people had no idea how that unusual surge would end up helping this land, but that was for future them to figure out. There were townspeople who had reported having glimpsed a griffin, causing everyone to freeze and Gren to hum in thought and ask where it was seen. Blocking the advance of that griffin was crucial for the success of the campaign, since such creatures were known as the kings of the wasteland, and at least in this game, were meant to be warded off and certainly not hunted. Despite that though, Nox's plan was to hunt it. Everyone stared off at the wasteland they saw, as Taigen explained that it was a neutral territory, serving as their border with Tahalan. Nox finally spoke up and wondered if anyone wasn't curious, since the known habitats of griffins didn't even adjoin the towns of Chaders, so he asked if they were not known to inhabit Tahalan for the most part, wondering why their presence was near Chaders in the first place. A chilling aura came upon the men, as Nox knew that reaction answered his question on who would prove to be the traitor and would be the signal of the beginning of a sub-quest. The first thing Nox was going to do was scrape off the festering rot of the town. Later in the day, Schultz was seen crumpling up some papers in anger, since he felt as though Nox was beginning to become a large wall in his plans. Nox's scheme had caused Schultz to lose Gren's favor. He gritted his teeth in a rage since he had spent all his time wasted after fawning over Gren to win his favor. But his angry thoughts were interrupted when he heard Zetri walking down the stairs of the inn. Schultz remembered that the girl was Knox's servant and a commoner, so he immediately thought up a plan. He slammed his hand against the wall next to her. He grabbed her arm and pulled her toward him, making her confused and ask what he was intending to do. The man said it was obvious and that they should find a place for the conversation, but Zitri pulled her hand away and tried to retreat. However, Schultz continued his advances and said that he, as a knight on a mission, still needed amusement, and asked Zitri if it was not the same for her. He grabbed her shoulder, and the green-haired girl was about to talk back, until she realized that fighting against the man would have Knox end up on the wrong side of Gren and expose him to scorns of all sorts within his family. So she decided to just let things happen to try to protect Knox. Schultz said that she, as Knox's servant, shall pay the price for Knox's actions. However, the voice of Knox was heard, as he said he was more than willing to pay it himself. The sounds of slashing were heard, and Zitri stared with surprise at Knox holding a bloody blade. The boy stared coldly at Schultz, telling him to name the price he would have Knox render for Schultz's failed efforts. The man was confused, and said that Knox would not get away with what he did for maiming Gren's knight. But Knox didn't care, and slashed off Schultz's other arm, which caused him to scream even more from the pain. Schultz asked if Knox believed he could take refuge behind his family name, but his words were interrupted by Knox mentioning that the one who was trying to hide behind Alia and Haber's name was Schultz himself. The man's last moments were looking at the blade from Knox, that was then plunged into Schultz's back, killing him. Zitri was worried for what would happen to Knox because of his actions, but the answer would soon be found, as Gren walked into the inn and asked if he had killed Schultz. The boy was immediate with his response, which caused Gren to shout at his brother. But Knox asked if it would be fair to inquire about what happened instead of yelling. Gren grabbed Knox's collar and demanded the reason with a threat, to which Knox gave a simple answer that Schultz had attempted to violate his aid, and that he didn't want to stand idly by and let him. This answer did not satisfy Gren, but Knox asked if Gren was sure of his priorities, suspending an amount of power from his body to show intimidation. Gren was shocked by the sight of what Knox was capable of, in disbelief at the power he now possessed compared to before. Knox's brother said the boy could have at least reported to him before anything, but Knox interrupted and reminded him how he was known as the family wretch, and how reporting and waiting were not his strong suits. With that, Knox suggested that judgment should be deferred, and that they should let their father render the final decision. Gren gulped nervously and agreed reluctantly, making Knox grin before telling Zitri it was time to go, after which they left promptly. The older brother stood there, wondering how long Knox had been like this and why the sword was so familiar, but Gren knew that he must no longer make light of the boy. Knox knew that there would now be commotion among the soldiers, since they were already split into factions and were at a crossroads where they would have to make a decision, wondering if they would follow Gren or Knox. He glanced over at Zitri, asking if she was all right, but she asked the same question back, wondering why he protected her when it would likely make the matter worse. Knox asked if the green-haired girl knew what kind of person the master she served was, reminding her that he was the good-for-nothing of the Lianhaba family. He explained to her that no matter where they were, she should never bow her head, to which she felt touched by his words and agreed. In the inn, Gren slammed his mug onto the table in anger at how Knox had gone from being a troublesome task to a completely different person, along with the fact that the sword Knox wielded looked similar to their father's sword. Gren wanted to be wary of the boy, since Schultz was now gone, but his thoughts were interrupted by the other man from earlier walking into the room to report the mess taken care of, along with agreeing that Knox was different than the rumors. Not only was Knox different, but Gren believed that this man was different too, since he was supposed to be the captain of the night order that had been operating around the place. This confused Gren, since Knox knew the place better for some reason. Since the monster wave hadn't started, Gren was going to make use of the night order a little more, ordering the man to get rid of all the bandits and monsters in the vicinity, and to immediately report anything happening with Knox. The man agreed and promptly left, while Knox was still outside with Zitri inspecting some vials, as Zitri asked if he had looked around the walls. He affirmed, and the green-haired girl asked how they would stop the wave, to which Knox walked somewhere with the girl in tow. Knox said that he was thinking of recruiting someone new, because he knew there was a genius in this small village, a woman named Alina, a character that Knox would recruit every time he came to Chatters, a genius potion maker, and also Knox's potion shuttle. He walked through the alleyways as Zitri asked if a genius potion maker really existed in such a place. Knox affirmed and explained she had her own reasons for staying in such a place, that reason being that this is the hidden route to clear Chatters. In the future, Alina would be working for another instead of the Archive Empire, so if one doesn't clear Chatters with the hidden route, they could never get Alina. They continued down as Knox seemed to know where he was going. Zitri noticed a light pointing at it and walking into the building to witness a drunk woman peering at them. Nox greeted her. The woman screamed in surprise at the presence of other people, and Zetri was in disbelief that the genius potion maker was a drunkard. After calming down a bit, Alina apologized for her behavior, and Nox said they needed to talk. Nox thought about Alina's character at this point of the story and had to get her into the party even despite her flaws, observing the stats and reading that her only negative trait was being a drunkard. He sighed and knew that the Linehaber family was unlikely to recruit such genius characters. Nox said that they didn't have a choice, and Zetri tried to say it was unwise to recruit drunkards. Nox agreed, but said it was complicated. Alina asked why they had come, and Nox got straight to the point, wanting Alina to join his team in exchange for giving her what she needed most. She didn't know what he was talking about and tried to decline, but Nox knew that her reasons were related to May, surprising her with his knowledge. Nox immediately explained that May would be executed in the near future, shocking the woman even more. Nox said things could possibly change if she accepted his offer, so he asked one more time, wanting to know if he had changed her mind a little. Alina thought back on the words that Nox said, feeling conflicted on the offer and the situation regarding her friend. May was the person who would talk back against the knights for their decisions, such as raising tax, and May was also Alina's one and only friend. She would tell Taigen and his men that they weren't doing anything for the town, despite being sent funds, but the man only glared down at her before eventually dragging May away. Alina wished that it was her who had been dragged away after reacting aggressively, tearing up at her weak attitude to rescue her own friend, and believing that Nox wouldn't save the ginger-haired girl either. Either way, she didn't think she would be able to forget this situation for a long time, a very long time. At a tavern, the men that Grian had hired were all drinking the night away and laughing about how he was an idiot. They had been pretending to act like a night order, and Gren seemed to believe it without suspicion. Everyone laughed, and one of the men said it was worth ransacking the Ron Night Order's living place to get the badge that could get them even bigger jobs. If they showed it to the Lion-Haba family as well, they believed they would get the benefits befitting someone of the position of the captain of the Ron Night Order. Things were even better since the main guy's name was also Ron. Ron said that if they held Gren hostage, they could get a big payout. They continued to laugh as another guy spoke up and wondered if their actions would be alright, since they were dealing with the most influential family of the Dark Three. But the others glared at the man and called him a coward and an idiot. He shied away, and Ron stopped everyone's anger. He got up and rhetorically asked if they knew where they were, explaining that they were in a town that even the Imperial family had given up on. Ron suggested that they should simply hold Gren hostage and get the money before running off, since he believed that no matter how influential the Lianhaba family was, they wouldn't be able to do anything in an enemy nation surrounded by sand. They continued their chatting, but one guy said that Nox was with them as well. Ron agreed that the boy was dangerous and said they shouldn't get involved until they finished things up. Another guy said that there was no concern, since Nox was just a kid, so they all continued to laugh and drink once again, until the candles suddenly went out. Everyone was confused and started to get agitated. Ron told everyone to calm down, until he felt blood on him, which confused him. He glanced over and noticed someone had been decapitated, and heard the screams of others, confusing Ron even more as he walked over to see another dead body. Ron realized there were enemies and shouted for them to reveal themselves. Nox stood behind him with a cold glare, calling them all vermin before Ron jumped back. Nox was surprised about their hidden place and asked why they had the audacity to rob the Lianhaba family and overestimate themselves. Ron said that Nox was mistaken, but Nox interrupted him and already knew about their crimes together with Taigen and how they wanted to use Gren. The man gritted his teeth and asked what Nox wanted, saying that all he needed to do was just look away this one time. The men started to surround Nox, threatening the boy, while Nox activated his sword and spun around to slice multiple men, asking Ron if there was anyone naive enough to believe that. Ron ordered everyone to get the boy, to which everyone charged at Nox, but he easily dodged everyone's attacks and swiftly killed them. Ron watched in the distance, believing that Nox had been hiding these skills the whole time. So the man grabbed his blade and activated some power, telling Nox to remember that he was dying because of his arrogance. The others believed that Ron would win, as the man used his southern sword technique, but Nox wasn't alarmed. He simply sliced through the attack and destroyed it with his genius swordsman trait. Everyone was shocked by this action, and Nox killed those around him, calling them vermin once again. Nox asked why they had the audacity to ask what he wanted, when he had already gotten exactly what he wanted. He proceeded to activate the same technique that Ron had. After Nox had activated Ron's technique and destroyed the attack, the boy pulled out his blade and prepared the southern sword technique. During this, Nox thought about geniuses and what it meant to be one. He felt himself standing in the middle of a vast white space in white clothes, continuing to wonder if being a genius just meant that one was more exceptional than other people. He stepped forward and ended up at what seemed to be some sort of mirror. If being a genius wasn't being more exceptional, then did it mean someone who had proven they could reach a higher level that most people couldn't reach? The mirror shattered, and Nox felt as though from the moment he had risked his life, he had asked himself that question repeatedly. What does it mean to be a genius? With a smile, Nox came back into reality. He knew that the sword technique he was using at the moment wouldn't be much compared to the sword techniques he would be learning in the future, but it would definitely be enough against his enemies. All of the other bandits were slashed from how wide the attack was, as Ron could only collapse to the ground in despair from his plans being foiled so easily. Chader's southern sword technique was something that took Ron more than 10 years of his life to master, and now a kid like Nox had somehow figured it out within seconds. Nox stepped on the blade that Ron wielded, looking down at the man with a cold glare. The brown-haired man snapped out of his bewilderment and shouted, jumping back while trying to threaten that Taigen wouldn't let Nox get away with things if Nox killed Ron, or that Taigen may have already heard what Nox had done. None of these threats fazed Nox, as he simply said there weren't any witnesses, cutting off Ron by explaining that he was simply assassinating them. Ron was still confused by this, so the boy put a finger to his mouth in a way of hushing Ron, as Nox explained that if no one lived to tell the tale, this would only look like an assassination. The boy held a smile on his face, knowing what the world would think before he would slash and kill Ron. Somewhere in a dungeon, Mei was being held as a prisoner, and was chained to the brick walls while huffing to herself. Taigen was talking to her, and learned that she didn't want to work, nor be sold off to the other nobles, but the girl didn't speak at first. So the man slapped Mei in the face to get her to talk. She only grinned and said she wouldn't listen to the likes of him, causing him to grab her face and claim there was nothing she could do at that moment. He told her that the only thing someone as lowly as her could do was struggle on the ground, but suddenly she spat at him. Taigen paused for a moment and asked her what she was doing before slapping her again, wondering if she wanted to be sold to a black mage. Mei had thought back to her past and how a teacher was telling her she had gotten the potion mixture wrong, despite trying her best, meaning she was likely not cut out for the subject. The girl had seemingly zero talents from the start, not in alchemy nor in swordsmanship or anything else. The teacher was excited when she got to Alina's potion and felt as though she had nothing else to teach the girl, continuing to praise the half-elf girl as Mei felt almost jealous. Mei overheard the teacher sighing about how Alina was a war orphan, but was from a noble family and had a chance to at least get out of the orphanage. Alina was an alchemy genius and seemed like someone who didn't belong in a place like the orphanage from the start. The half-elf girl always had a sparkle around her, but despite that, she would always try to play with Mei and had that bright smile that caused the ginger-haired girl to be helplessly envious of Alina. That was why she had decided to sacrifice herself instead of Alina, because she was certain that Alina would accomplish way more than someone like Mei ever could. She told Taigen that struggling on the ground was the norm her whole life, and that whatever he wanted to do to her after her death was none of her business. Mei didn't want to become Alina's burden, so she allowed herself to keep getting beaten by Taigen, until a voice rang through the room telling Mei to stop trying to harm herself. Nox told the ginger-haired girl that if she made it out of this place as a corpse, Alina would be sad. The boy and his blade walked down the hall, and Taigen asked what brought him there. Nox said, by the law of the imperial family, he was going to execute the man. Nox mentioned to Taigen that his partner Ron was already dead, so it would be best for the man to give up right now. Taigen hummed and thought, glancing over at Nox and asking if the boy had come here alone. Nox affirmed immediately without any hesitation. With that, Taigen grinned and said that the young master of a noble family had underestimated him too much. He asked if Nox thought he could defeat Taigen alone. That was another question that Nox affirmed, grinning as well, as Taigen proceeded to take out his blade with a frown. Other knights started to flood the room, trying to seemingly surround Nox and block the way to the cage, as Taigen ordered them to kill Nox. Shouts were heard from all of the men who charged forward at the light-haired boy, who stared forward without alarm. He closed his eyes and took a breath before he would activate his time-slowing ability. Everything started to slow down, almost as if everything was frozen in time, and the 5-minute time limit started. But this wouldn't be a problem for Nox. The boy walked past all of the knights, slashing them along the way without a care in the world. He held his bloody blade and entered the prison cell where Taigen and Mei were. He walked past Taigen as well, and glanced at the man's face as the clock kept ticking. He ended up next to where Mei was, reaching out his hand to touch her face. The ability was still activated, but he slowed himself down to get back into reality in order to pour something on Mei. She asked who he was. Nox immediately gave his name as her vision became blurry. He told her that everything would be over after she woke up from her sleep. The girl was lulled into an unconscious state, likely from whatever Nox had poured on her. Taigen turned around with shock at the fact that Nox had seemingly already defeated his men and was already in the prison cell. As Taigen turned around, he was unable to notice that Nox had done something to him, causing him to tip over and collapse onto the rocky ground. As he struggled to get up, he turned to see that his feet were sliced off. This confused him greatly, since he didn't see it happen at all. All of the knights screamed from the pain as their blood spilled onto the walls of the dungeon. Nox walked up to Taigen and told him that he shouldn't think he would die that easily. Taigen stared up at Nox with a bewildered expression and a chill down his spine. He couldn't believe what was happening and the fact that he, the great Taigen, had lost to a mere child. The boy stared coldly down at Taigen, as Nox wondered once again what it meant to be a genius at that moment. He aimed his blade at Taigen, pausing for a moment, before he thought that it was Nox, the character, who was a genius. Bringing the sword into the air, the boy wondered what being a genius meant to the character before proceeding to stab and kill Taigen. In that moment, Taigen couldn't help but see his life flash before his eyes. When Taigen was younger, his father was the knight captain of the Chaytor's mercenary corps. That man was supposedly the most outstanding person within the village to everyone, including Taigen. Every man wanted to be like Taigen's father, but it seemed Taigen saw a different story of his father behind closed doors, even if people respected this man in public. As Taigen's father held his mother's hair with his bloodied hand after beating her, the older man would ask his son if he knew the reason why people in town followed him. The boy looked away and said he didn't know the reason. So Taigen's father put a hand on Taigen's head, saying the answer was strength. He explained that possessing overwhelming strength can make a person get away with anything, and that was the law of a city on the borders of the Arcane Empire. Taigen asked his father if he was the strongest person on the continent, causing his father to pause for a moment before letting go of both his son and wife, while admitting he wasn't the strongest on the continent. He said he was just one of the countless nobodies and that there were numerous unbelievably strong swordsmen on the continent. There were also kids that were Taigen's age, who were geniuses, who were stronger than Taigen's father. Taigen's father told him that was what it was like for a continent experiencing war. Back in reality, Taigen knew that the reason he had survived for so long was because he chose not to fight with these geniuses. As he saw Nox raising the blade that would lead to his doom, the man repeated Nox's name in his head. Taigen believed that Nox was one of the unreachable geniuses that his father had mentioned, believing that being a genius was to be so talented that no one could reach them. Because of this, Taigen let out a sigh with fear in his eyes as he spoke his last words, saying that the only reason he was dying right now was because he chose to fight with Nox, a supposed genius in his eyes. With that, the blade plunged through Taigen's back, and Nox had finally killed him. Meanwhile, Alina was sitting in her chair in her place of hiding, seemingly in a fetal position with her knees to her chest. She had a depressed expression on her face due to her lack of hope of May ever coming back, but her attention was called for when someone said Alina's name. As the half-elf girl turned her head, she saw her friend walking into the building with Zitri by her side. Alina was struck with shock and disbelief at May's presence. Alina tackled the ginger-haired girl with a hug, crying heavily, saying that she was so scared. She thought that May had really left her. May reassured Alina and apologized for her actions in making Alina think that way, believing that she herself was the selfish one to think she had wanted to do things alone while leaving Alina behind. Zitri smiled at the heartwarming sight, and Alina pulled away from the hug to ask where Nox was. The green-haired girl explained that he was wrapping up the situation and talking right now. Alina was confused by the answer, as Zitri said she believed that Nox was having a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother, but she knew that it didn't seem to be his true intention. As the night continued, Gren was tapping impatiently at the table, wondering how long Ron was going to keep him, a noble from the Lianhaba family, waiting. A knock was heard, and Gren wondered who it was, until he realized it was his little brother. Nox wanted Grian's availability to talk for a moment. Gren wanted to know why Nox thought he would want to talk to him, but Gren noticed the blood on Nox's shirt, which made the situation feel a little frightening to him. As Nox insisted it was an important matter, the brother decided to allow it and told Nox to take a seat. Meanwhile, Rodwell was telling Theodore that they had received a message that Nox had purged the corruption within Chatters, and that Nox had requested a separate reward. Rodwell couldn't figure it out, so he gave the letter to Theodore, who remembered that Chatters was a place no one wanted to bother with due to how unprofitable it was. But it was also a huge headache for the imperial family, as letting it fall would have monsters go toward the center. The central government allocated a large amount of funds, troops, and also mercenary corps to defend relevant areas. So that was why it couldn't be totally abandoned. Theodore believed that Chatters didn't have any value and agreed that all the bandit groups would be dangerous for even Gren, and that the situation would likely turn for the worse if the wrong bandits attacked. If they couldn't overcome a situation of that level, they didn't deserve to be called part of the Lianhaba family, which was why Theodore had placed the Black Sword Knights with them to prevent them from dying. Back to the topic with Nox. Theodore didn't believe that Nox had the generosity to purge corruption for nothing, so he was confused as to why he wanted authority over chatters. Nox's father read that Nox would even give up his right as the youngest son of the Leonhaba family if he failed to profit. Rodwell asked if Theodore was going to reject the proposal. Theodore decided he would accept it and even obtain the jurisdiction of the area, believing that this was a good opportunity to see how good Nox was at managing a territory. Rodwell understood and would send a letter to the Empire to start the talks. He proceeded to leave as Theodore read over his son's name and wondered how far ahead the boy was planning. Birds flew over the inn on a bright morning, as Gren learned that Ron and Taigen had wanted to kill him and that he was their underling. Gren felt upset with the whole situation and how he had fallen for their schemes, feeling offended that these men had tried to leech off of him by tricking the Leonhaba family. Even so, the man looked up at Nox, believing that he was more of a bother. Nox asked if his brother was scared of him. Gren felt angry by this response but decided to hold back for now, since he wouldn't become a knight if he didn't pass the test. So he had to accept Nox's offer. With a sigh, Gren asked the boy what he wanted, which made Nox amused. He explained that all he wanted was the right to command all the soldiers under Gren's command. Gren knew that, as unfortunate as it was, his life was in Nox's hands, especially since he didn't know exactly how strong Nox was. In return for the command, Gren wanted Nox to remember to guarantee his life and yield the outcome. Nox agreed, but said that was 2 requests, which meant another thing for Gren to give in exchange. This caused the older brother to glare. He said he would also hand over mineral rights and artifacts of his large mine. With that, Gren insisted Nox would take care of things properly, to which the boy said that it would be an easy thing to do. He got up and said that he would be in his brother's care while staying in Chatters, grinning and telling his brother that he hoped he wouldn't do anything rash. At Alina's place, Nox had asked Alina for some potions, and while they were ones she had never made before, she believed it was possible. Zitri believed it was a good answer, but she also believed that Nox's plan was too dangerous, and wondered why he needed to kill the griffin. May also agreed, but Nox said they shouldn't be scared, as he wouldn't have brought it up if it was impossible. They were being reasonable with their worry, but he had to lie since he couldn't tell them about the thing he wanted to obtain. He decided to be vague about it, which Zitri complied with reluctantly. But Nox knew that killing the griffin at the beginning of the game was actually close to impossible, since no one had succeeded in doing so. Well, at least that would be the case when trying to exclude Nox. The boy started to draw up the plan and remembered the hidden route, one that would make it possible to kill the griffin as compared to the normal playstyle. It would only be revealed to so-called stagnant water gamers, something that Nox was, since he had cleared the game 27 times. He asked if everyone understood, to which all the women affirmed. The reason why he wanted to kill the griffin was because the reward was that great. With that, they would proceed with the plan the next day. As the sun set, Nox would feed his horse. He knew that if he didn't put his life on the line, he couldn't survive, since that was the type of world he had transmigrated to. The next day, it seemed a large swarm of monsters started to run through the woods, while Nox watched from above, telling everyone to get ready. Alina and May affirmed, and Gren did as well, but with more annoyance in his expression. The boy turned to the soldiers and told them that they only had one chance. Nox wondered why the moment felt so new, the fact that he had become Nox and the only strategist. Zitri rushed up behind him, her voice laced with concern. Just as she had warned him the day before, the plan seemed far too dangerous, but Nox silenced her with a single gesture. He met her gaze calmly and told her to trust her master, assuring her that he wouldn't die. With that, Nox leaped from the wall. His mind flashed back to a promise he'd made but couldn't keep, all because of his terminal illness. He skillfully slowed his descent by digging his sword into the wall, then launched himself toward the approaching horde of monsters. To kick off the assault, he hurled a corroding potion at an iron golem, instantly making it a vulnerable target. A single swift slash was all it took to bring the golem down. System messages flooded his vision, confirming the iron golem's defeat and an increase in proficiency for his cheater's southern sword technique. Nox began cutting down monsters left and right, thinking to himself that if he hadn't made that promise, he might actually die here. A sly smile spread across his face as he slaughtered the creatures, urging them to become his stepping stones so he could finally enjoy the game that had become his reality. His smile grew even wider as he spotted a colossal griffin soaring overhead, facing the massive beast. Nox greeted it with a determined look, asking if they should get started. On the walls, the onlookers were in pure shock. Delina, overwhelmed by the spectacle, couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't fathom a knight with such incredible combat prowess. Was something like this even humanly possible? May, just as astonished, remarked on Nox's speed, noting his movements were too fast for their eyes to follow. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of place the Reinhafer family truly was. Zitri offered some insight into the Reinhafer family, explaining they were renowned for swordsmanship and a place where brutal internal conflicts determined the worthy inheritor of the Black Sword. Zitri confidently asserted that Nox was the most talented of all the candidates. Meanwhile, Grain, feeling a pang of jealousy, fought a headache brought on by the constant praise being heaped upon Nox. Zitri found herself wondering why Nox never bothered to address the nasty rumors circulating about him. She was certain he had his reasons, even if she couldn't guess what they were. Just then, May spoke up, admitting the rumors about him might not be entirely true. She speculated that Nox must have compelling reasons to maintain the facade of a good-for-nothing, though she couldn't imagine what they might be. Zitri, wearing a knowing smile, acknowledged her words. She then bowed and urged the others to play along with Nox's act, reminding them that he was a wise person after all. Before she could finish, Alina cut in, asking if Zitri wanted her to help hide Nox's true nature. Alina reassured her with a smile, and May also pledged to keep silent. Seeing this, Zitri couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie forming between them. Suddenly, the griffin's war cry echoed through the air, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Grain, witnessing the beast's formidable presence, couldn't believe Nox actually intended to fight it. In his mind, Nox was teetering on the edge of insanity. The battle began. The griffin lunged with its claws, but Nox agilely dodged the attack. Seizing the opening, Nox went in for a strike, but the griffin swiftly used its powerful wings to ascend out of reach. Once the beast was airborne, Nox shot a cold gaze at Grain, a silent command to take action. Though frustrated, Grain knew he had to follow orders. He obediently commanded the troops to hold their fire until the griffin neared the fortress walls. Once it was close, they were to unleash the ballistas on his signal. Grain made sure everyone understood the command, and the soldiers responded with a resounding acknowledgement, immediately preparing the ballistas. Finally, the moment came. As the griffin swooped near the fortress walls, Grain gave the signal. With a green light, the ballistas were unleashed. Realizing the danger, the creature let out a fearful cry, but it was too late. A ballista bolt pierced its wing, causing it to scream in pain as it began a free fall toward the ground. Nox watched with a satisfied smile. He knew that neutralizing the griffin's ability to fly was the key to defeating it. Without hesitation, he consumed a metallization potion, increasing his stamina by 1. Confident in his strategy, Nox reveled as his plan to bring down the formidable foe unfolded perfectly. He recalled a few days ago when Grain, overwhelmed with anger, protested the order to create ballistas, considering it beneath him and suggesting someone else do it. Nox's response had been simple. If Grain found the task so distasteful, he could face the griffin on the battlefield himself. After a moment of thought, Grain had given in, asking how many ballistas were needed. Back in the present, Nox approached the fallen griffin. He had to admit, Grain had his uses. His instincts were good. Nox's cold, calculating gaze locked onto the injured creature. All that was left was to see how effective Alina's potion was, and to finish this. Overcome with fear, the griffin tried to flee, but the searing pain from its wounded wing forced it back to the ground. Nox advanced on the struggling beast, taunting it. He noted the griffin's frustration, pointing out that for a high-level monster, such an injury should be nothing. But the ballista bolts piercing its wing were far from normal. They had been slathered with a potent poison, one the griffin was particularly susceptible to. Nox ominously told the beast to look forward to what was coming next, as the real pain would begin in 5 minutes. As the griffin swung its claws toward him, Nox coolly responded that 5 minutes were all he needed. The skill, Hour of the Genius, activated, and in Nox's perception, everything froze in place. The pressure radiating from the griffin was overwhelming, far different from the game. Still, Nox knew he wasn't the one who would be dying today. The griffin, initially confused, was suddenly slashed multiple times from different directions. By the time the creature realized what was happening, Nox was already behind it. Seizing the opportunity, Nox looked at Grain and called out his name. Grain, in utter shock, questioned if this was truly the Nox he knew. Nevertheless, he reluctantly accepted the reality of the situation and ordered the soldiers to fire the ballistas again. Bolts rained down on the griffin, piercing it from multiple angles as its painful cries echoed through the air. Nox let out a chilling laugh as his sword began to emanate a dark aura. Pointing the weapon at the wounded beast, he wore a cold smile and declared that it was time to end this. The griffin's anguished scream ripped through the battlefield as more bolts found their mark. Onlookers, both soldiers and civilians, stood frozen frozen in shock and disbelief, witnessing the sheer intensity of the battle. Undeterred by the agony he inflicted, Nox charged, unleashing a technique known as Black Execution. In a single, swift move, he severed the griffin's retaliating claw. Before the beast could even comprehend the turn of events, Nox's sword cleaved through the mythical creature, splitting it in two. As the griffin crumpled to the ground, lifeless, Nox calmly sheathed his sword, his victory declared. The hour of the genius skill ended, and the strain of the technique was evident in his heavy panting. When his cold gaze fell upon the surviving monsters, it sent shivers down their spines. Gripped by terror, the monsters fled the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing the retreat, the people of Chaders erupted in victorious cheers. A system message notified Nox that he had gained a 60-day life extension for defeating the griffin, bringing his remaining time to 179 days. The joyous cries of the people echoed, and many shed tears of happiness. Observing the celebration, Nox couldn't help but smile, admitting that it felt pretty good to see everyone so happy. Meanwhile, Grain was frozen in shock at the unexpected ease with which Nox had dispatched the formidable monster. The griffin was a high-level beast. He couldn't believe it had been brought down by Nox. Taking down such a creature should have required the prowess of an academy professor, at least. The realization weighed heavily on Grain as he wondered if he had no choice but to finally acknowledge his brother's strength. He realized that if everything Nox had shown was real, it could bring a massive change to the successor ranking within their family. After a moment of contemplation, Grain made a firm decision. He had to align himself with the winning side. Approaching Nox with the soldiers, he asserted control, stating he would oversee the removal of the griffin's corpse while leaving Nox in charge of loot distribution. Nox was puzzled by this unexpected gesture. Before leaving, Grain advised him to go back and get some rest. With a knowing smile, Nox recognized the impact his display of strength had on his brother. As Grain departed, Nox seized the moment to access the hidden clear rewards. A message materialized, detailing the item he'd obtained, the griffin's heart. It was a miscellaneous item of advanced grade with a wind attribute, also known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness. Its special effect allowed it to be used in creating an elixir that could alter stamina and agility. Depending on the alchemist's skill, the elixir could either increase or decrease those stats. Sometime later, in Alina's room, the griffin's heart lay in her hand. She agreed with Nox. There was undoubtedly a power of wind within it. She speculated that with this, they could create elixirs or equipment that had previously only existed in rumors. Nox, not having much time to spare, was determined to use the heart for an elixir. He asked Alina how long it would take. Alina explained that it depended on the situation. With the tools she currently had, it might take a while. Determined to speed things up, Nox offered to provide all the necessary tools. But amid the conversation, he made an unexpected proposition. With a casual demeanor, he expressed his desire to hire both Alina and May as servants of the Reinhardt family. The shock on their faces was palpable. May pointed out their commoner status, questioning if such an arrangement was even possible. Nox remained unfazed, asking if something like that really mattered. He asserted that if they possessed skills he needed, he would use them, and there was no reason they shouldn't make use of him in return. However, he emphasized that he would never allow a subordinate to harm their master. Nox knew that at this point in time, no one could properly utilize a monster's core, especially a unique item from a hidden boss that wasn't meant to be beaten. Crafting with it would be impossible for anyone other than a true genius. Just then, Alina spoke up with a firm declaration. She stated that since he had saved them, they would follow and trust Nox for the rest of their lives. Nox's smile revealed his satisfaction. He contemplated the acquisition of two genius characters, recognizing the immense potential they held. As he prepared to leave, he informed them they would depart in 3 days. The elixir would be crafted secretly upon their return to the family estate, away from prying eyes. Emphasizing the need for secrecy, both Alina and May affirmed their understanding with a resolute yes. Nox and Zetri left Alina's hideout, making their way toward the inn through the sewers. During their journey, Zetri abruptly stopped, prompting Nox to ask why. Zetri explained that she'd observed he was very different from what she had heard. Confused, Nox asked for clarification. She pointed out the rumor that he was a selfish person who only cared about himself, but she now knew that, at least, wasn't true. She then asked Nox to promise that if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he would let her know if she could help, despite her lowly status. She also expressed confusion as to why so many people disliked him. Nox turned and started walking away, assuring Zetri he would seek her help if the need arose. rose. He then changed the subject, complaining about the chilly night and urging her to move quickly to avoid catching a cold. As they continued, Zetri couldn't help but smile at his nagging. Later, however, an embarrassed expression clouded her face. In front of her, Nox was lying in bed, sick. He knew what she was about to say and stopped her, finding the situation humiliating. Zetri reassured him, saying such things happened and that he was still growing. Just then, a system message appeared before him, revealing he had contracted a cold due to frequent sickness, and another negative ailment, chronic cough. Nox sighed in frustration at the absurdity of it all. Some days later, as Nox and Grain returned from their expedition, a guard's announcement of their arrival echoed through the territory. The news of their return spread quickly, drawing attention to the presence of May and Alina alongside them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers speculated about the newcomers, debating whether they were Nox's new servants. Some expressed skepticism, citing Nox's history with women. Nox was accustomed to the persistent image that clung to him. No matter what he did, the perception of him as a good-for-nothing remained. Resigned to this reality, he decided to confront the murmurs. Suddenly, Nox's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd, questioning if they didn't have any work to do. He remarked that they must have plenty of time on their hands to waste. The sharp rebuke prompted a swift dispersal as the onlookers made a hasty retreat. As the crowd scattered, head butler Rodwell approached, delivering news that the patriarch had requested a private meeting with Nox. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he anticipated the impending conversation. A couple of minutes later, the young master stood in his father's office. Theo looked at him and acknowledged his arrival. Nox immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and confirmed that he understood he had been summoned. The head of the family narrowed his eyes, stating they needed to discuss certain matters, and hinting that his youngest son might also have something to share. Theo continued, noting that rumors praised Nox's critical role in the mission's success, crediting him with ensuring everyone's safe return, aside from the traitors. Even Grain had acknowledged his accomplishments. Nox tensed, cautiously asking if his elder brother had truly reported everything. A letter lay on Theo's desk as he responded affirmatively, stating that Grain admitted he could have hardly completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, casting his gaze downward, wondering what Grain could possibly be aiming for with such praise. Theo calmly closed his eyes, pulling out a small bundle of papers, and told his youngest son he didn't summon him for trivial matters. He handed the papers to Nox, commending him on accomplishing an almost impossible task and glorifying the Reinhofer family name once more. In keeping with his promise, Theo would grant him what he had asked for. Nox took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 red seals at the bottom. Theo then informed him that the traitors now officially belonged to him. The young master rose, smiling as he bowed in gratitude, thanking his father for his generosity. Afterward, Theo tapped a thoughtful finger on the table, rubbing his chin and watching his son intently. Nox, sensing a lingering question, wondered what else his father could want to address. Theo soon voiced it. "Nox, you are Nox Reinhofer, the family's youngest son. Would you consider taking my place?" Nox's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Theo narrowed his gaze, studying his son's reaction as Nox bit his lip, wondering why this topic had come up so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, an unusual palace stood tall. A red-haired masked man held a device resembling a watch, displaying a recording of Nox killing the griffin. He reported to an older man with a pink feather on his shoulder that the griffin was dead. The older man noted that the Reinhofer brat had been victorious and the traitors completely conquered. Rumors were already circulating about the youngest son's achievements. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Crumbs, expressed the need to prepare for war. When Kemi asked if it was truly worth it, the red-haired man replied that the Reinhofer family had stolen something priceless from him, leaving him with nothing left to lose. Kemi bowed respectfully in agreement. Both men wore golden jewelry and had skin a shade darker than most. Smiling, the red-haired man rose and took the hand of a young girl with short red hair who wore a pink scarf. Crumbs tenderly stroked her cheek, telling her that the day they subjugate the kingdom and the day she awakens was close. Back in his father's office, Nox remained unsure how to respond to Theo's question. Their conversation was interrupted by Rodwell, who suggested that such a question might be premature for the young master, reminding Theo of the heavy responsibility that came with leading the family. Nox looked at Rodwell with intensity. Yet, Theo disagreed, asserting that now was indeed the right time. Feeling panic rise, Nox apologized to his father and respectfully declined the proposal. He clarified that he couldn't assume the title, not now, and even suggested that grain would be a more fitting choice. Theo slammed his fist on the table, declaring that it was not Nox's decision to make. Bowing again, the young master confessed that he didn't want the headship, deeming it too burdensome and beyond his capability. Theo questioned whether his son feared responsibility, to which Nox calmly replied that he found such feelings to be natural. After a pause, Theo closed his eyes and told Nox he understood and respected his choice, for now. Nox expressed his gratitude, and Theo warned him that his extraordinary talent wouldn't remain hidden forever. People would continuously test him, and he must be prepared. Nox wanted to respond, but simply nodded in agreement. Theo then dismissed him, knowing he was likely tired from his journey. Thanking his father for his consideration, Nox left. Minutes later, Nox was back in his room, sitting while Zetri, his maid, stood nearby. She asked if the head of the family had truly not scolded him. He reassured her, saying there was nothing to worry about, and that nothing negative had happened. There had been no mention of him needing to reject anyone. Zetri looked away with a sigh, then turned back to him. She mentioned that chambers for Alina and May had already been prepared. Nox praised her, calling it excellent work. She dismissed it as merely the duty of a maid, but before she could finish, the young master interrupted. He told her that if everything in the world was done as it should be, then there would be no hatred, theft, or murder. Zetri awkwardly placed a finger on her lip, and he again praised her, telling her she did well. She bowed before him and thanked him. Nox's expression turned serious. He was thinking that everything seemed to be in motion now. He would become the best student at the best educational institution for magicians and knights, the Elaine Academy. At this time, Theo told Rodwell that the conversation with his youngest son had been as difficult as he'd thought. The butler replied that he still felt the subject was raised too early, because if Nox had thoroughly known everything about the position, his answer might have been different. The head of the family disagreed, telling him that the young master's look was as if he had already written his own future. If Nox feared anything, it wasn't the position, or even him, but something more inevitable. He was afraid of something akin to looking into the abyss. Theo mused that, at the moment, Nox was only afraid of death. He wondered why, in this new reality, he was still afraid of it. Rodwell told him that he wasn't supposed to say such things, but he thought that his youngest son was greatly affected by what happened to his mother. Theo smiled sadly and agreed, then added that Nox might even blame him for it, seeing him as a pathetic person who couldn't protect his own wife. Rodwell wanted to discuss one more thing, telling the head that he believed Mr. Grain would soon become active and was planning something big. Theo frowned and said he would take that into account. In an unknown place, countless corpses littered the ground. The entire earth was red with blood as demons flew towards Theo. Suddenly, one of his grown-up sons appeared before him, telling his father he should just give in and go along with it. Theo thought to himself that this must be the power of the Grand Duke. Talia stood in front of a mirror, wearing a beautiful, fluffy yellow dress with many more clothes lying around her. Emma was folding clothes and asked if she looked good. The maid looked tired, holding a burgundy dress, and called out questioningly to her mistress. Emma pointed out that she'd shown her that outfit almost 20 times. Talia ran back and forth, examining the new dresses. She said that one dress looked good, and the other one too, then asked what accessories would match. On the table were accessories and beautiful pink shoes. Emma told her she was getting too excited. A slight blush appeared on Talia's face. She happily told the maid that everything was just so beautiful. Emma sighed heavily, clarifying that wasn't what she meant. She was talking about young Master Nox, since this would be their first meeting after he was officially announced as her fiancé. Talia turned away, blushing, and asked if maybe the dress with ruffles would look better. After that, she frowned with displeasure, and Emma, offended, said she wasn't helping at all. She had to admit, she didn't care about it. The maid looked to the side wearily, and told her mistress she always said that. Meanwhile, at the Reinhofer family estate, Nox looked handsome, wearing a black suit with purple details and a beautiful jewel on his collar. He saw Alina. She had her head buried in the sofa. She heard his steps, raised her head, and told him he'd come. Alina looked shabby, with dark bags under her eyes. He agreed with her and started to ask about the elixir, but he cut himself off, asking worriedly how she was feeling. The young master told her she didn't look very good. Alina smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, telling him she was always like this when focused on a goal. She'd take care of her friends, so Nox didn't have to worry. Alina smiled and said she was the best. She laughed sweetly, and then told the young master not to worry about them. "You'd better take a look here," she said, pointing her hand to the side. Nox looked over and saw a bottle of glowing blue liquid. The young gentleman walked up and took the bottle in his hands. A black screen appeared, displaying the item's information. It was a disposable wind elixir of advanced level. Its attribute was wind, and it gave +1 point to endurance and +3 points to agility. The elixir had no requirements or special effects. The bottle levitated above Nox's hands, and Alina looked at him expectantly. instantly, asking if he liked it. The system notified him that the potion's effectiveness was increased by 200% since it was made by the genius of alchemy, Alina. The young master smiled, thinking that he had finally gotten it. The elixir of wind. It not only increases stamina, but also has a hidden agility indicator, which greatly influences the Hour of Genius skill. Therefore, he simply had to get this potion. It was a good thing he had the genius of potions, Alina. If he hadn't recruited her, everything would have been much more difficult. She waited for his answer. The young master continued to smile and told her that she had done a great job. Alina blushed with joy and smiled. Nox immediately drank the liquid. Turquoise energy flared around his body, and for a second it was as if the wind itself blew through the room. He told them that they were all finished now. The young master went out into the corridor, followed by Zitri. He smiled and confidently said that it was time for them to visit Alina. At the moment, his main characteristics were as follows. His name was Nox. He was a 15-year-old human male with a darkness attribute. Nox had no accomplishments. His bonuses were genius in close combat, genius in magical perception, strong mind, and master of acting. His limitations were mortally ill, cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Nox's stats were better. His stamina was 6 + 1. His mana was 9 + 1. His luck was 11 + 1, and his charisma was 26. In addition, he possessed skills such as Hour of Genius, mid-level heirloom sword mastery, southern sword, and ignition technique. Nox's remaining life, due to his fatal illness, was only 150 days. The system notified him that the Magic Perception Genius bonus had been activated, as his mana had reached 10 points. The young master looked very handsome, even wearing white gloves. Everyone immediately began to discuss his arrival. One student noted his white hair and lavender eyes. He asked if this was the youngest son of the Reinhofer family. A guy with blonde hair confirmed that he'd heard Nox would be entering the academy this year. Another student asked if this lousy son really got into the academy. He was quickly told to watch his words, or he might lose his head. Nox smiled and asked why it was so noisy. He rubbed his neck, looked at them arrogantly, and asked if there were dogs yapping somewhere. The men immediately fell silent and left. The young master also walked toward them. Zitri looked at him worriedly, and then her eyes widened in surprise. She saw another cart, and Emma emerged from it. She smiled and called out to the young master. Zitri bowed before her, while Nox looked displeased, telling her that they had already arrived. The system notified him that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable because he was too shocked. Emma agreed with him, saying it was because of the Elaine entrance ceremony. She pointed to the carriage and told Talia she needed to get down and greet Mr. Nox. Talia began to panic, loudly asking if Nox was really there. She quickly slammed the carriage door and told Emma they needed a moment. After a brief pause, Talia exited, dressed in a beautiful academy uniform, her face red with embarrassment. Nox looked at her, thinking that although he expected her to be here, everything felt unexpectedly strange. He remembered practicing with a sword in the training room, suddenly dropping it in shock and asking his maid Ron what she had just said. The maid looked at him questioningly and replied that she'd only mentioned they were planning to betroth him to Lady Talia. She was about to elaborate, but Nox panicked, grabbed her shoulders and asked how he was supposed to know. He told her it was a huge problem, but now he hopelessly closed his eyes, realizing it was true. Their families had arranged the marriage without their knowledge, and he was not pleased. Talia was visibly embarrassed, stuttering slightly. She smoothed her hair and greeted him awkwardly. Nox looked away and returned her greeting emotionlessly. Talia seemed thrilled, smiling as she looked at him. Zitri approached her master and whispered, asking if this was Lady Talia, his fiancée. Nox responded irritably, telling her not to say that. Talia happily asked how he was doing. Coldly, he replied he was fine, and asked how she was. She answered that she was fine too, blushing. Their conversation was interrupted by a horse's neigh. Everyone turned toward the sound. In front of them was a green carriage. Nox thought of another renowned genius of Elaine Academy, Eleanor de Rival, who was from a rival family secretly ruling the continent. She was beautiful, with blue eyes and red hair, exuding an air of grace. Eleanor stepped down, smiling as she announced her arrival. Nox thought about her intense dislike for the original Nox in the game. Eleanor laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and addressed her servant, calling him Mr. Nox. She remarked that she hadn't known he'd been selected to enroll in the academy, expressing her gladness to meet him. Nox asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled and confirmed, recalling a childhood memory. She added that she was the same heir to the merchant family he had looked down upon, giving him a slightly menacing look. Eleanor smiled, mentioning that she never thought they'd meet again. Nox reflected on her status as as the only daughter of the richest merchant family, owning nearly half the continent, and her future nickname, the Money Fox. He panicked a little, remembering their childhood argument. The system notified him that his master acting skill was again unavailable. He recalled his childhood, seeing a young girl with red hair, looking at her displeased and calling her a non-entity, scoffing at the notion that status could be bought with money. Little Eleanor had blushed in shame and cried. Knox looked at her, realizing their tense relationship was a consequence of his own actions. He thought that it seemed there were more people than ever ready to pierce his heart with a blade. Eleanor smiled and asked if something was wrong, noting he wasn't acting like himself. Crossing his arms, Knox asked how she thought he usually behaved. She told him to stop pretending, asking if he really enjoyed hearing insults. Knox narrowed his eyes in irritation, thinking she was a stubborn fool. He suggested she leave if she intended to quarrel. Eleanor laughed, telling him she knew he was still the same nasty fool. The young master frowned, asking her what she wanted, and if she was really that desperate for his attention. Eleanor, laughing sweetly, apologized, saying she had no desire to covet anything from the black sheep of the Reinhofer family. Knox thought to himself that he knew her disdain for him wouldn't just vanish. He activated his vision skill, and information about Eleanor appeared. Her main attributes were female, 15 years old, human race with a wind attribute, and titles as a genius at counting and genius at acting. However, she had limitations: vanity, pride, and a weakness against southern sword techniques. As Knox studied her stats, he noted that her characteristics remained the same, which, in his view, was better. The rival family, he thought, was willing to pay dearly for the D in their name. Eleanor's father paid dearly. She hated it, but still, she made the most of this fact. She was too vindictive and touchy, and the old Knox had foolishly decided to quarrel with her. Knox tested her patience and quietly remarked that she shouldn't have been meddled with at all. Eleanor bowed before them and told him she would leave, but they wouldn't say goodbye, as they were not close enough to wish each other well. Knox, calm as ever, told her that it didn't bother him, since he didn't expect anything better from a hillbilly like her. She smiled, agreed, and simply walked past him. The young master then told Talia that they also needed to go, as the entrance ceremony would begin soon. She looked a bit worried and thoughtful, but quickly agreed. They headed toward the academy entrance. Knox thought that now he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Talia because she was his fiancée, but he would try to make the most of this situation. As he glanced at the Elaine building, he thought it was time to get back on his feet. A couple of minutes later, they were inside. The young master looked around and told his bride that, as expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered. Some newcomers were already talking to each other. Knox considered that although some of them might be useless and not align with the original story, it would still be advantageous to enlist their support. He remembered several individuals: Paracelsus, Lenore, the girl with yellow hair, the guy with black hair, and the girl with pink hair, the strongest characters in the game. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be best to avoid them to prevent completely derailing the plot. A cautious approach was necessary. Suddenly he asked Zitri if he was imagining things, or if too many eyes were on him. Zitri told him that this was indeed the case. The aristocrats glanced at him every now and then, with shock and occasional contempt in their gazes. The maid furrowed her brows and told him she thought he would be popular in Elaine. The young master crossed his arms, repeated her words, and asked if she thought the looks were too unkind for him to be considered popular. Talia looked at him worriedly. Suddenly someone coughed loudly, asking if everyone could hear him. Silence fell, and Knox looked at the stage, realizing everything would finally begin. Servants bowed as a girl with white hair stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, eating caramel on a stick, and greeted everyone with unusual clothes, azure eyes, and a strange mark on her chest. She looked somewhat human, though the students murmured, questioning if she was a child or a dwarf and where the professor was. Knox thought they were idiots, for before them stood an unimaginable monster that could not be judged by appearance. A black screen appeared before the young master, detailing the girl's information. Her name was Noah Avon Trinity. Her age and race were unknown. Her attribute was ice, and her achievements included being a pillar of Elaine Academy and one of the 4 sages. Noah's bonuses were genius for mana detection and goodwill, with limitations like an inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 willpower, and 10 charm points. She had 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, along with active skills, Water Bubble, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. The young master turned pale, realizing this was a character he should stay on good terms with. Talia looked at him questioningly, but he warned her to say nothing about this girl if she valued her life. Noah smiled widely, introduced herself, and sweetly announced she was the new dean of the academy. Raising her finger, she started to warn the students. But before finishing her thought, her hair stood on end and her eyes glowed blue. Threateningly, she warned that if anyone called her Shorty again, she would kill them. Afterward, she sweetly asked if they understood. She told everyone they would begin the trial entry into Elaine Academy. Surprising them, as the code did not mention such rules, Noah looked arrogantly at a student who raised an objection, telling him that this was the rule of the new dean, to weed out the rabble. A huge, strange seal glowed with blue light beneath the students. She wished everyone to experience it and sinisterly wished them good luck. Knox widened his eyes, realizing it had started. Suddenly, all the students disappeared. They found themselves in a forest, with the sun shining brightly. The students lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A bearded man with a bald head shouted at them to get up, calling them idiots for lying around in front of him. The students trembled, exhausted from the ordeal. But the man turned his attention to Knox, the young master, who stood on shaky legs, struggling to stay upright. The man squinted and examined Knox, who swallowed nervously, noting how the man's bald head gleamed like a halo. This was Bernan, a martial arts instructor and academy graduate known among players as Takaki, an incongruous nickname due to his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a competent instructor. Knox thought it would be challenging to prove himself to him. Bernan scrutinized him and with a loud voice called him Snow White, asking if he pitied himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression didn't betray him, and replied that nothing was wrong. Activating his master acting skill, Bernan told him to stop talking about the future and learn to use his instincts, warning him against thinking nasty thoughts. Knox calmly raised his hand and asked Bernan to tell them about the entrance test. He told him that for now, he could put aside topics of conversation that did not relate to the matter. The instructor agreed and then told him that first, they needed to wake up all the sleeping students, so he had better cover his ears. Of course, Knox still needed them. He obediently covered his ears with his hands. Bernan's hands glowed with a blue light, and then he sharply clapped them together. After this, a very loud, obnoxious sound was heard, causing the students to start screaming. They stood up and asked what that sound was. A guy with brown hair asked loudly, but the instructor hit him hard on the head, telling him that he was that freak. He asked the boy if he really had any problems. The guy looked at Bernan's bald head, which seemed to be glowing, so he and the other students squinted at it. The instructor folded his hands on his chest and asked if he not only called them names, but also decided to make a dissatisfied face. "Do you have an extra life?" he demanded. The guy quietly apologized. A couple of minutes later, students were carrying other students on stretchers. The instructor shouted to them that they needed to move the students who couldn't wake up to a safe place. After this, the remaining students stood in front of Bernan, and he told them that since they had come to their senses, he would tell them about Elaine's entrance test. Knox listened calmly to his speech, thinking that this test was to diligently catch monsters on this island of magic. As a reward, after the monsters' deaths, gems of different colors would remain. The fewer mana gems, the higher their value. He wondered why it was like this. Wouldn't more be better? The young master answered this question to himself. He smiled, thinking that this was only half true because in a test, they look at two things. The first is sensitivity to mana. Of course, this had already been tested with the help of Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from her spell was the best. The second test checks the student's ability to detect even the smallest grains of mana. It is these two indicators that allow magicians to perform best in battle, and that is why the gems are specially selected in this way. That was the whole point of the test. Bernan told the students that this place was created through the spell of Noah, the current dean. There are a lot of creatures here, and pathetic worms like them don't even know how to fight, so they will be given an indulgence. They can unite in teams. The students immediately began to look at each other to spot a partner. Suddenly, swords began to appear next to each student. Everyone looked at them in surprise. The instructor told them that the maximum number of people on a team is 8, and that it would be better for them to hurry up and decide. After that, he turned around and told them that he would be waiting for them at the top. Everyone looked at him in shock. A girl called out to him, saying she still had questions. Another guy asked if he really just left like that. The man told him that he had. The guy with the brown hair rubbed his head where he was hit, which still hurt. He asked why the instructor needed to hit him. Everyone else watched him leave seriously. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair raised her hand and asked if anyone wanted to help the princess besides her. Behind her stood a girl with long yellow hair. Alina smiled and said that she would generously reward those who went with her. She swore on the name of her family. The students looked askance at Knox, but he turned away and walked into the depths of the forest alone. He smiled, thinking that in the game of prophetic dreams, a mediocre person simply would not survive here. What matters most here is a person's knowledge. In order to strengthen his terminally ill body, he needed to use this. He approached a cave and said that for this, it would be best for him to act alone. Nox smiled and quickly ran inside. Meanwhile, the instructor stood at the top with his subordinates behind him. Everything around was covered in snow. He straightened his headdress and then thoughtfully rubbed his beard. He said that no matter how you look at it, it's very strange, because the new student not only withstood the dean's magic, but he didn't finish the thought and asked if Nox had also gone into the forest alone. Does he have no sense of fear at all, or what? Vernon said that's definitely not the case, and there's another reason he's not worried. It was clear in his gaze. Even an uncut diamond is still a diamond. He said he's waiting for Nox to show him what he's worth, calling him the hidden dragon of the Reinhofer family. He looked down and waited for him to show them everything he could do. After some time, Nox's sword was covered in blood. Many dead monsters lay on the ground, and gems lay next to them. He walked further, and a person watched him. It was a girl with long white hair who seemed to be following him. Meanwhile, Talia, the yellow-haired girl, and the pink-haired girl were fighting together with goblins all around them. They held swords in front of them. It was bloody, and the girl with yellow hair was without a sword. Talia thought worriedly about where Nox had gone. She planned to stick with him. The girl with pink hair suddenly called out to her loudly, telling her that she had the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. The girl told her that she needed more enthusiasm. Talia agreed with her. The girl with yellow hair was called Penelope, and she was holding a large purple gem in her hands. It glowed and sparkled beautifully. Penelope told them that they had gone quite far. She believed that purple crystals were valued far above the rest. The girl with pink hair told her that maybe this is not so. After all, this is a test for Noah, one of the 4 wise men. She was sure that there was something hidden behind all this. Penelope agreed with her, and then looked around excitedly. The rest of their teammates were already tired and exhausted from the battles, their clothes bloody, and they were sighing heavily. The princess told them that she thought that in their current state, not everyone would be able to make it further. The girl with pink hair frowned, thinking that this would not work, because she promised Penelope to take her to the top. The current Aram Empire is rotten to the core, so in order to restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope must take the throne. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin, and thought that she needed to do everything possible to make this happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could simply gather those who were still able to stand on their own feet and move on. She asked her what she would order them to do. The girl with pink hair told her that she had thought about it too. Penelope frowned, squeezed the purple crystal tightly in her hand, and then relaxed it. She remembered the guy with yellow hair who looked at her arrogantly. After that, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them that they would move on. They needed to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Nox had already left the cave. Steam was coming out of his mouth because everything around was covered in snow. He rubbed his hands trying to warm them up. The system notified him that the 3rd level chilly limbs restriction was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and his character's breathing would work intermittently. Additionally, all of his character's stats would temporarily drop. Nox frowned and closed his eyes. He exhaled heavily, thinking about how he knew this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified him that the restriction of chilly limbs had been lifted due to the owner's fire magic. The young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he would need to come up with something for this limitation. Looking forward, he muttered that this was quite enough for now. He walked further, and a small fireball levitated beside his shoulder. Nox looked around. Snow and snowdrifts were everywhere, and the wind was blowing. He noted that this was quite fitting for the frost witch, Noah. The young gentleman looked up and smiled, commenting that he understood this was the top of the mountain, but there was too much ice here. Breathing intently, he closed his eyes and sat down. Placing his palm on the ground, purple energy began emanating from his hand. He wondered how this explanation would work if this place were an ordinary island. The ice began to crack, and purple energy glowed within the entire mountain, resembling the roots of a tree. He thought that this place was artificially created by Noah, and that everything here was of magical origin. Suddenly, ice monsters appeared. He realized that these monsters were also created by magic. Nox stood up, his hand glowing purple as if absorbing energy. He mused that it was difficult to imagine the amount of mana possessed by the dean of the academy. Smiling, he clenched his fist and muttered, "Who cares?" The ice continued to crack, and huge ice monsters emerged, their bodies several times larger than Nox's. The young master observed them and noted they were ice trolls, creatures known for their high regeneration and vitality. He commented that such monsters could easily kill a beginner, but for him, they were just dust beneath his feet. One troll swung at him sharply, but Nox quickly dodged. Another giant swung a huge wooden stick at him, but the young master crouched, dodging once again. When the troll tried to hit him a third time, Nox blocked the blow with his sword. His eyes glowed purple, and he thought about Noah's obsession with talented students. She wouldn't put students in a corner before they blossomed. Ice trolls weren't weak enough that any student could handle them. In the real world, encountering them would only make a person wish for a swift end. He looked seriously at the monsters, deep in thought, but didn't finish his contemplation as 4 huge trolls stood in front of him. A girl with long white hair watched him from behind a tree. Hidden, Nox darted forward, past the trolls, thinking about how Noah's monsters might have a specific behavior pattern as an indulgence. The first troll would always hit vertically and stay in the center, while the next would strike horizontally, slower due to a wide swing. He ran toward the last monster, thinking that this one would try to pierce him, but had the weakest blow of all. As the last troll swung, Nox blocked the attack with his sword, smiling as he realized he could parry the strike. He immediately swung his sword, cutting through the monster. Moving swiftly, he began to strike the other trolls with his sword. Blood spilled from their bodies as he withdrew his weapon and struck another monster sharply. With all the opponents defeated, they collapsed to the ground. Nox bent down, picking up a gray gem that had fallen from one of the monsters. Holding it, he pondered why he ignored the other gems. The gray crystal was a hidden marker that Noah specifically placed here, and he would be able to exchange it for a very important scroll. The young master would strengthen his hour of genius skill after completing this story. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair held a purple crystal, telling his partners that at this rate, they would be the first among their peers. Eleanor appeared displeased, but a girl with brown hair looked at the gem with interest, expressing hope. The girls smiled joyfully, clapping their hands, and agreed that they had done well. Eleanor, lost in thought, agreed, and said this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts trailed off as she remembered Nox going into the forest alone. She felt haunted by a strange feeling, and looked down, emotionless, recalling her childhood. A man shook her shoulders, demanding why she had quarreled with Reinhofer's son, clad in a long burgundy coat. He shouted, reminding her that they must rise above others. He asked if she understood that they needed to reach the top. Eleanor looked at him in fear, crying, as he shouted that she needed to find a way to approach Nox at any cost. She thought that this man had never seen her as his daughter. Currently, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully, wondering where Nox had disappeared to, thinking that facing this test alone would be of little use. Maybe he knew a secret way to pass this test with a high score. Suddenly, she raised her hand and told everyone that she had a proposal. She smiled and told them that if any of them wished to rise even higher with her, then, in the name of the rival family, she would guarantee them an even greater reward. Everyone began to discuss her proposal. The girl with short hair asked her if she didn't like this gem, warning that they might get hurt if they went any further because it was too dangerous. Eleanor smiled sweetly and agreed with them. Then, she asked if they agreed that the higher the risk, the higher the reward. The guy with blonde hair confidently told her that he would go further with her. She agreed with him, and a guy in dark clothes asked if he could join them too. Eleanor looked down sadly, thinking that everything always came down to money. She didn't know what Nox was up to, but it wouldn't hurt to find out. After that, she smiled artificially and asked them if it was time to move on. At this time, Nox was on the top of the mountain. He thought that the reason to take risks and go alone was simple. Everything would be rewarded in full. He looked at the corpses of the ice trolls, thinking that there was almost no opportunity to improve the hour of genius skill in this game. It was almost impossible until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Nox said that nothing could be done about it, even if he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, turned around, and his sword quickly flew to the side. He was surprised by this because he had held his sword tightly in his hands. Paracelsus stood before him, smiling. He told Nox that he hadn't expected to meet him again in this way. The swordsman smiled sweetly and told Nox that he was truly glad to see him. The young master looked at him in shock, clenching his teeth. This was not in his plan. A black screen appeared in front of him with the basic information of Paracelsus written on it. Male, 15 years old, human race. Attribute, steel. No achievements. His bonuses were a genius of the sword and melee, a brilliant physician, strong in spirit, merciless to strong people, and compassionate to weak people. His limitations were lazy, obsessive, despises aristocrats. He had 10 points of stamina, 8 points of mana, 2 points of luck, 10 points of willpower, and 25 points of charm. His skills were fourfold: passive, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer sword, and basic living sword. Nox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in the prophetic dream game and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing here. The young master remembered that Paracelsus should fight the main character of the prophetic dream game at this part and be inspired by his kindness, since he would protect Eleanor, who would get into trouble. Suddenly, Nox's eyes opened wide as he realized something might be wrong here. Paracelsus looked at him angrily, abruptly pulling out a small dagger and throwing it at Nox. The young master managed to react, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He wondered where the main character was, who was supposed to entertain the swordsman. Paracelsus grabbed his sword and smiled, then told Nox he was interested in the crystal in his hands and demanded he hand it over. The system notified the young master that the master acting skill had been activated. Nox frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and called him a dirty worm with contempt. Paracelsus began to attack him with his sword, and the young master quickly leapt back from the strikes. He thought he must be mistaken, or perhaps the main character simply hadn't appeared in this world. The swordsman smiled and struck with his sword again, but Nox blocked the blow. Paracelsus was fast, and he immediately swung at Nox again. The sword's tip almost struck the young master, who pulled his head back, frowning. He thought he would really have to entertain Paracelsus. He asked him if he realized he was now confusing all the plot cards. The swordsman smiled ominously, saying he had no idea what Nox meant, but something had bothered him when they'd met before. In chatters, he had already wielded a sword perfectly. The young master asked him what he meant, and Paracelsus sweetly replied that he apparently had many worries. He asked if Nox could simply do as he asked, so they could each solve their own problems. The swordsman remarked that the gem would likely yield the highest score. Nox asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus calmly told him he'd leave him no choice but to take the crystal at any cost. They stood opposite each other, the atmosphere oppressive. The young master told him he was acting basely, asking if he'd planned this from the beginning. Paracelsus smirked and told him that he'd fallen for it himself. Nox thought that he might be the strongest character, but his talent had yet to fully awaken. Even as a genius, he had his hour of genius skill for such situations, but now wasn't the time to fight seriously. The young master looked serious, considering that he might need this skill if the main character truly didn't exist, and he had to save Eleanor. He pursed his lips, realizing it was risky but unavoidable. Nox told Paracelsus that he wasn't the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled, asking if he really remembered his name, and teasing if Nox would ask him to be gentler out of old friendship. The young master frowned and called him by his name. Paracelsus. The swordsman smiled slightly. Nox pointed his sword at him, saying he knew he only joined the academy to uncover the mystery of his teacher's death. Paracelsus glared at him, calling him an idiot. The young gentleman smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. After some time, Eleanor's team climbed to the top, snow surrounding them. Suddenly, Penelope called out to her, saying she knew she'd get there too. Eleanor bowed before her, telling the princess that she wouldn't stand in her way. She just needed to verify something. Meanwhile, Nox and Paracelsus continued to fight nearby. The swordsman swung his sword, but the young master dodged the blow. Penelope agreed with Eleanor, adding that she herself didn't want meaningless battles. The girl with pink hair called her the princess, and said it would be difficult to overcome the son of Reinhofer and Paracelsus, unless they received mortal wounds. The girl, Echidna, put her hand to her chest and told the princess she'd follow whatever she decided. Eleanor watched the fight between Paracelsus and Nox. She thought it was strange because the youngest son of the Reinhofer family, whom she knew, had always been unremarkable. She frowned, wondering when he had become so strong. There was tense silence in the forest. Only the sounds of battle could be heard. Nox and Paracelsus were fighting each other, and Talia looked worried. Echidna asked if she really wanted to watch the fight. Talia sighed in alarm as Echidna told her she never imagined the Destroyer of the East would become their classmate. Apparently his name was Paracelsus. Talia asked if Echidna really knew the guy fighting Nox. Echidna closed her eyes, frowned, then affirmed that he was known as the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. He had been destroying bandit gangs in the East since his youth, earning his nickname. Talia admitted she hadn't known this. Her partner continued, saying this was the first time she'd seen such a change in the son of the Reinhofer family. She hadn't known he wielded a sword so skillfully. Echidna folded her arms and watched the battle with interest, remarking that if it weren't for Nox's viciousness and laziness, he could have become a good knight. Talia awkwardly replied that she didn't consider him pure. Her partner chuckled in surprise and asked how she knew that. Talia remained silent, looking to the side. Meanwhile, Paracelsus attacked Nox repeatedly, calling him an idiot. Nox dodged the blows, surprised to sense his opponent's voice trembling with anger. It was natural. Paracelsus had been his only teacher, but his teacher had died because of a fool from Mill's Academy. Paracelsus paused and told Nox the games were over, then swung his sword sharply at him. Nox parried, and a system notification informed him his master-level sword skill had activated. Nox smiled, asking Paracelsus why he was so angry. As they pressed their swords against each other, Nox told him he hadn't been the one who killed his beloved teacher. This enraged Paracelsus further, prompting him to swing his sword rapidly at Nox, but but Nox dodged each blow, thinking his opponent's attacks had grown a bit simpler. Paracelsus might be gifted, but he was still too young. They stood facing each other. Paracelsus tried to hit Nox again, but Nox sharply kneed him in the stomach, causing him to gasp silently. He flew back a few meters, sighing heavily, then attacked again, pointing his sword directly at Nox. Nox raised his own sword in defense. Paracelsus taunted him, wondering how much longer he could keep talking. Nox smiled and told him he could talk as long as he wanted, though he felt his opponent's attacks had intensified, and that it might be best not to drag out the battle. His legs were already tiring. Paracelsus charged. Nox realized that if Paracelsus used his teacher's living sword technique, he would likely lose. There was a reason it had become an imperial sword technique. Paracelsus warned Nox not to get distracted. Striking at him again, Nox parried, expressing distaste and taunting him as a pitiful commoner. Another system notification informed him that the restriction of the swordsman despising aristocrats had activated. Paracelsus looked at him with pity, asking if aristocrats were the reason people were forced to beg in this world. They resumed clashing, their swords locking as Nox taunted him for wasting energy on hatred. He grinned, asking if Paracelsus wanted to know something about his precious teacher, stalling for time. Nox spotted his classmates nearby, Eleanor among them. He thought to himself that the monster would appear at exactly 9 p.m. A system notification confirmed the time was 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus, smiling ominously, warned Nox he might cut off a body part to get information. Disgusted, Nox asked if he really intended to harm a nobleman and avoid the consequences. The swordsman hesitated, glancing around, noting their classmates as witnesses. Nox announced that this would be his last attack, no matter the outcome. Paracelsus called him overconfident, suddenly charging at him with a sinister grin, eager to test his opponent. Nox responded by swinging his sword quickly, dashing past him. Paracelsus, shocked, wondered what was happening as Nox, indifferent, told him to get out of his way. He ran past, saying he didn't have time for this. A strange black spot moved along the ground toward Eleanor, who watched Nox in shock, noting how fast he'd become. She suddenly heard a strange noise and turned. A dark shadow crawled across the snow, heading straight for her. She froze, face pale, realizing she couldn't escape its approach. As the black creature appeared before her, she cried out, asking if it was someone who wandered in the night. With fear, she watched the monster, thinking she might die meaninglessly here. Covering her ears, she whimpered in terror. Then, opening her eyes wide, she saw Nox standing in front of her. He cut the monster with his sword and calmly asked her, "What is this pathetic whining?" The black shadow dissipated, and the young master silently looked at Eleanor. She asked him in shock, "Why, you?" But she did not finish the thought, as Nox sternly told her that she couldn't even kill such a small creature. Being an elite, he thought this reaction was completely natural. The Night Wanderer was a mid-level demon, and in the world created by Noah, the monster wasn't even half as strong as it should be. But this demon was real, and the person who set it up was the murderer of teacher Paracelsus. Eleanor had almost become his victim. In the original game, she became softer after the main character saved her, which Nox thought was a very stupid turn of events. Everyone looked at the young master in surprise. Eleanor frowned, clenched her hands into fists in embarrassment. Nox looked at her calmly, noting that the main character didn't seem to appear in this world. Eleanor blushed a little, and Penelope told him he shouldn't be so rude. She said he had saved her, but the situation was not as clear-cut. The princess asked him if he agreed with her. Nox bowed before her and agreed, and Penelope told everyone that the instructors and the new dean, Noah, should have taken their skills into account. Nightwalkers were not the demons applicants should fight. The young master calmly replied that the enemy always comes unexpectedly, and told her it was strange that she, of all people, should know this. The princess opened her eyes wide, and Echidna quickly stood in front of her, telling Nox he shouldn't bully Penelope. She annoyedly told him she was sure he perfectly understood the complexity of the situation, otherwise he wouldn't have come to help. Nox thought that she had ash-pink hair and a vertical pupil. It was definitely Von Zeno, the Echidna. She was the future head of the Zeno family, close to the princess, and known as the Snake of Greed. Basically, Zeno and Reinhofer didn't get along. They were families with opposing attributes, but in the game of prophetic dreams, nothing is simple. Nox calmly told her that, to be honest, he didn't even want to talk to a dog of the holy kind. Echidna asked him, displeased, if he really dared defame the name of the Zeno family. The young master asked her what she would do to him for this. At this time, a man was watching them from a hill. This man was Bernon. He loudly shouted at them to stop bickering. After that, he quickly jumped down and called them all idiots. Nox calmly asked if the exam was over. The instructor answered affirmatively, and the young master showed him the gray crystal he had obtained from the monsters. Bernon told him he didn't think any of them would actually get the gray gem. It was unexpected, but well done. If, of course, he left out Nox's arrogance. Nox looked at him questioningly, after which the instructor announced that the highest score was given to Nox, who who had managed to get the gray gem, while the owners of purple gems were awarded second place. He asked if everyone agreed with this. Everyone was silent, but then the princess raised her hand. She asked if the attack by the Night Wanderer was part of the exam, saying the monster seemed all too real and demanded an explanation. Vernon told her this case would still be investigated, and that for an unforeseen situation with a risk to life, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. He looked at Knox, again calling him Snow White, and told him that he too was entitled to a special reward for saving a peer's life. The young master calmly turned away and told him he didn't need a reward. He thought that getting involved with Eleanor would only complicate things. Without the main character, the world would drown in injustice. And this wasn't quite right, but accepting the reward would mean acknowledging something that wasn't true, and he preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. After that, he went in the other direction, but Eleanor called out to him. She asked, "Why did you help me?" He opened his eyes wide and then looked back with displeasure, thinking that everything always goes awry. The system notified him that the master acting skill had been activated. The young master calmly looked at her and told her that he was just killing a monster. And then, out of nowhere, she appeared. Eleanor frowned questioningly and looked at him. He turned away from her again, frowning awkwardly. Knox sighed heavily, thinking about how he had avoided this conversation. Eleanor, known by her nickname, the Money Fox, was rich and calculating. She was convinced that everything in this world could be bought with money, even a human heart. However, he didn't finish the thought. Sometime later, Eleanor was riding in a carriage, a young man sitting opposite her. She looked out the window and asked him why Knox had saved her, remarking that he'd even refused the instructor's award. She remembered his words about just killing a monster, but it felt like an obvious lie. The man spread his arms wide and asked her if it wasn't pointless. "Don't you think so yourself?" he asked. He told her that Knox was the most common scoundrel. Eleanor disagreed. "It's not that simple," she argued. "Knox lied to me. He must have had a reason." The man asked if she truly believed that, and she frowned, looking out the window. Her face became serious, and she told him she needed more details. He assured her that he would try to gather as much information as possible. She cut him off, saying she would handle it personally. Then she warned him that the Reinhofer family wouldn't sit idly by if they discovered someone collecting information and compromising evidence about them. A scroll lay in her lap, listing the general and advanced subjects she'd study at the academy. The man smiled, nodding his understanding. Sometime later, in the dormitory of Elaine Academy, Knox sat in a chair. Zetri, watching him with worry, asked if he was truly okay, mentioning his pale complexion and recent hypothermia. A white towel rested on his forehead as he reassured her not to worry, that he would get better. Yet he knew there were unresolved questions. If there was no main character, then someone had to take on the role to regain his lost memories and uncover the ones sending him those messages. He believed it was necessary. There was no other option. Only Knox, whom he possessed, was the villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, stood abruptly and asked, "Is this really a way out?" Zetri gasped, calling his name. Knox smiled, realizing that even in this world, there was a way to be both villain and protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the sky glowed red, dark smoke swirled, and bodies lay scattered on the ground. A piece of cloth like a flag fluttered on a stick with a bird emblem. Among the corpses stood a girl with long red hair, holding a sword and looking fierce. A man in a long cloak and iron mask called her Moon Lady, telling her that the mines had begun to stir. He knelt before her, vowing to awaken. The Moon Lady declared that the continent would soon be rocked by another bloody storm. The man, Daff, asked if she was ready. She turned away, instructing him to prepare, confident their goal would be achieved. As she pulled on her cloak adorned with a moon-shaped keychain, blood smeared her hands and clothes. She swore to destroy the Aram Empire, but left the sentence unfinished. In another moment, Knox reflected on his past life, recalling that experienced gamers often shared a perspective. The line between protagonist and antagonist was thin. Of course, he agreed with this notion. Both characters faced similar trials. Only monster bosses represented absolute evil. Villains were usually those who had endured trauma, which explained people's obsession with them. Walking through a narrow, dimly lit street, Knox, clad in a dark robe, mused that although villains and heroes were different in character, the villain could not become a hero. He grinned, realizing that in a world doomed by the absence of a protagonist, the villain might have to step up and fulfill both roles. He noticed a small house emanating a faint blue light at the entrance, as though it were illuminated. Rubbing his neck, he muttered that he didn't particularly enjoy this life on the edge, but it was all he really had. There was a great organization here, a gathering of villains eager to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy swirled in his hand, and a bright glow appeared in front of him. Later, at a large table, an instructor and other men sat in discussion. Noah, seated at the center, looked boredly to the side. Vernon asked everyone for their opinions. A man with purple hair reassured him, claiming he was in control of the test. He asked him if he had screwed up somewhere again. The instructor got angry, pursed his lips, and then called him a fool, telling him that he had already said that he was innocent. Suddenly, Noah opened her eyes wide. She looked ominous. The dean asked them what they were doing now. Vernon abruptly put his arm around the purple-haired man's neck and told her that they weren't doing anything. He laughed awkwardly and asked her if they could continue the discussion. He told everyone where they were at and didn't finish the thought because Noah smiled artificially and asked them if they hadn't listened to her. Everyone looked at her in fear, and she told them that she had informed the entire teaching staff. She asked the instructor and the man with purple hair if they weren't listening to her. As always, a gray-haired man with glasses told everyone that the dean spoke about the enemy who appeared during the entrance examinations and put the applicants in danger. Noah sighed heavily and agreed with him. She told the teachers that behind this, there were people who wanted to wreak havoc in the academy, as well as throughout the empire. Eleanor was only the first target. The dean asked them if they could imagine why she, a star in the world of finance, became their target. The purple-haired man told her that it was because the rival trading company, which her family runs, imports about 70% of the goods into the Arkham Empire. Vernon told her that if the enemy deliberately wanted to strike rival, then he was unlikely to stop there. Noah agreed with him and told them that what happened was both a challenge and a warning for the academy. Therefore, they need to carefully prepare for bad events. Everyone agreed with her, so she stood up to leave. But she changed her mind, sat back down, and smiled, raising her finger. Noah told them that she also wanted to mark a person who was also a threat. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Vernon asked her what she meant. The dean answered him affirmatively, and then remembered how she had been keeping an eye on Knox. In fact, she was the girl with the white hair. Noah told the teachers that this was a student who was supposedly the most talented in this stream of students. The man with purple hair asked her in surprise, "Who is it?" He was shocked and opened his eyes wide. He thought that there really was a person whom she immediately recognized as talented. The man thought that this was the first time since that incident with the princess. Noah told them that the student was Knox. The man with purple hair asked her if this was the same scum of the Reinhofer family who was famous only for his lust. She stood up and walked toward the exit of the room, then smiled and told him that he was right. The dean remembered Knox's look and told all the teachers that this was a child, and she didn't finish the thought. Noah grabbed the doorknob and then told everyone that Knox might even be stronger than her. The man with purple hair stood up abruptly in surprise. The man in the red jacket asked, "Did I hear something wrong?" The teacher in the blue sweater asked, "How could the black sheep of the Reinhofer family be like this?" Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Knox entered a small tavern. A man with a small beard called him a kid and asked him what he forgot there. Knox smiled and told him that moonlight would shine on the sharp pen for the glory of the empire. The man looked at him seriously, then displeased, told him that he could pass, although he had no idea how that woman could tell the secret code to someone like him. The young master calmly asked him, "Wouldn't you even introduce yourself?" He smiled and walked over to the shelf. There were bottles of various drinks. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and thought about getting into the sleeping quarters, but Knox didn't finish his thought. He took bottle number 3, then number 1, then number 8 and 4. Suddenly, a strong blue energy appeared in front of him, so he covered his face with his hand. The system notified him that he had been exposed to high-level magic, so his mana flow was temporarily reversed. The magic perception genius skill had been temporarily blocked, and his character would be teleported to the designated location. The young master's cloak and hair were billowing with a flow of air, and then he looked down sadly, thinking that his stats were still lacking. He even felt trembling in his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide because there was a sharp blade at his neck. In front of him was Luna. She was holding a long sword at his neck. She asked him who he was. Knox happily called her Luna and smiled, but she only pressed her sword on his neck so his skin was pierced a little and blood began to flow from there. The young master calmly told her that she was the leader of the Sleepers and the only pillar of the Sword Empire whose face no one had seen yet. He told her that he was here because of her. Luna opened her eyes wide and asked him if he knew not only the location of the headquarters, but also her real identity. She told him that she would ask him the question again. Luna asked him threateningly, "Who are you?" Knox calmly removed her sword with his hand and told her that he was Knox. He raised his hands up and told her that he wanted to join the Sleepers. Meanwhile, it was already night. The bright moon was shining high in the sky, and Paracelsus was sitting in his room. He looked out the window and thought about Nox, because it seemed that he knew something about the death of old man Celsus. He thought about how the young master knew that his teacher was dead. Paracelsus doubted that he had simply guessed the death of one of the 3 pillars of the Sword Empire, who supposedly accidentally lost his life. He said it was ironic because Nox was a disgrace to the Reinhofer family. Paracelsus wondered where such a lie came from. He remembered the battle at the top of the mountain and thought that although it was only for a couple of moments, the young master had clearly surpassed him in speed. He had never seen a faster man, with the exception of old man Celsus. Maybe all known information about Nox was deliberately fabricated, and rumors about his personality and behavior were lies. Paracelsus got up, lay down on the bed, and then asked why this was necessary. Why would the Reinhofer family hide such talent? The swordsman said that, however, this should not worry him because he would simply trample anyone who stood in his way, especially if it was a stinking aristocrat. There were deep scars on his chest, and he calmly closed his eyes. Paracelsus fell asleep, but he had a very strange dream. In the dream, there were events from the past. The man told him that Empress Esten had gone crazy and become a tyrant, which is why the authority of the imperial family was shaken. But her daughter, Penelope, known as the Benevolent Princess, opposed the first prince in the political arena. To survive, he would have to choose sides. It seemed that this man was his teacher. Paracelsus listened to him attentively, and the man continued to tell him that he should enter the Eldine Academy and think about which side he wanted to fight on. This was his main task. Paracelsus was sweating, tossing and turning in his sleep, and the teacher told him that he had taught him everything he could. After that, in a dream, he remembered how his teacher was killed. Celsus apologized to him for the fact that he would have to leave first. The swordsman woke up in a panic. He was breathing heavily and covered his face with his hands. He had gloves on his hands, which began to glow pink. Paracelsus rubbed his neck with his hand, displeased, and sighed heavily. Then he said that if the old man left, then he had to leave with ends. After that, he stood up and asked why this dead man was still torturing him. At this time, Nox stood opposite Luna, who was still holding her sword at his neck. Basic information about her appeared on the black screen. Luna was female, 20 years old, human, and had a lunar attribute. She had no achievements. Luna had 4 bonuses: Genius of the Sword in Battles, Aggressive Eye of Reason, Cold-Blooded. Her limitations were Cruel, Berserk, Die Hard, Fan Crazy. Luna's statistics were good: 27 stamina points, 24 mana points, 4 luck points, 25 willpower points, and the same number of charm points. She had 3 passive skills: Battle Spirit, Piercing Gaze, and Intimidation. In addition, Luna had active skills: Moonsword Master and Mana Burst. The system notified the owner that some of the information was unavailable. This would be revealed as the story progressed. The young master thought that she was one of the 3 pillars of the sword. She was a monster that was comparable to the best Knight Masters at only 20 years old. Additionally, her sword style was not that easy to master. For this, Luna asked him why the son of the great Reinhofer family would join a criminal organization. The system notified the young master that the first level bleeding was in effect. He calmly told her that he was here to destroy the Aram Empire. She asked him what it was, but she didn't finish the thought because Nox interrupted her and asked her what she probably already knew: that in order to destroy the Empire, you first need to destroy the Eldine Academy, which is under the influence of the imperial family, right? He put his hand to his chest and smiled, and then confidently told Luna that he was ready to spy for her. She asked him if he really thought he was capable of this. Nox answered her in the affirmative. Luna looked at him in disbelief before lowering her sword and telling him that he was clearly not the timid type. She asked him again what his name was. The young master rubbed the new wound with his hand and introduced himself to her. The moon called Death. The man in the black cloak immediately approached her and told her that he was here. She told him that he must prepare for the moon test. Daff had terrible scars on his face. He bowed to Luna and told her that he would carry out her order. After that, he walked up to Nox and handed him a black robe. He told him that he needed to put it on and follow him. After some time, the moon was still shining brightly. They walked in a small forest. The young master looked at the sky and thought that this was great because everything was going according to his plan. They came to a strange building, and Daff told him that after he ascended the altar, he must kill all the enemies that appeared. Besides, he shouldn't lose the cloak he gave him. Daff spoke a little strangely. He seemed to stutter a little and spoke very slowly. His voice sounded mysterious. Nox asked him why he shouldn't lose his cloak. Daff told him that this was the only way he would escape the berserker's power. The young master was wearing a black cloak. He pulled the hood over his head and thought that he actually knew why he should keep this cloak. The berserk debuff was one of the worst in the game. It drives you crazy in exchange for a short-term increase in strength. Daff told him that if he were exposed to the blood moon, he would go crazy. In essence, this was the berserk effect. The moon in the sky really turned reddish. The young master thought that there were 2 conditions for passing this test: resist the crimson moonlight to avoid getting the berserk effect, and face the crowd of monsters. The original game did not say how exactly this test should be passed because it was the world from the perspective of the main character, and he definitely did not need the tests of the villainous organization. So hardly anyone knows how to pass the test. However, he is obliged to cope with it. Nox smiled, and Luna folded her arms across her chest and told him that after passing the test, one of two things awaited him. She raised her finger up and smiled, then told him that he would either join the sleepers if he could handle it, or go to the corpses. The young master looked at her and then chuckled contentedly, telling her that they would find out later whether everything was so clear. Here, he and Daff went to the altar. A member of the sleepers took out a scroll, blood dripped onto the floor, causing a strange seal to activate underneath them. It glowed pink, and Daff looked to the side and saw that many monsters had appeared. Nox saw this. There were snakes, bulls, and monsters with huge fangs. There were a lot of them. The young master thought that this was definitely not a level that the current him could handle. After all, every monster here was at least a mid-rank chimera. The sheer number of monsters also bothered him. That's why. He didn't finish the thought. Nox took off his hood and then threw his cloak aside. The red moon shone on him, and he smiled, thinking that his way of passing the test was designed for this. Anyway, Luna frowned and thought that he had really gone crazy. The system notified him that the blood moon was imposing a negative berserk effect on him, and the character could lose his sanity. The young master opened his eyes wide. His body seemed to double. He looked at his hands in shock, and the system warned him that his sanity would not be restored if he lost it suddenly. The young master smiled. His eyes began to glow purple, and the system notified him that all the player's indicators had been increased by 1.5 times. His stamina was almost 10 points. His mana was almost 14 points. His luck was 10 points. His will was almost 17 points, and his charisma points remained the same. The system notified him that the berserk effect was applied to him. This did not affect his luck and charm indicators. The moon became even brighter and redder, and the system again notified him that the blood moon was putting a berserk effect on him so he could lose his sanity. Nox's hidden statistics appeared on the screen. His agility was 7 points. The young master had the following skills: Genius Hour, mid-level family sword skill, Southern sword technique, ignition. The remaining time of his life due to the fatal disease was 142 days. He had a berserk effect applied to him. Luna thought he was a fool. She wondered if he was crazy. Nox smiled and took deep breaths. Daff told the chief that he could not believe that the young master simply threw away the cloak because it was the same as throwing away his own life. He asked her if he should stop him. Luna answered him negatively, and then told him that, first of all, Nox is clearly not the kind of person who listens to others, and his death means nothing to them. Daff worriedly told her that he was the son of the Reinhofer family, and his father was Theo, and he did not like sleeping people. He asked her if they would give him a reason to create a conflict between them. Luna smiled and told him that wouldn't happen. She would take care of it. She smiled and looked at the young master again, and then asked Daff if he really thought that Theo was one of those people who is filled with fatherly love. He told her that this definitely couldn't happen. Luna told him that they would just watch it. She looked at Nox and called him an idiot. She then told Daff that he probably had a plan. He told her that he would do whatever she told him. Nox's sword began to exude dark energy, and the monsters screamed sharply. The red dragon quickly rushed towards the young master. He immediately cut the body with his sword. Drops of blood poured onto his face, and he smiled. Then he thought that the whole world had suddenly turned scarlet. This is exactly how the sleeper test was described in the game. He sighed in concentration, and then thought that all his indicators had increased sharply, and that was not all. It was as if he suddenly became more capable, taller and wider. Even his shoulders grew larger. Nox was now definitely more capable than all his peers. The other monsters screamed and ran sharply towards the young master, so Nox opened his eyes wide. It glowed purple. After that, he again easily cut the monsters. He tore off their heads. His clothes, hair, sword, and face were all covered in drops of blood. But the monsters did not decide to calm down. Many beast-like monsters ran towards the young master, so he crouched down a little and assumed a comfortable position for attack. He thought about how the berserk effect is considered a negative status, one of the worst prophetic dreams in the game. It only appears during the blood moon. Nox smiled and held out his sword in front of him, and then thought that he had come here with the intention of using it from the very beginning. It was all thanks to one trick. The system notified him that with 2 genius-level characteristics, he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master thought that he had the characteristics of melee genius and magic perception genius. The system notified him that the negative impact impact had been suppressed. Nox looked at the monsters and thought that the whole point was that geniuses were just on a different level. It was very dishonest, but he could afford it. After that, the young master quickly jumped up and then swung his sword, saying that he was using the Grim Judgment technique. He landed hard on the ground and hit the monsters hard with his sword. Many heads were cut off. Luna and Daff looked at him in shock, and the system notified the young master that, thanks to the effect of the Black Flame Ring artifact, his life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Nox smiled. He looked like a madman. He shouted to the monsters that if they were so jealous, then they too could get a fatal disease just like he did. After that, he quickly swung his sword around him, and many monsters fell to the ground again. Luna shouted something to him, but Nox did not hear her. He thought that it was too noisy here. He sighed to calm himself down, and then walked up to her and asked her if Luna was watching the fight. She smiled and happily told Daff that it seemed like they should still accept Nox to join them. He told her in surprise that there weren't many people on the entire continent with a talent like his. She called Nox loudly and told him that he had passed the test, so he needed to return to them. Luna opened her eyes wide and smiled, and then thought that Nox was very interesting. She called Daff, and he bowed to her, then handed the young master a black robe. He told him to take it, because it was the cape of a full-fledged member of the Sleepers. The system notified Nox that he had received the item. The young master smiled contentedly and looked at his hands. The system notified him that he would receive a sleeper cloak, so the data on this item was downloaded. After that, basic information about the cape of the sleeping member appeared on the screen. It was an intermediate advanced item and did not have a compatible attribute. The cape gave +1 point to willpower. The requirement to use the item is to be a member of the Sleepers. The cape had special effects. The Moonlight Oath was now available to the young master. Members of the Sleepers would recognize it by the design of the cape, which was woven from the web of black spiders. The cape could reflect most weak negative effects. The system notified the young gentleman that data about a new passive skill was being downloaded. He closed his eyes contentedly and then looked at Luna. She looked at him questioningly and then asked him if he really had any questions for her, since he looked at her like that. Nox calmly told her that as far as he knew, few of the newcomers had done well in this test, which meant that he was entitled to an appropriate reward. Luna looked at him thoughtfully and then smiled, telling him that he was handling everything well. She called him a brave newbie and told him that she wondered how long he could continue to be as cocky as he was. Luna told him that he was now free until he was assigned a mission. He bowed before her, and she told him that she hoped he would not disappoint her. After that, Nox approached the blue portal, and Luna asked Daff, "Isn't Nox an interesting boy?" He agreed with her, then thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand and told her that he could not understand how the young master withstood the madness of the blood moon. Luna told him that she shared his bewilderment because any other person would not last even 5 minutes, of course, unless he was a genius. But even geniuses wouldn't risk fighting without protective clothing, which means Nox is risky enough to put his life on the line. Daff agreed with her again, and she asked him to keep an eye on the young master. She told him that they should watch what Nox was good for and what else he would do. At this time, Nox came out from the other side of the portal. He walked back to the tavern. Kieran calmly wiped the dishes and then smiled and asked Nox if he was really crazy. Nox told him that he was right about that. He smiled faintly and thought that, in other words, he was asking him why he threw away the protective cape if it could have cost him his life. Only he didn't risk anything, because he had the condition of complete resistance to the berserk effect. 2 geniuses at once. That is the genius of melee and magical perception. Nox thought that simply put, only he is able to use the blood moon as a bonus. Kieran told him that he hoped it was worth it. The young master asked him if he really needed anything from him. The man put on a serious face and told him that he thought it was unfair that Nox had not introduced himself to him. The young master opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked him what he meant. Kieran smiled and told him that he told him his name. But he did not finish the thought because the young gentleman immediately introduced himself to him and told him his name. He asked him if they were even now. Kieran answered him in the affirmative and then told him that they would see each other again. Nox walked towards the exit of the tavern, and Kieran told him that, in fact, it would be very difficult to get along with the Academy's schedule, but most likely it would not be easy for him to hide his strength. He hoped that Nox wouldn't stand out too much. After some time, Nox came to the dorm. He thought about how everything seemed to go smoothly. He entered his room, and Zetri was there. She was angry and asked him why he secretly left his room on the first day without even telling her anything. The young master looked at his hair in panic. There was blood in it. He thought that Zetri was sleeping when he left. He was checking it. The maid, displeased, asked him if he was listening to her at all. She told him that she had already told him many times that he should refrain from rash actions. Despite all sorts of negative rumors that existed in their family, there was always a chance to be rehabilitated. She said the last word especially loudly, so Knox awkwardly closed his eyes and sighed heavily. After that, he started taking off his clothes and told her that she should just forget about it. He asked her how her day was. The young master told her that, as far as he knew, servants were also trained. Zetri opened her eyes wide and rubbed her hands. She suddenly became sad and looked down, then told him that nothing special had happened. Knox looked at her and thought that something had happened today. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand and thought that he meant lessons for the servants, who were not only low-ranking, but also nobles. It seemed Zetri had become a target for their ridicule. Knox wondered if nothing could be done about this. Afterwards, he handed her a small bag and told her that she needed to take this. If she had problems in class, she must open this bag. Zetri took the bag and looked at it with interest. She asked him what it was, but the maid did not finish her thought because the young master smiled and told her that she should only open it in case of trouble. There was an item in this bag that would help her quite radically. Zetri looked at him in surprise and asked if she really couldn't open it now. He told her she shouldn't do it. The maid bowed before him and told him that she understood everything, and if anything happened, she would certainly use this thing. The young master smiled and told her that she should not hesitate to use it if she got into trouble. He asked her if she understood him, and she answered him in the affirmative. After that, the system notified him that he had successfully entered the Elaine Academy, and the first part of the plot had been completed. Knox opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that this had finally happened. A message appeared on the screen stating that he had one unread message. The system asked him if he wanted to read it. The young master pressed his finger on the screen and thought that, of course, he wanted to do this. After that, he felt a strange sensation in the letter. The sender greeted him and wrote that if he received this letter, then he had successfully joined Elaine Academy. The sender knew that he could handle this task without any problems, so he was happy for him. Knox thought about the fact that the sender of the letter expressed himself in such a tone as if he saw right through him. This person knew him well. He continued reading the letter. The sender wrote that this was just the beginning of the tests. He was sure that Knox had had a hard time before, but alas, it would only get worse. No one could cope with this except him, because only Knox was destined to know the true ending. The sender wrote that he knew it would sound irresponsible, but he was really trying to help him in any way he could. The man also included gifts in the letter and wrote that there were not many of them, but he hoped that he would accept what was attached to this letter. The young gentleman sat down and said that the contents of the letter didn't really explain anything this time either. He needed to rethink everything well, because there was a possibility that the sender of these letters was a prophetic dream. The very fact that this person could influence what was happening through the system and send something to him proved that his conclusions were correct, so he should focus on completing the story because it was directly related to his lost memories. The young master sighed and said that he would stop talking about something that he couldn't decide for now. He looked at the letter icon on the screen and said he'd better take a look at this gift. Knox pressed a button to make his character's inventory appear on the screen. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise because several names appeared on the screen: Theo, Alina, Grain, Talia. He was shocked and said that if he understood everything correctly, but he did not finish the thought because he pressed the button with the name Talia, and many screens appeared in front of him. Basic information about Knox's father also appeared on the screen. Knox smiled and thought that this was an incredible ability. Actually, in order to read someone's characteristics using vision, he needed to see the person. But here, everything was different. Now he could at any time look at the characteristics of those he had already met. He smiled and said that such a gift could really only be sent by... Suddenly, he frowned and looked more closely at the screen. He called Theo a crazy fool. His stamina had increased so quickly by almost 1/2 of a point. Knox wondered if he was still developing, even though he was already a recognized pillar of the Sword Empire. The young master immediately calmed down and said that it didn't matter, because while he was looking at the increase in Theo's stats, he realized one thing. He looked in the mirror and saw his present self from the past world, then thought that this world only looked like a game, but was not a real game. Knox tensed in displeasure and said that this was complicating everything. He looked at the scroll and said that he was glad that at least the choice of classes went smoothly. On the scroll was written a list of items that Knox should attend. These were martial arts, the study of magical techniques, the history of the Arkham Empire, and horse riding. The next morning, there were many students in the academy. Zetri entered the room. There were many apprentice maids around. They all looked at her with mockery. A girl with short red hair asked her friend if it was her. Zetri opened her eyes wide, but the girls continued to discuss her. The girl asked if she was from the Luio family who became a commoner. Zetri felt a little sad because everyone was whispering and discussing her. The maid with dark hair told the girl that it was definitely her. She couldn't even imagine how shameless a person would have to be to follow her master to Elaine Academy. The girl with red hair laughed and told her that if she were Zetri, she would be ashamed to just appear in public. Her friend told her that she probably wanted to seduce the aristocrat and live a beautiful life. They grinned and looked at Zetri. The girl with red hair told her friend that with a face like hers, it was quite possible. Her friend told her that Zetri was after all the personal maid of the black sheep of the Reinhofer family. She heard that Nox is also lustful, and Zetri is happy to take advantage of this. The maids laughed at Zetri. They said that it was obvious. The girl with red hair agreed with all the statements of her friends. The girl asked her where her relatives were from. She laughed and told her friend that it didn't matter because this was probably an old backwater and wasn't even worth worrying about. Zetri clenched her hands and thought that she was ready to endure countless insults because such was the fate of a fallen noblewoman. However, they should not tarnish the reputation of young Master Nox. She frowned and then walked up to the girl and politely asked her if they could talk. The girl looked at her with hostility, and then another maid with long hair moved the maid with her hand and asked Zetri if she really wanted to talk to them. She smiled and told her that she was the daughter of a count, and her name was Jael. She was from the glorious family of Floras who served Mr. Grain. Jael smugly folded her arms across her chest and asked Zetri if she really thought she had even a minute of free time for a pathetic commoner like her. Zetri told her that she had heard them spreading baseless rumors about her master. Jael grinned and asked her what she would do to them for this. Is it really her fault that there are so many bad rumors about her master? The other maids laughed, and Jael told Zetri that if she wanted an apology, she clearly wasn't going to get it. Zetri looked at her seriously and thought that her master Nox was right. The status of a person in this academy is above all. After that, she took out of her pocket the small bag that Nox had given her and thought that there was nothing she could do here. She opened it, and a little Nox appeared at her side. Zetri opened her eyes wide in surprise because a hologram of her master was in the air. Jael suddenly screamed and told her that she scared her. Everyone looked at this in shock, and Zetri looked questioningly at her master's hologram. Nox introduced himself to everyone and then told them that he didn't know what was going on here, but it didn't matter. He looked at everyone with displeasure and told the maids that if Zetri called him, then there could only be one reason. Nox pointed his finger at Jael and said that she or all of them, no matter how many of them there were. He didn't finish the thought because Jael looked at him in fear and then asked if this was the same guy from the Reinhofer family. Nox smiled ominously and told everyone that they were in for trouble. He'll rip their heads off and send it in a box to their families. After that, he disappeared, and Zetri was calmly silent. After that, she fell into a stupor and thought that this was really Mr. Nox's radical decision. Jael was very frightened. She turned pale and then suddenly fell to the floor and bowed before Zetri. She awkwardly asked her what her name was. Zetri sighed heavily and told her name. Jael got even more scared and thought that she had just sighed, and that was bad. Now the Reinhofer family will easily kill her entire family. She apologized loudly to Zetri. She told her that she was out of her mind and that it would never happen again. She apologized to her again. Everyone else looked at Jael in shock, and Zetri thought in surprise that this method really helped. She was shocked by this. However, this will only add to the unflattering rumors about Nox. She looked to the side and quietly asked what he was thinking about. After that, she walked past Jael. Everyone looked at her with fear. Sometime later, the sky was gray and the sun was not shining. Zetri and Nox were walking down the street, and she worriedly asked him if everything was okay with him. The young master actually looked a little tired. She told him that he had dark circles under his eyes. Nox rubbed his eye with his finger and told her it was fine. Zetri frowned and looked at him pitifully. The young master thought that as a result, he barely figured out the choice of his classes. He sighed tiredly, and then a young guy stood in front of them, so they stopped. The guy was wearing a white shirt and brown overalls, and on his head was a brown headdress. The guy smiled at them and took off his hat, and then bowed to Nox and called him by name. Nox asked him who he was. The guy continued to bow in front of him and told him that he would introduce himself to them. He told him that his name was Rick. He was the faithful servant of Mrs. Eleanor. Rick smiled and told him that this meeting was an honor for him. The young master said his name questioningly, but frowned and wondered what was going on here. The system notified him that he would be shocked. So the master acting skill was activated. After this, the shock effect was removed. Nox thought that from the first seconds, he met a very dangerous little guy. It was the deceitful Rick. He was a real servant of the devil. Over the next 3 episodes of the main main story, he will betray the rival trading company, which will push the plot to further development. Also, Rick literally worships the devil, and in essence, will betray Eleanor. Knox looked at him arrogantly and thought that the phrase, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," is complete nonsense. In the game of a prophetic dream, Rick is absolute trash and you shouldn't mess with him. Rick took out a small blue box and told the young master that Eleanor had asked him to give him a gift. It was an extremely valuable artifact. He handed him the box, and Knox narrowed his eyes and rudely told him that he needed to get out of here. The young master looked serious. He was thinking that, of course, he was interested in what kind of artifact it was, but it was clearly something like a poisoned apple, so he couldn't take it. Rick looked at him in surprise and asked him what he meant. Knox opened his eyes wide and grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand, then asked him if he really needed to repeat what he said earlier. Zetri tensed and looked in shock as her master grabbed his sword. Rick turned pale, and Knox looked at him with hatred. The young master was about to take out his sword, but the servant Eleanor began to tremble with fear, so he turned sharply and walked in the other direction. Zetri bowed before Rick, and then ran after her master. She asked him to wait for her. She told him that his body was weakened, so he had to be careful, otherwise he would fall. Knox asked her if she really thought he was that pathetic. The maid remembered how the young master was lying on the bed due to illness, and then told him that he had just recently had a cold and chills. Given his always icy hands, she thought that a person weaker than him was still worth looking for. The young master smiled awkwardly and told her that she was right, but he would be fine. They would definitely live and not die. Zetri agreed with him, and then looked down a little sadly, telling him that everything was still not easy for him. He was always in the center of events. Knox looked at her in surprise and then sighed, telling her that nothing could be done about it because he was popular. She looked askance at him, and he thought that Knox was not just a master for her, but also the man who saved her life. The Zetri character herself had a bonus of devotion to her master, so being away from him for a long time was a burden for her. They continued walking, and the maid suddenly asked him why he had treated that young man like that just now. Knox asked her if she really meant Rick. Zetri answered him with a concerned affirmative, and then told him that he seemed to have gone berserk out of nowhere. He put his hand on her shoulder and told her that she should listen to him carefully. Knox told her that no matter what happens, she should not let Rick get close to her, because nothing good will come of it. She remembered Eleanor and thought that she believed it was because of their strained relationship with her. But then Knox would have acted differently. Apparently there was a more serious reason here. After that, she bowed before him and told him that she understood everything and would stay away from Rick. The young master agreed with her and then went further, thinking that given what would happen in the near future, it would be better to stay away from Eleanor herself. Otherwise, there would only be more unnecessary attention in his direction, and they should be more careful. After some time, some students were sitting in the large hall of the academy. It looked luxurious. The students were sitting on benches, and a man was standing in the middle of the hall. Knox frowned and thought about how he and Zetri had recently talked. He wondered why all the adversity fell on his head. A gray-haired man with a mustache and glasses coughed and then loudly told everyone that from today they would have to form a team with which they would grow and undergo various tests throughout the next year. And for the successful formation of a team, the most important thing is that they must get to know each other well. The young master thought that he had begun to rejoice early. He held his head in his hand and looked ahead emotionlessly. He didn't think that not having friends would be a problem in a single-player game. The gray-haired man with glasses told the students that the guys who already got along could form teams of 4 people. He gave them 5 minutes to do this. Knox closed his eyes sadly and thought that this was impossible because an outsider like him would never recruit people to his team. He raised his hand and asked the man what would happen if someone failed to assemble a team. The man told him that they would not be given a grade, and in addition, they would not be able to take this course again. He looked at the young master seriously and told him that he could not work alone. He asked Knox if he understood him. Knox answered him in the affirmative and then thought that for this, he would really get a failure from the very beginning. He thought that a lane is already not easy to graduate from. Failure in even one subject is a direct path to expulsion. He can't let this happen. All the students began to unite in a team. A guy asked the princess if he could join her team. Echidna said that she also wanted Penelope on the team. The guy with black hair asked Paracelsus if he wanted to team up with him. Knox sadly covered his face with his hands and looked at the desk. He thought that there must be a way to acquire a team, even for a person like him. A guy with blonde hair asked Eleanor if she wanted to join their team. He told her that even though he didn't look like it, he was pretty strong. The guy with short hair smiled and told him that Eleanor was already on his team. He told her that in exchange, he could give her a contract for his family's products, but Eleanor simply walked past them and approached Knox. She called him by name, smiled, and asked him if he really didn't like her gift. Nox remained silent, and she told him that she had another proposal for him because she wanted to return the favor. The young master asked her what she meant. Eleanor smiled and straightened her hair with her hand, then told him that she would take him to her team. He frowned and thought that she sounded wildly arrogant, but he immediately realized that in the end, he and she would be on the same team. Besides, he didn't finish the thought because Talia ran up to them. She told Nox that she wanted to join his team. Nox thought that another annoying girl, Talia, would be with them. She was embarrassed and therefore looked away, and the young master thought that she could be understood. Talia was a good character in the game. Whether she liked Nox or not, he was still her fiancé. She cannot remain indifferent and wants to help the unfortunate loner. Nox frowned and quietly said that it was chilling. Eleanor thoughtfully rubbed her chin with her hand and said that this was very unexpected. The young master, displeased, asked her what she wanted to tell him. She grinned and told him that the funny thing was that even a man like him had friends. Nox remained silent and then thought that considering what he told her as a child, she could be understood. He wondered why her words infuriated him so much. Talia sheepishly asked Nox if he would take her on his team. Eleanor smiled and asked him if they needed one more member, didn't they? Nox calmly told her that she was pretending that someone cared about his opinion. She smiled and asked him if he had a choice. The young master looked sideways intensely and told her that she was very perceptive. He thought that Eleanor was right because, in order for him to regain his memories, he must continue his studies at the academy. He needs good grades because, already in the first episode of the plot, he must get into the top 10 students of the academy. Next, he will have to fight an archdemon. This will be the first time he will play the roles of a villain and a hero at the same time. All the students were happily talking to each other when, suddenly, a guy with brown hair and freckles on his face walked up to them and greeted them. This guy's name was Paul. He told them that he was glad to join their team. Nox looked at the black screen and thought that he was lucky because the last member of their team was an ordinary person. Basic information about Paul was written on the screen. He was male, 15 years old, and human. Paul had no attributes or accomplishments. His bonuses were survivalist, efficient, devout, and physically prepared for difficulties. His statistics were mediocre: 4 points of stamina, 3 points of mana, 2 points of will, and 10 points of charm. Suddenly, Nox noticed something interesting. Paul had an active skill, a one-time blessing, but no passive skills. The young master smiled and thought that this was amazing. His statistics were terrible, but that didn't matter because Paul could bless. He wondered how there could be such a person in the academy who possessed such a rare gift, inherent only to the saints from the monastery. He thought that now was not the time to think about something stupid. Paul smiled and told them that he looked forward to working together. Eleanor smiled, told him her name, and then said that she hoped they were all ready to work. Talia blushed and also told him her name, saying she was glad to be part of the team. Nox calmly looked at Paul and asked him if he could not introduce himself. He told him that he only hoped he wouldn't be a burden and could at least do something on his own. Suddenly, the gray-haired man hit the table hard with his palm to attract the students' attention. He said that it seemed they had all successfully assembled their team and wished them well for next week. He added that they could not change the composition of the team for the entire next semester. He told them they could all go now. Nox angrily called him an old fool. Talia worriedly told him that he had said it too loudly. The young master told her that he knew it. He wanted the man to hear it. She told him she didn't think cursing at the professor was a good idea, but Nox didn't listen to her. He walked toward the exit and told her that he didn't care about it. He said that he was on the team now, so the professor shouldn't yell at him. The young master pushed the door to leave the hall, but Talia called out loudly. She looked sideways and asked him what classes he had added to his schedule. She told him that she had no ulterior motives. Nox thought that he couldn't believe she was asking him this so openly. He left the hall, and she followed him. Talia extended her hand to him and told him that she was just curious, so she asked. The young master pointed his finger at her forehead and asked her if she really wanted to know which subjects would be easiest to get a perfect score in. "Do you really think that I would just tell you this?" he asked. Talia opened her eyes wide and asked him what he meant. She told him that wasn't the issue at all. Nox went further and thought that she couldn't fool him. He wouldn't tell her such information. After some time, evening came. This was the 4th sector of the academy, where there were shops with goods everywhere. Nox was wearing a long black cloak, and Zitri told him that this was expected of Elaine. Studying here requires a lot of investment. She leafed through a small notebook and told him that he needed textbooks, equipment, and notebooks. Now she understood why commoners did not study at the academy for long. They simply didn't have enough money for it. The young master calmly examined the potions on the counter. He took 2 small bottles and told her that the problems of ordinary people didn't concern him. He looked at the jar of potion and thought that if a person is talented enough for the academy, they will easily attract sponsors, even as a commoner, provided that the person's talent is not something useless. Zitri gave the bag of money to the saleswoman, and Nox thought that the money issue would never become an obstacle. Suddenly, they heard a man calling someone a dirty brat. He was telling the person to get out of there. Zetri tensely told the young master that it seemed like it was getting noisy. Nox told her that a place where people gather is always noisy because anything can happen. She just needs to ignore it. Suddenly, he noticed a guy in a burgundy coat in the crowd of people. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "That's the man." But he didn't finish the thought because the guy spat on the asphalt and then pointed his finger at the man, telling him to get out of here if he wasn't going to buy anything. He asked the man why he was blocking the way for people with money. Nox thought that this was the son of one of the three families with the attribute of darkness. This was the young heir of the Marva family, Leon von Marvis. In fact, he paid attention not to the tall guy in the burgundy coat, but to Leon, who was holding a jar of potion in his hands. The young master thought that perhaps he was now experiencing financial difficulties since his family had recently gone bankrupt. The guy got angry and asked him what could be reasonable about raising and lowering the same objects. He annoyedly told him that he should stop talking nonsense and get out of there. "Elaine has such low standards lately," he scoffed. "They're recruiting all sorts of beggars." Leon looked down and then raised his head, his eyes glowing green as green energy began to appear under his feet. He asked the guy what kind of poor people he was talking about. Green energy appeared around Leon. It looked scary. The book in his hands began to levitate. He put his hand in front of him, and clots of energy began to fly around. Leon told him that his family may have difficulties, but he would not forgive him for such insults towards the Marva family. Nox and the maid opened their eyes wide in shock. He thought that he had really gone. He ran towards them and thought that this should not be done, even when a person is very angry. The young master panicked. He ran and thought that Leon was really seriously going to use mana in front of the entire 4th sector. Also, black magic skeletons with swords appeared around Leon. He controlled it, and there was green, ominous energy everywhere. Zetri loudly called her master. She worriedly asked him what he was doing. The young master called Leon an idiot and told her that he was completely crazy. You could see it in his eyes. He needs to be stopped before he does bad things. She asked him if he really understood it only from his eyes. Nox seriously told her that he knows what he is talking about. She should just believe him. Zetri opened her eyes wide, perplexed. The guy asked Leon in fear if he had really gone crazy. "Do you even understand what you're doing?" The guy frowned and told him, "How dare you?" But he didn't finish his thought because Nox sternly told him to step back. "You need to leave here while we ask you kindly." The young master stood in front of him, holding a black sword in his hands, and his body was shrouded in dark purple energy. He told the guy that he needed to leave if he didn't want to die. The guy asked him loudly what he meant. He called Nox an idiot and asked him how dare he stand in front of him. "Do you even know who I am?" The young master put his hand on his hood, grunted, and took it off. He asked him, "Do you know who is standing in front of you?" All the people looked at him with wide eyes. They were in shock. Meanwhile, Emma looked at Talia in bewilderment. Talia asked her if she really believed that even though she was now on the same team with Nox, he had a reason for not telling her his schedule. She looked out the window and asked the maid if it was the result of his puberty and if he was so shy about her. She turned sharply to her and asked her what she thought about this. Talia loudly told her to answer her. Emma looked at her nervously. Talia looked upset. The maid awkwardly asked her how she knew what was in Nox's head. She suggested that her mistress calm down a little. Talia looked sideways and told her that she was trying to act as mature as possible. She no longer judged people by their appearance. She did everything to win back Nox's favor, but and she didn't finish the thought because she began to awkwardly rub her hands together. Emma looked at her worriedly. She thought that at this rate, her mistress would be thinking about this for weeks. If she knew what would come of this, she wouldn't have defended that idiot Nox in front of her. She remembered how they were riding in a carriage, and Talia asked her why her fiancé was so cold towards her. Emma then told her that she thought he was just going through puberty. The lady looked at her in surprise and asked her what she meant. The maid, with a smart look, told her that all boys at his age behave like this. They are rude to others and pretend to be hard to touch. Talia was pleased with her answer and smiled. Emma thought that it all seemed to have started at that very moment. She began to have feelings for Nox. At that time, Emma did not yet know what this would develop into. She wondered if maybe she shouldn't have said something so thoughtlessly. The maid helplessly rubbed her chin with her hand and thought that it was now obvious that Talia liked Nox, and since this happened, but she did not finish the thought, and awkwardly told her that she was not sure that that was why Mr. Nox was behaving this way. Talia asked her in surprise what she meant. Emma told her that he was already her fiancé, and then asked her if it was possible that he was trying to draw a line between his personal life and success at the academy in this way. Talia suddenly grabbed her hand and joyfully called her by name. She told her that what she knew was that the maid was good at relationships. Emma hesitantly asked her if she really thought so. Talia blushed with joy and told her that she sounded very authoritative now. She would only turn to her for advice. Emma looked at her mistress's joyful face and mentally apologized to her, and then thought about the fact that she had never actually met anyone yet. The maid smiled helplessly. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted because a man knocked on the door of the room. They turned towards the sound, and Emma told the man that the maid of the rival family was ready to listen to him, but for this, the person must name the purpose of his visit here. Eleanor entered the room and greeted them. She smiled and told the maid her name. She told her that she was a member of Talia's team in the battle magic class. She would like to talk to Madam. Emma looked at her wearily, so Talia called out to her questioningly. The maid frowned a little and told Eleanor that if they did not have an appointed time, it would be better for her to first arrange a meeting with the mistress. Eleanor smiled and said Knox's name, so they looked at her worriedly. She told Talia that she wanted to talk to her about Knox. A couple of minutes later, Talia and Eleanor moved to another room. Eleanor told her that she was glad to see her. This is the second time today. She smiled artificially, and Talia looked at her worriedly. At this time, Knox asked the guy if he needed to introduce himself to him. The guy opened his eyes wide in shock. He thought that he really had silver hair and purple eyes. All the people looked at Knox in fear. They thought that it was him. The guy asked him if he was really the Reinhofer who was accepted into the academy this year. Knox calmly told him that he didn't like to repeat himself. The guy immediately apologized to him. He told him that he did not recognize him immediately since he was wearing a cloak with a hood, but he didn't finish his thought because the young master looked at him ominously and told him to get out of here before he got angry. The guy looked at him in fear, and Knox loudly asked him if he would really force him to repeat this for the third time. The guy turned around in fear and began to run in the other direction. He shouted to him that he would do what he wanted. Leon looked at Knox. He told him that he did not finish speaking with the guy. After that, the skeleton shrouded in green energy opened its mouth and rushed towards Knox. The young master extended his hand in front of him, and a clot of purple energy appeared in it. It looked like a ball. Knox asked him if it was now necessary to use black magic to have a conversation. He put the energy ball into the skeleton's mouth, causing the skull to split into small pieces. People looked at this in shock, and Knox told Leon that he was almost directly asking the Imperial family to capture him. Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes wide and screamed in surprise. He then told him that he was right, because using magic before they become adults is prohibited by law. He looked at his palm and told him that he had completely forgotten about it. After that, all the green energy disappeared, and Leon bowed to Knox. He apologized to him and told him that he had helped him out a lot. Knox took out a small bag and told him that since he understood everything, he could buy himself whatever he wanted and then leave from here. He threw him the bag and told Leon that he could use it if he didn't have enough money. Leon opened the bag. There were many gold coins inside and they seemed to glow. He was surprised and then asked the young master why he was helping him. He calmly told him that if he was trying to make him his debtor, it wouldn't work. Knox told him that such a small thing did not really affect his condition, although he would not say that he had no ulterior motives at all. Leon looked at him in surprise and then chuckled, telling him that he understood everything. After that, he put his hand in front of him, and a green magic seal appeared in the air, sucking in the skeletons. Leon approached Knox. He looked at the gold coin and told him that he thought it was payment for him not to tell anyone anything he felt from him, the unique magic of necromancy inherent only to the Marva family. Leon held the coin in his hands, and then it glowed with green energy and rose into the air. The coin levitated. Leon controlled it. He told Knox that he was not happy with such a deal. He calmly closed his eyes and asked him where he got the strength of his family. At this time, Eleanor and Talia were sitting at the table, drinking tea. Knox's fiancée told her that she wanted to talk to her about something. Soyuman, Alina watched Talia's expression, intrigued. This reaction was different from what she had imagined. Talia was so calm, looking thoughtfully to the side. Alina wondered if she could possibly have feelings for Knox. A small smile touched Alina's lips as she dismissed the idea. Impossible. For someone like him, an engagement is just a burden. It's better to be direct. You should know, Knox is a dangerous person, Alina stated coolly. First, he's the son of a family that stands as a pillar of darkness. Second, you can't deny the sheer number of terrible rumors about his strange behavior. She calmly took a sip of tea. Talia looked down and replied, I don't think Knox is such a bad person. She looked as serious as possible, but Alina frowned in displeasure, remembering her own childhood encounter with the young master. She calmly closed her eyes. Not everyone would agree with you. Alina thought that Talia was truly strange. Why would an honest, open girl like her even like the worthless Knox? She looked at her again and noticed that the emotion in Talia's gaze was a clear dislike for her. Talia decided to be blunt. The young master has his faults, but he is not the kind of person who would do something terrible. People just misunderstand him because he's cold towards others. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, I think. Alina looked at her displeased. I heard you two were engaged, which explains why you're so protective of him. She placed her cup on the table. But engagements between aristocrats are things that can change very quickly. Talia looked unhappy. She retorted loudly, That's not why I believe in Knox. Alina smiled darkly. People don't change that easily. Knox's fiancé admitted she might be right, but wanted to remind her of one thing. It was Nox who saved your life. If he hadn't been there, you could have died. I'm sure you understand that yourself." Alina's eyes widened. Talia pressed on, "So why are you so hostile toward him?" Alina frowned, then smiled, and calmly told her that it seemed she had said too much. She stood up to end the conversation. She thanked Talia for her time, and Nox's fiancé said goodbye. Alina left the room and went down into the yard where Rick called out to her. He smiled. "It seems your conversation didn't go so well." Alina looked down. She asked him, "What do you think is the most important quality for a merchant?" Rick smiled. "Of course, a keen eye and an awareness of one's surroundings." She frowned, thinking that it was her own attentiveness that made her the money fox and a star in the world of finance. She wondered if Nox had truly changed. Alina thought that was nonsense. She frowned pitifully and said aloud, "After so many years, this simply can't be true." Meanwhile, Nox and Leon were still in the 4th sector of the academy. The son of the Marvis clan looked terrifying as black and green energy emanated from his body. The young master shouted to the people that they should all leave. Nox looked at him in confusion as people started screaming and running away. Green energy began to spread through the air until a dark barrier appeared around them. The young master looked around intently. Is this barrier magic? He thought that things were getting more serious. No matter how much Leon needed money, he would never accept his ancestral power being used by a stranger. A gold coin levitated above Leon's palm. He told Nox, "You should have chosen something more significant for negotiations than this." The young master chuckled. "Are you really saying I have something else to offer? This concerns your family. I don't think you'll be satisfied with anything in return." Leon looked threatening. "You speak as if you know me well." The young master called his name and then told him, "Your family once occupied a position as high as the Reinhofer family. Your family was so powerful," but he didn't finish, because green energy flared in the air. Leon cut him off. "I don't like that you're speaking in the past tense." Nox calmly replied, "You yourself know that things are not going well for your family now." He said the word Sylvester's, and Leon immediately reacted. He frowned, and the young master continued, "Those people are organizing a turf war to overthrow the head of the Marvis clan and take most of your lands for themselves." Leon clenched his teeth and then calmed down. He told Nox, "You're trying to make yourself look more knowledgeable than you are." He asked him, "Are you really appealing to my thirst for retribution?" Nox smiled and chuckled. "What are you talking about? That's nonsense. I have no such intentions, but I would like your family to return to its former glory." "In addition," Nox continued, "the new head of the family will defend what is rightfully theirs, and the Marvis family will once again be on top." The young master smiled. "Is that not what you want?" Leon admitted. "That's not bad. You do know me well." After that, he pointed a finger at him. "We should return to our dialogue about how exactly you acquired the power of the Marvis clan." Nox calmly told him that it was an accident, and he had only recently learned that this was the unique power of his family. Leon looked to the side and said, "I believe you." The young master asked in surprise, "Is that really all? You're not going to ask me any more questions?" Leon became a little sad. "You've already told me what I wanted to know." Nox frowned, realizing he understood. What Leon wanted to know from the very beginning was not how the family power came to him, but how much Nox knew about him and why he got involved in this conflict. After that, the black barrier began to disappear, and the young master told Leon he was glad he received his answers. The son of the Marvis clan thanked him for his help and promised he would certainly repay him in the future, but not with money. The young master turned and walked back to Zetri. He told Leon, "You can forget about it. I don't expect anything from you in return." The next day, the weather was great, and the sun was shining high in the sky. It was a luxurious building with gold accents in the interior. Nox walked across a small bridge inside the building, and everything around was covered in ice. Noah sat in front of him, her throne also shrouded in ice. He thought about how she would be his light at the end of the tunnel, his island of peace. "It's time to enhance my hour of genius skill." He smiled and his eyes seemed to glow. He thought that among all the brilliant skills in the game, prophetic dream was the most powerful. He remembered how, in a past life, he played a game and an inscription appeared on the computer screen saying that he had beaten the game for the first time. Therefore, the hidden skill was unlocked. Now, Hour of Genius was available to his character. However, the skill is only available for use by characters with 2 active genius stats. Now, he looked at Noah and thought that at first, he just liked this game. He didn't even know what would be in the expansion when he bought it. If he had not made the right decision, he would probably have died more than once by now. Just the thought of it made him shudder. Nox smiled, but he was a little panicked. The dean was eating a large lollipop. She smiled and told him, "You really did great on the test. Is your family secretly raising a monster like you?" The young master approached her. "I can't believe you're calling me a monster right to my face. Don't you think that's a bit much?" Noah smiled. "Am I wrong?" She lowered her leg, and blue energy appeared under it. The dean asked him, How else can you explain the fact that you fought the ice troll so calmly? She looked terrifying, a strange magical seal forming around her. Her face began to turn to ice as she asked, "Is it possible to call such a talented guy like you trash?" Noah looked at him carefully. "I can't believe it. Did the Sword Emperor himself not notice your talent?" She smiled. "This can't be true." Nox frowned with concern, thinking that she suspected something, but this was not surprising. After all, the original Nox was truly a nobody. A notification appeared. Master acting skill has been activated. After that, he looked at her confidently and smiled, then wondered, who cares about her guesses? Shock effect has been removed. The young master asked her, "Why do you care what I was in the past?" She told him he was right, but his talent was exciting. Noah smiled sinisterly. "I'm so excited about it that I want to make you mine." Nox calmly told her that she seemed to be thinking about the wrong thing, so he would pretend he didn't hear it. He remembered how he passed the test and then told her, "I saw you watching me disguised as a student." The young master smiled contentedly. She asked him, "You really noticed?" A scroll appeared above her hand, levitating in the air. She told him, "I want to see how much more you're hiding from me." The young master smiled, thinking that this was finally happening. She told him, "This is why I called you here." It was a skill enhancement scroll. It would enhance any of his abilities several times over. It was an extremely valuable item. Nox said, "This is the first time I've heard about this scroll." Noah agreed with him incredulously, and then told him he could have it. She pointed her hand in his direction, and the scroll flew towards him, glowing with yellow energy. He reached his hand towards it and then grabbed it. The young master frowned sharply. Noah fell silent and smiled a little. Nox looked at the scroll with concern, thinking that it was as if he had been electrocuted. He wondered if maybe he had imagined it. After that, he smiled contentedly and opened the scroll. He thought that it seemed like he was just too excited. A system notification appeared. "You have received a new artifact. Information is being downloaded." Basic information about the item appeared on the screen. It was a skill amplifier. Type, scroll, activated. Effect, increases the effectiveness of any skill by 1.5 times. The system notified him that the skill amplifier was ready for use and asked if he wanted to activate it. The young master pressed his palm to the screen and answered in the affirmative. An inscription appeared stating that he must select a skill to enhance. Nox chose Hour of Genius, after which the system notified him that the artifact was activated. The young master smiled contentedly as yellow and pink energy appeared around him. "The skill has been successfully enhanced. You have received an improved Hour of Genius." After that, only yellow energy appeared around him, circling his body. A message appeared saying that he had received the artifact at an early stage, so the effect would be further enhanced. The system notified him that the effect of the artifact would be doubled. The duration of the Hour of Genius skill increased to 10 minutes. Nox smiled, thinking that it was impossible to improve this skill in any other way. This is already a super powerful skill, so there are not many ways to develop it. One of the ways is a strengthening scroll. Getting the scroll at the very beginning of the story is the best loot. Noah smiled. "Are you happy with the result?" Yellow and red energy levitated above Nox's hand, looking like flames. He thought that it was better not to prolong the conversation with her. After that, he answered in the affirmative and told her that he would leave if she was done. Noah told him that he could leave because he must be very tired after saving his classmate. The young master looked at her seriously, thinking that she knew everything. He sighed heavily. "It was an accident, so you shouldn't think about it. I wouldn't want to attract too much attention at the academy." The dean told him that she understood. She told him that he should go and rest. Nox replied, "I'm truly grateful to you." After that, he left the hall, and Noah thought that Nox was a dangerous guy, so she needed to be on her guard. She laughed quietly. "I'm looking forward to seeing the monster Nox will grow into." She was eating a pink lollipop and asked, "Is it really that interesting?" The next day, it was an academy classroom. A professor in a white suit told the students that they needed to memorize the properties and characteristics of each element. Nox leaned boredly on his arm and thought that the subject of elementary magic of the Empire was not described in such detail in the original. But now, it's not even the lesson itself that's more important, but Professor Ras von Celestia. Basic information about him appeared on the screen. He was a 35-year-old human male. His attribute was Earth, and his achievement was Professor of Eldane. He had 3 bonuses: passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. Celestia's limitations were obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak mind, and cold-bloodedness. He was the same man with pink hair and a mustache. Nox thought that the professor had a crucial role at this point in the plot. Celestia's statistics appeared on the screen. His stamina was 12, his mana was 18, his luck was 3, his will was 21, and his charm was 19. The young master thought that he was not particularly strong, but he was pleased to know his skills in advance. He was even a little surprised that with such a set, he managed to become a professor at Elaine. Celestia thoughtfully looked around the audience and told the students to start class. For now, he looked at Nox and thought that he looked very arrogant. He was already looking arrogantly at the guys around him. Celestia wondered what kind of talent he received to become like this, and what the dean, Noah, saw in him. After that, he coughed and told the students that every person, not only academy students, has a predisposition to one or another element of mana. Today they will find out what element each of them possesses and how to manifest it. Suddenly, he loudly called out the name Nox. Nox looked at him questioningly, and Celestia asked him if he already knew what element he possessed. Nox told him that his attribute is darkness. The professor asked him what he knew about this. The young master told him that, unlike the four main elements, darkness is quite capricious and does not fit well with the other elements. However, the power of darkness can be truly destructive when compared to the basic elements. Among the disadvantages, it can be noted that it is quite difficult to control, and only certain families succeed in this, passing on their knowledge from generation to generation. Celestia asked him what element is opposite to darkness. Nox immediately told him that it was light. The professor frowned and asked him when these two forces collide, which one usually wins. He smiled, and the young master calmly told him that light usually wins. Celestia's body began to tremble, either from anger or from fear. He told him in surprise that usually students deny the weaknesses of their main attribute. The professor asked him if he was special. He told him that he had to answer one more question. After that, he raised his finger, smiled, and then asked him what he would do if he suddenly encountered representatives of the light attribute in battle. Nox smiled and told him that he would try to find the right moment and kill the enemy before he did anything. Then, he would make sure that the enemy would definitely no longer interfere with him. The young master smiled ominously, and all the disciples looked at him in fear. Celestia opened his eyes wide and thought, "What is he? What is Nox saying?" Now, in the dormitory area of maids and servants, in Rick's room, Eleanor's butler, he sits on the bed deep in thought, holding a syringe containing a terrifying red liquid in one hand, while trying to tightly tie a band around his arm with his mouth. He then proceeds to inject the red liquid into his body and emits a satisfied moan of desire. As the needle pumps the liquid into his body, dark and eerie veins begin to surface around the injection site. The liquid gradually spreads from his arm throughout his body, and Rick's face displays a look of satisfaction. After the injection, Rick walks over to the mirror, admires himself, and wickedly smiles. A demonic tattoo appears on his chest. He mutters to himself, "Now I just have to put in a bit more effort, and I'll be able to become a real demon." Suddenly, a demonic hand emerges from the mirror, and the demon confirms, "Yes, it's like you said, Hausholzdeneffer. You'll be able to become a real demon instead of a mere human. You won't need sleep and won't age. You'll become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans." Rick joyfully smiles, then kneels to thank the demon, promising, "I'll do everything in my power to revive you." The demon doesn't respond, but gives a wicked smile and gradually disappears into the mirror. Rick dresses himself again. His face changes, his eyes returning to their normal black color, and he continues his plans unnoticed. Back in the lecture area, Professor Rass and the students are surprised by the protagonist's response during a confrontation with an enemy. Nox calmly smiles and replies, "Well, while that person was still unaware, I'd kill that person. I'd make sure of the kill so that it wouldn't create any future troubles for me." Professor Rass is astonished by the response and remarks, "You would want to pull out the roots before they grew into any future issues. I wasn't expecting such an answer." Nox sits down and apologizes, saying, "I apologize if that wasn't the correct answer. I simply thought that was the most efficient method of doing things." Meanwhile, a notification appears indicating that acting genius has been activated powerfully. Professor Rass looks at Nox with a puzzled expression and silently evaluates him. Unwavering eyes, an upright posture, and shoulders that aren't bent downwards. Nox von Reinhofer truly meant what he said. "I'm starting to understand a little why Dean Noah is interested in him." However, as his thoughts halt, he loudly calls out, "Assistant, prepare the imp right away." The assistant, upon receiving the command, hesitantly asks for confirmation. Professor Rass coldly stares at the assistant and says, "Did you not hear me? I'm asking you to prepare for the magic adequacy test." The fearful assistant, without further questioning, prepares as instructed. Professor Rass then looks back at Nox and asserts, "That kind of haughty attitude needs to be brought down a level." He strokes his chin in satisfaction. In order to obtain a sharp sword, it must be tempered thousands of times. After a while, when the assistant brings a cart into the lecture hall, covered with a white cloth, the students begin to gather below. The assistant, still anxious, starts to unveil the cloth. As the cloth is removed, The students' eyes widen in astonishment at what is revealed before them. Professor Ras calmly explains, they're the lowest-ranked demons provided by the association. They're known as imps. A terrifying creature with a small red body and 2 horns on its head is revealed. Though the students become increasingly anxious and curious about the presence of a demon in the lecture, Professor Ras reassures them, while it's very aggressive, it's not that threatening. Because it has low health, cadets can easily kill it. Despite the professor's assurance, the students remain apprehensive and fearful, because after all, it is still a demon. The students below also express their concerns. This is only the first class though, I guess this is the level of Elden Academy. Professor Ras interrupts them saying, Now, stay focused. You guys are the elites that got accepted into this academy, aren't you? You must remember this. Your ultimate goal isn't to become a knight or a mage. It is to subjugate all demons that exist in the world. For you to do that, you all will need to get used to the beings known as demons, of which we still know very little about. Listening to the professor's words of encouragement, some students began to show their determination. The professor then instructed them on the task they needed to do. All of you are to infuse your mana into the caged imp to force it into submission. Meanwhile, Nox looked at a demon with disdain for this action, feeling that something was out of place. According to the original storyline, this lesson should only take place in the 2nd year. Something's off. After condensing mana into your palm, let it flow into your target. Before a student could follow the professor's instructions, the professor, holding a pocket watch, announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. In his mind, he murmured, no matter how incredible the Reinhafers are, there's no way they'd expect to see an imp in the first lesson. A new student would definitely fall for the deception of the imp and end up drooling uncontrollably. I'll teach you how things work here, Reinhafer. Suddenly, when Nox stood before the caged creature, the professor's expression turned puzzled. He looked at the creature in the cage, which was terrified, trembling with fear, its eyes tightly shut, refusing to face Nox. This made the professor wonder what had happened while he wasn't paying attention. Nox looked at the bewildered little creature, wondering why it was so scared when he hadn't done anything to it yet. Looking around, the other students had been mesmerized by the creature, causing them all to hallucinate except for Nox. At the same time, Talia was also mesmerized, holding the creature's cage and claiming it to be her maid, Emma. She promised Emma that she wouldn't do it again. Other students similarly felt something strange in their bodies that they couldn't describe, or they felt as if they had just eaten a delicious cake. Talia continued to cry and apologize to the cage. Suddenly, Nox interrupted the chaotic atmosphere and said to the professor, Professor, I'm sorry, but can you change my imp? I haven't done anything, but it's already trembling in fear. The professor, now sweating and breathing heavily, looked at Nox with confusion. Nox wondered who would make such a sound in the sacred classroom. When he turned back, he caught the professor's face shining like crazy. The professor had completely changed his attitude towards Nox, eagerly asking, Hey Nox, how did you force that imp into submission? Nox reiterated, Wait, I just said that I haven't done anything yet. The professor, even more excited upon hearing this, praised Nox. Great, I can't help but feel foolish for not noticing that great talent within you. Incredible. I'll give you a chance. The professor then turned to Nox and declared, Please listen up. I'll give you the chance to become the best student. Nox was surprised and internally confirmed, the best student? This is what I think it is, right? In his mind, various illustrative scenes appeared, and he expressed the kind of thing in dramas that you must never do, being an assistant. Hearing the professor's announcement, the other students were half delighted and half apprehensive, saying, I'm so jealous. He gets to become Professor Ras's best student? Wow, he has to accept. Suddenly, Nox raised his hand and declared that he refused that title. He bluntly expressed his thoughts. It's being the best student in name, but isn't it just being a slave? Hearing Nox's blunt refusal, the professor was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it was true. The other students also wondered what Nox was thinking. Meanwhile, the outstanding students in the class were cramped after trying to resist being mesmerized. Observing Nox with uncomfortable glances, especially Echidna, she silently evaluated Nox. I can't believe he's the only one standing up normally. Who the hell are you, Reinhafer? A few hours ago, on the academy corridor, Professor Burnin was following Professor Ras, eagerly exclaiming, I'm telling you, that filthy-looking white-haired bastard is freakishly strong. I guarantee you that Nox kid is a crazy bastard. Professor Ras appeared indifferent, replying, Even so, he's just a new student. It's too hasty to make any conclusions just because he made some achievements. Don't put such high expectations on new students. Professor Burnon expressed, Ras, your problem is that you're too close-minded. Dean Noah also asked us to watch out for him, didn't she? He's definitely talented. What more is needed? We're talking about a student whose talent is recognized to be the best by one of the 4 sages. Professor Ras disregarded this and stated, I'll need to see him with my own eyes. You don't need to care about this anymore. Professor Burnin still tried to catch up, saying, You and your obnoxious attitude, hey, wait for me. Returning to the present, Professor Ras, now with a completely contrasting expression, was shocked and couldn't believe that Knox had rejected his offer. He stuttered anxiously, asking Knox for the reason behind the refusal. Meanwhile, other students shared similar sentiments expressing, "Is he crazy?" That was a chance to assist Professor Ras with his class. He's the biggest authority on magic education. There are mountains of people queuing up to be his top student. I can't believe he just threw that chance away. That's exactly the kind of thing the good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family would do. He literally threw away an opportunity that was served to him on a silver platter. That's why good-for-nothings like him shouldn't be allowed here. Hearing the gossip about himself, Knox felt a bit puzzled, but remained resolute in his thoughts. "Say whatever you want, I won't change my mind anyways." Knox also felt annoyed and remarked, "Eleanor is already giving me a headache. Why is everyone around me creating trouble?" At that moment, another student spoke up to Professor Ras. "Professor Ras, I have a question." Professor Ras, with a mournful face, allowed the student to speak his mind. The student then looked at Knox with unfriendly eyes and wondered, "Why are you giving this chance to Reinhafer? There are many more outstanding students than him, aren't there?" He then turned to Princess Penelope and stated, "Moreover, your strength is magic, right? I think the princess and Echidna are worthy of being considered for the top student position as well." Knox looked at the student and confirmed he was an asshole. He expressed, "Look at how hard he's trying to leech off of a rising family. Smart asshole. He knows who to butter up. I better remember him." Professor Ras, hearing the student's proposal, raised his voice and said, "The professor is the one that decides who is the right person. But if I say that, you guys might not be convinced. There could also be negative rumors to say that I'm biased towards the talent of Knox. So let's set the record straight." His gaze turned serious and challenged the students. "I'll tell you right now why he's the right person to become my top student." Then Ras turned to Knox, his eyes softening with affection. Knox sensed the discomfort and silently expressed, "Crazy bastard, I told you I'm not doing it." Professor Ras then announced, "Firstly, let's start with how he subdued the imp's mana." Knox at this point falls into contemplation, thinking that, a summary of Ras's opinion would be something like this. Number 1, I don't know why, but I was able to subdue the imp quickly. While it might be a low-ranked demon, it's not easy to do so. It's not surprising that Ras is fascinated by it. Number 2, the talent I have. Mana sensitivity genius. Then Knox's thoughts shift towards Professor Ras and suggest that Ras has studied magic for a long time. Someone like him would be able to easily tell who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Interrupting Knox's thoughts, Professor Ras continues, "For that reason, it's only fair for Knox to become my top student." Knox bluntly refuses, saying, "I already said I'm not doing it." Getting a straightforward rejection from Knox, Professor Ras, bewildered, says, "Knox, you can take your time to reconsider." Then he looks at Knox with a somewhat creepy gaze and says, "You're rushing your decision here." Knox feels disgusted and says, "Please speak after you wipe your saliva." Knox then decides to leave the classroom and says, "To begin with, there's a more suitable candidate, so I'd be grateful if you would give up on me." Leaving Professor Ras saddened, he continuously calls out to him to try to keep him. All the geniuses in the class witness this, each having their own thoughts. Princess Penelope expresses, "He's different from the rumors I've heard." Echidna also agrees and admits, "My apologies, my information gathering ability is lacking." The princess says, "It's all right, Echidna. I think I've just gotten a little curious about him." She also remarks, "Knox von Reinhafer, whether he'll become a light to the imperial family or a dark cloud that hovers over us." Back to Knox. By now, he has left the classroom, and now he's breathing a sigh of relief. He complains uncomfortably, "Why is Ras suddenly acting like that? He was looking at me like I was some food covered in honey or something. Why aren't there any normal characters? Inner lunatic. But I've managed to get him off me, so I should be able to live in peace for now." A long day passes. Now it's also night. Knox is in his own room with a gloomy face. Zetri notices Knox's weary expression and asks, "Did something bad happen in the academy?" Knox replies with exhaustion, "Yeah, something horrifying." Then he remembers the memory from this morning after leaving Professor Ras's classroom. Wherever he is, Professor Ras's presence bothers him, trying to persuade Knox to become his top student. Whether it's in the classroom, the canteen, or even in the restroom, Professor Ras doesn't give up on him. He even sticks his head into the restroom to persuade Knox, "Become my top student." Knox leaves the restroom with a disgruntled and angry face. However, Professor Ras still tries to ask, "Knox, are you done considering? Become my top student." Knox responds with a disdainful expression, "Professor Ras, please stop it, you crazy bastard." Professor Ras doesn't know when to stop. He persists. His face appears excited as he says, "I like how you're rough with your words. I like it." Knox recounts the whole ordeal to Zetri and expresses his discomfort and helplessness. "That bastard Professor Ras kept asking me to become his top student." Zetri is also puzzled hearing the story and expresses, then she wonders, "But by Professor Ras, are you referring to the person known to be the best in magic theory?" Nox confirms that it's him. Zetri, puzzled, expresses, "That's strange from what others say. I remember him being a good professor. Why would he do something like that?" Nox reveals, "I know he's an alright person as well. And Nox recalls the negative traits of Professor Rass. Then Nox looks out the window and expresses, the problem is those traits he has. Meanwhile, at the Reinhafer family estate, a group of family soldiers with tense faces is demanding someone to stop and warn others not to let that person pass. At this moment, on the mansion's grounds, a blood-drenched sword is being dragged across the floor, held by a man with white hair and violet eyes. He emits a sinister aura, indicating he is also one of the heirs of the Reinhafer family. With a fearsome expression, he continues to advance towards the soldiers. One of the soldiers demands, "Everyone stop him! Did you not hear what the Patriarch said? He told us not to let Master Garen into the room." The man pays no heed to the soldier's warning, lightly chuckling and remarking, "That's so harsh." In the next moment, with astonishing speed, he appears right behind one of the soldiers. The soldier freezes in fear, trying to comprehend what just happened, and the sudden appearance of the man behind him. The bloodstained man says, "That's not how a father should treat his son, is it?" With that, he ends the lives of the soldiers present. Meanwhile, inside the Patriarch's room, Theo and the head butler are present, wondering about the unusual noises outside. Shortly after, the supposed heir of the Reinhafer family bursts in without the Patriarch's permission. His entire body emanates a terrifying aura of dark mana. With the corpses of the fallen soldiers behind him, the oppressive atmosphere renders the head butler unable to move, filled with fear as he wonders, Master Garen has gotten even stronger in that short time. The Patriarch, with an unchanged expression, asks his son, "Garen, I never thought you'd come back to the Reinhafer family again." Garen smiles and retorts, "What reasons do I need to come back to my own home, father?" Theo, with a somewhat intimidating cold expression, questions Garen, "Is this place your home?" Garen receives the question with a less jovial expression than before. He then lightly chuckles and tells Theo, "I'm sure I told you already, it's time to give up." He further declares, "There's not much time left, is there?" Theo responds, "That's none of your business." Garen warns Theo, "The demon is also lurking around you. When you become weak, it'll rise and devour everything in its sight." Theo, with a cold and firm expression, confirms to Garen, "It sounds like you want that to happen." Garen then states, "Well, my business here is simple." He then menacingly asks Theo, "Where did you hide that sword?" Theo, shocked by his son's audacity, looks fearful and reiterates, "The first Patriarch's sword. Where did you hide Stormbringer?" However, the first Patriarch's sword, Stormbringer, had already been entrusted by the Patriarch to Nox. The dangers awaiting Nox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next installment. Garen boldly questioned the Patriarch. "The first Patriarch's sword. Where did you hide the Stormbringer of Jean von Reinhafer?" Angered by this, the Patriarch scolded Garen. "Jean von Reinhafer! How dare you speak the first Patriarch's name? You must be really out of your mind!" Grain, unfazed by this, laughed it off, saying, "Is that what's important right now? What matters is getting stronger and building a stronger force. That's what's most important for a noble." Dismissing it, Garen argued, "Garen doesn't know what truly matters. Garen doesn't respect, but brings up things from the past. If you know what truly matters so well, then why did you leave that woman to die?" Hearing this, the head butler, concerned about the topic being discussed, warned, "No, that woman mustn't be brought up in front of the Patriarch." At this point, seemingly losing his composure, he said darkly, "Did you just say, that woman? You've truly disrespected your mother with that." Grain immediately denied what Garen said and confirmed, "My mother is Priscilla von Orel. She's my only mother." He emphasized further, "That woman is your mistake, and she's nothing but a guest within the Reinhafer family." Upon hearing Garen's criticism, the Patriarch refused to continue the conversation and demanded Garen leave the room. Grain tried to call out to his father as if to confirm what he was saying. The Patriarch, now emanating a terrifying dark aura, stared at Garen and reiterated, "I said, get out." Then he warned Garen, "I do not wish to cut off my own son's head." Faced with the threat from his father, Garen decided to leave, but before doing so, he ominously stated, "You'll regret this. Soon enough, you'll understand, is prepared for my sake." Garen then left, leaving Theo with a pensive gaze. The head butler, now worried, asked, "Patriarch, are you all right?" Theo turned away in shame and admitted, "I slipped up. I showed you an unsightly side of me." The head butler denied it and said, "Please don't say that. I'm someone who swore my eternal fealty to the Reinhafer family." But expressing concern, he added, "If the world knows that Master Garen is working with a demon, I'm worried that things will get dangerous. So, I think it would be good if you decide on a new successor soon." Hearing this, Theo pondered about a new successor he would have to decide on in the future. The head butler provided further implied information about a new successor he could consider. "Yes, it so happens that we just received some good news through a letter. Master Nox is the top student of this time's Eldane admission test. Surprised, Theo confirmed, "Is that true? From what I remember, the new dean of Eldane Academy is..." The head butler continued, confirming, "Yes, Noah von Trinity. One of the 4 sages has acknowledged Master Nox's talent." At this point, reflecting on the name Nox von Reinhofer, Theo also felt contemplative and thought his growth might still be insufficient, but if he truly has the level of talent we witnessed before, then he has potential. Eventually, Master Nox might end up sitting there. Returning to Eldane Academy, Professor Rass still persistently invited Nox to become his apprentice. Nox remained steadfast in refusing, saying, "I don't want to." Professor Rass didn't appear saddened, but added, "I'll provide a lot of supporting funds. You could graduate from Eldane Academy without having to pay for anything." Nox bluntly stated, "I have tons of money. Don't you know that I'm from the Reinhafer family?" Professor Rass emphasized further, "Along with immense fame." However, Nox remained indifferent, saying, "What use is fame for a good-for-nothing? That's just a luxury that I don't need." At this point, Professor Rass had exhausted all incentives and attempted to persuade, "Please reconsider." Nox sighed irritably, thinking, "My ears are about to bleed from his persistent nagging." Nox recalled the previous evening when sharing everything with Zitri. Zitri, upon hearing Nox's concerns, asked, "Even so, shouldn't you listen to him if he's being so sincere?" She added, "I looked into Professor Rass more, and this isn't how he normally behaves. They say that he's an educator who's usually focused on helping weaker students." Nox chuckled wryly, admitting to Zitri, "You're right, this isn't something that I can just avoid. No matter how crazy he is, he'll give up after he knows what I'm lacking in." Zitri also conceded, "Yes, I did think he was a little strange." Returning to the present, Nox still felt uncomfortable but wanted to clarify things and spoke to the professor. "Although you did explain yesterday, honestly, I still don't understand. Why would a professor as good as you want me to be your apprentice?" Professor Rass explained, "Because you're outstanding." Nox disagreed and asked earnestly, "I'd like to hear the real reason. Why do you need me and not the other outstanding students?" Professor Rass, now with a serious expression, asked Nox, "Do you have some time?" and expressed, "You must have heard a lot about what a good-for-nothing I am." Nox mockingly replied, "That means I have nothing but time." Professor Rass chuckled and said, "You got me good. In that case, will you please listen to a long story of mine? You'll enjoy the tea I've prepared. It's the best herbal tea that I bought from the rival in merchantry." Despite not wanting to, Nox tried to comply with Professor Rass's request. Professor Rass poured another cup of tea for Nox and began to explain, "The reason why I need you, I mean an outstanding apprentice, is so that I can complete my research." Nox became curious about the professor's research. Professor Rass elaborated, "Yes, in order to obtain someone weak who can't use mana, so that I can fulfill my lifelong wish." As the professor's face grew increasingly somber, he continued, "That is why I need you, because I no longer wish to see anyone die while too powerless to even struggle." He also revealed that, "Yes, just like how my son died." The Nox character listened intently to Professor Rass's story. In his mind, he thought about the behind-the-scenes stories of each character that he didn't know while playing through Inner Lunatic. In this world, there would always be an abrupt new situation that would appear. Then Professor Rass began to recount his own life story. "I was born into the family of Viscount Celestia as the first son, and I had led the family. I had no outstanding talents, but was able to be admitted into Eldane Academy with just my theoretical skills, and became a professor. I always received poor results in practicals, and my peers would look down on me. No matter how good I was at written tests, it wouldn't take away all of the contempt that they held for me. I always overcame my low confidence with my research. After constantly working hard, I was able to become a professor and even got married to a woman. Despite that, there was not a single person who'd completely acknowledge the achievements that I'd made as a professor. The achievements I made and my theses were published under another person's name, and everyone looked down on me. Even with everything that happened, I was able to have a son with my wife. My one and only child grew up and was admitted into Eldane Academy. He was able to successfully overcome all hardships and graduated from the academy. He said this to me, "Father, I'll work hard so that people will be able to speak highly of you." I was so happy hearing that. My son joined the squad that was directly under the Emperor and joined the battlefield at the forefront. He wanted to obtain victory so that people would speak highly of me and to raise the reputation of the Celestia family. But on that battlefield, my son died. It wasn't even long after the war started. He died after being struck by an arrow that only had a touch of mana in it. Now, does this explain why I would be obsessed over this thesis and my research for the sake of the weak? After listening to Professor Rass's tragic story, the Nox character silently evaluated, "This story is nothing significant. In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds more of such stories. But I wonder why. The back of the professor that I saw through the monitor and Professor Rass's back right now, they seem different. I think I'm able to understand the depth of his loneliness just a little." The Nox character then told the professor, "I'm sorry, but I'm more certain after listening to your story. There's someone better suited for this than I am. Someone that would listen to your story better and more seriously than me. I think that's the kind of person that you truly need right now." Afterward, the Nox character decided to leave, and before doing so, he said, "I will see you at the next lesson." Professor Rass watched the Nox character leave without stopping him. Then his gaze fell upon a photograph of his son on the desk, filled with fond memories. He smiled faintly and remarked, "There's a resemblance between them." At this point, the academy had returned to the night in the dormitory. In the Nox character's room, right at that moment, he received news that was nothing short of disastrous. Anxiously, he asked, "Say that again. Who came back?" Zetri, with a serious expression, replied, "The first son of the Reinhafer family, Master Garen, has returned to the family. Because of that, several bodyguard knights have died so far." Upon hearing this news, the Nox character worriedly thought, Garen von Reinhofer, the first crown prince Louis, and the #1 bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic have finally started moving. After hearing that bad news, the whole room gradually fell silent. In Nox's mind, he thought, the worst bad ending maker. He then looked up at Zetri and asked, "Zetri, you've been to our family estate recently, right?" Zetri confirmed, adding, "Head butler Rodwell summoned us, so I went there with Rona." Surprised by this information, Nox thought to himself, that guy despises Theo's second wife, Nox's mother, whom Theo truly loves instead of his own mother. I don't know if he hates Nox, but if that's the case, then he might even harm Zetri. Nox sighed and complained, "Why did I have to make so many enemies?" He then asked Zetri, "Did Garen do anything?" Zetri recounted with concern, "Come to think of it, Nox, when I heard this, I was angry. I clenched my fists silently, evaluating. That asshole. Did he really cause some trouble?" Immediately after, Zetri elaborated, "Master Garen tried to scout me." Nox was taken aback upon hearing this. Zetri, with a troubled expression, began to recount everything. At the Reinharfer family estate, Rona and Zetri, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, were engrossed in conversation. Suddenly, Garen appeared and approached them. Rona and Zetri stood respectfully. Garen, noticing Zetri, remarked, "What's with that maid? She looks extraordinary." He then called Zetri over and asked her identity. "Who are you? I've never seen you around before." Zetri stood before Garen courteously and replied, "Greetings, I'm Master Nox's exclusive maid. My name is Zetri. Nice to meet you." Garen, impatient, said, "Enough with the formalities." He then made an offer. "I want you to become my maid. I know you're capable." Garen smirked and continued, "You have enough ambition within you that can satisfy me?" However, Zetri politely declined, stating, "My apologies, but I'm already serving Master Nox. I'm afraid I'll have to reject your offer." Irritated by the refusal, Garen warned her, "I'm sure you know who I am. Why on earth are you refusing my offer? Did that Nox brat give you a lot of money?" Zetri calmly responded, "It's because I want to serve him. Master Nox respects me. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of person you are, but..." She paused briefly, her face shining brightly as she spoke of Nox. "Above everything else, I wish to stay by Master Nox's side to see what he'll do." Hearing such words from a servant, Garen felt uncomfortable and sighed. "I can't believe she wants to serve a brat like him. She's a strange one." He then offered a lucrative deal. "I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's paying you." However, Zetri remained steadfast. She bowed respectfully, apologizing to Garen. With Garen's temperament, he was clearly angered by her refusal and wouldn't overlook this matter. Returning to the present in Nox's room, Zetri continued to recount. "He asked me to become his maid and even offered to raise my wages." Hearing this, Nox felt somewhat saddened and asked Zetri, "By how much?" Zetri honestly replied, 3 times my current wage." Nox, worried, silently contemplated. "Although I do have money, the real story hasn't even begun yet. I can't use that much money, but I can't give up on Zetri." Zetri, puzzled by Nox's expression, stood up. Facing Zetri, Nox offered, "If you want a wage raise, I'll match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't worry about it and focus on your work." Zetri was surprised to find that Nox had been worrying about her salary all this time. Zetri suddenly chuckled charmingly. Nox found it perplexing, wondering if he had said something wrong. Zetri teased Nox. She turned away and said, "Oh, about that? I'm sorry." Nox, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion, thinking, "What just happened? Did she just laugh at me? No way." Nox gently asked her again with regret, "Have you already decided to work with Garen?" She replied, "Whatever you're thinking of, that's not what's happening. I won't follow Master Garen, and the wages I'm receiving now are sufficient." Upon hearing this, Nox felt less worried, but still curious, so he asked again, "Why did you laugh then?" Zetri, being mysterious, replied, "I can't tell you that." Nox became irritated, saying, "This is an order." Zetri responded casually, "Something funny just came to mind, so I laughed." Nox retorted, Zetri, you've gotten worse at lying. Zetri turned away and sighed at her foolish master. However, Nox was lost in thought, thinking, whatever the case, I'm good as long as I haven't lost her. But Garen, that asshole, I won't let him off if I ever catch him. Of course, that'd be after I become stronger. After their conversation, it was time for the outdoor class at the academy. The students lined up, waiting for their turn to participate. There are 5 mandatory classes in the Elden Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the history of the Archeim Empire, which talks about the creator god, Arden, and the strongest unified kingdom that people have forgotten about. The second is horsemanship. The third is knightly code and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is basic magic of the empire. And lastly, the subject that Nox has the most difficult time with, the cursed stamina training. Thinking of this, Nox's body was exhausted. He was panting continuously. Other students were still running ahead in the line as usual. However, with his negative attribute, Nox was struggling to keep up. His head was spinning, breaths coming in short gasps, running chin-ups. Nox's stamina had reached its limits. Nox sat on the grass, drinking water and complaining about himself. Suddenly, a teacher approached and remarked, "This is so strange, Nox. You're like a mayfly." Nox sprayed water out of his mouth in surprise and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The teacher explained, "You're exceptional when it comes to short-term results, but it feels like you have a lot of trouble when it comes to stamina. It's as if you're being blocked by a large wall that you can't overcome." Upon receiving the teacher's evaluation, Nox pondered. As expected of an Elden Academy instructor, it's as he said. Due to the terminally ill trait, Nox's stamina is stuck at 15, which is half of the maximum possible stamina. Nox then stood up and questioned, "Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words?" The man replied, "I apologize if that was rude, but it'd be good if you take heed to what I said. If you move recklessly in this manner, you might end up shortening your life." Nox responded, "I'll keep that in mind." In his mind, Nox evaluated, "There's a countdown for my heart. How could I not take heed to what you said?" At the same time, a notification popped up reminding him, because of the trait, terminally ill, your lifespan is decreasing at a fast rate. Nox grumbled, "This is so darn annoying." Paracelsus stood nearby observing Nox's actions. Nox seemed like a fool talking to himself and staring into nothingness, which made Paracelsus suspicious. He stood there and loudly remarked to Nox, "I can't figure him out at all. He did all that stuff at the admission test to get first place, but he's hiding his stamina now." In his mind, Paracelsus thought, this is definitely related to him acting like a good-for-nothing. Paracelsus's constant staring and comments annoyed Nox, who turned back and replied, "That annoying bastard. If we fight again, you'll get it good." The scene then shifted to the town next to the academy. Nox, dressed in a black cloak, walked through the streets discreetly. Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up. "I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." Reinhafer's youngest son? It was Rick, Eleanor's servant. Nox, recognizing Rick's presence, internally grumbled, "Why the hell is he doing this to me? This freaking game destroyer." Nox looked at Rick with wary eyes, seemingly questioning his intentions for appearing here. Nox added, "Rick? His real name is Household Stennifer, the worst bad ending maker that's on par with the first prince, Louis von Archeim. He belongs to the demonic humans. He has several abilities like negotiation, exceptional eloquence, talented with hidden weapons. Along with that, he is cunning, skilled in bat, Gumal Northern sword art, a traitor, and a con artist. His stats are Stamina 4, Mana 4, Luck 3, Willpower 5, Charm 12, Passive Skill, Negotiation Revision." Nox, recalling the story's events, became worried. Later on, he'll attack the rival in merchantry and betray Eleanor, which means he's the #1 person to avoid. Nox looked at him with disdain and said, "You're the one who came to give me that gift previously. What business do you have with me?" Rick maintained his cheerful expression and replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that I saw a noble of the influential Reinhafer family walking around without a servant. I was just a little puzzled." Nox immediately responded, "That's none of your business." Rick didn't mind and continued smiling. "That's true." Then he changed the subject. "Oh, since it's fate that we met here, shall I help you as you purchase some items? I have a lot of free time right now." Nox sneered and said, "I doubt that's the only task that the head of the rival family assigned to you." Rick, showing respect, replied, "Since the past, great nobles have always closed their eyes to servants who deviate a little from their work." But the next second his eyes changed, looking at Nox with hidden meaning. In Nox's mind, he thought, "I must find out what he's scheming. There must be a reason why he approached me." Then Nox responded, "I don't like people who talk a lot." Rick understood and answered, "Yes, sir. I'll make sure to remember that." Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid approached and handed her a letter. "These are the documents you've requested." Eleanor accepted the letter and thanked the maid. Holding the documents, she focused on examining them. Most of the documents she received were related to Knox. After reviewing the additional information about Knox, Eleanor pondered, Knox von Reinhofer, why on earth did he save me? She felt a mix of confusion and sadness. There was no reason for him to do that. In the first place, the Reinhofer family has pretty much no interaction with the rival family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burnen's proposal, but he rejected it. The youngest son of the Reinhofer family that I know doesn't have that kind of personality. What's for sure is that he started behaving differently, starting from resolving the missing child's forest incident, but I don't know the reason for the change. Upon thinking about it, she sighed deeply, and it seemed she also sensed Rick's mysterious and shady nature. His recent movements have been strange. He's also gathering people within the merchantry. Well, he probably can't accomplish much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and information. Her gaze slowly turned towards the window. She pondered deeply. When she closed her eyes, the image of her father filled her with fear. He continuously interrogated her. That was so foolish. Why on earth did you do that? His face was furious as he spoke. If it was needed, you should have given everything you had. Eleanor's eyes were filled with fear, and she cried a lot. At the same time, her childhood memories resurfaced of attending a funeral at the church. The maid at that time was very sad and crying. Eleanor was very young then. The little girl stood before her late mother with a crestfallen face. But that experience made Eleanor stronger. She remained determined, swallowing back her own tears. The image of a strong yet lonely woman looking towards the future emerged in her mind. Returning to the marketplace, Knox and Rick were now buying some items as Rick had mentioned. As they passed by the shops, Rick explained, "There's no need to buy a high-grade orb to use in magic classes. When you become a second year, you'll be given an even better orb for free. For the pot and ladle that would be used for alchemy, you need to buy one that's made with a special type of iron. Items will usually be made in the empty chemical room. You just need to meet the minimum requirements." After shopping for a while, the purchased items piled up into a mountain. Knox continued to follow without saying a word. Rick added, "The store that you see further in has connections to the Eleanor merchantry, so you can get items at an affordable price. Let's see what else there is." While Rick pondered what else to buy, Knox contemplated, while I don't want to admit it, Rick's talent is the real thing, the con artist trait and passive skill, negotiation revision that he has. If he weren't a demonic human, I might have considered recruiting him. After tallying up the items to be bought, Rick approached Knox. I think you've probably purchased everything you need now, right?" Knox confirmed. "Yes, this will be sufficient." Immediately after, Knox's gaze turned cold as he interrogated Rick. "But I still don't know why you were looking for me." Suddenly, Knox lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and forcefully pushed him against the opposite wall. The impact was strong, causing Rick's face to contort, losing the fake smile. Knox growled, "Why did you approach me?" Rick pretended ignorance and asked Knox, "What do you mean?" Rick's response only fueled Knox's anger further. Knox tightened his grip on him and lifted him higher. "Wasting time isn't in your favor, is it?" Rick dropped the pretense and began to smile sinisterly. Well, it looks like my conversation with you will be a quick one. I'll get straight to the point." As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Knox sensed the danger and turned back to assess. A barrier, based on its appearance. It's magic that blocks out sound. At this moment, Rick's face turned menacing. He smirked devilishly. Then with both hands, he tightly held Knox's hand with immense strength, making it impossible for Knox to resist, even though he tried to exert more force. Knox instinctively pulled Rick's shirt, revealing the demon tattoo on his chest. Knox's eyes filled with anger, and the dark aura around him intensified as he interrogated Rick. "The one you serve isn't the first prince, but a demon, right?" When Rick heard Knox revealing his own secret, he was taken aback. "You really do know a lot of information." Immediately after, a sinister aura enveloped Rick. He then smirked triumphantly, stating, "I don't think my master will like that." This ominous aura made Knox uneasy, and he began to sweat. Behind Rick appeared a terrifying red-faced demon, its eyes glaring at Knox. Rick's eyes also changed to a yellow hue, seemingly merging with the demon's power. Despite facing this intimidating presence, Knox remained calm. He coldly spoke to Rick. "Do you really think your master will grant your wish?" Rick remained confident, confirming, "Of course." After a while, they both let go of each other. Knox warned, "I hope you don't end up regretting that." Rick, still composed, buttoned up his shirt and returned to the appearance of a friendly servant. Knox then turned and left, but before doing so, he issued a final warning to Rick. "Oh, just in case. If you dare to insult me and my family again, I'll kill you." At this point, Knox's eyes and face truly showed anger. This warning was the last Knox would give to someone like Rick. Hearing this, Rick understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously acknowledged, "I'll bear that in mind." Knox then left the marketplace, leaving Rick alone. The scene then transitions to a forest near the academy, where an outdoor class is taking place. Professor Burnham is in charge of today's lesson. He begins the class by addressing the gathered students. "All right, now that everyone's gathered, we'll start the class." One student whispers to another, remarking, "Isn't that the crazy instructor from back then?" Another student wonders, "The bald head?" Suddenly, a bespectacled figure interjects, warning them, "Be careful. It's okay to call someone who's not bald-headed a bald head, but if you call someone that's bald-headed a bald head, then that's very disrespectful." Hearing the lengthy explanation from the bespectacled student, the others simply respond with an, "However." Professor Burnham seems to have overheard their conversation. His face tightens in anger. He doesn't say anything, but clears his throat loudly. His bald head shines brightly. In his mind, he thinks, "Calm down. I can't crush these sprouts from our academy just because of my hair." He then composes himself and continues the class. "I'll tell you about the location for the class first. This place is the Clarial Plains. It's a famous place within Eldine Academy that has lots of amazing trees and plants. You'll be learning the basics of horse riding here." Behind the professor, assistants arrive with horses. Professor Burnham encourages the students, "All right, try riding your assigned horse or the horse that you brought here." Many students below begin to feel apprehensive about today's lesson. One complains, "I haven't had a chance to take a good look around this place yet." A woman nearby asks, "There are people who have their own horses?" Others express their concerns. A horse? I've never ridden one before. And, "Why must we come to Eldine Academy just to learn how to ride a horse?" A man beside them reassures, "We don't have a choice. It's a mandatory subject. You know you'll be expelled if you get an F, right?" While the other students grumble about the horse riding lesson, Knox pays no attention to their complaints. He immediately summoned his horse, which was Carl. Right after that, a shiny black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared energetically. Then, the other students also received their assigned horses from the academy. Professor Burnham spoke up, "All right, try to ride them. Please grab on tightly so you don't fall off." Knox's gaze at this moment was fixed on another person, Paracelsus. He was riding a horse, no matter how awkwardly. It seemed quite clumsy. Knox looked at him and evaluated, "He's pretty good at riding a horse. He's lived in the East for so long he should be able to ride a camel or a horse." Then, Knox mounted Carl and began to move, looking quite majestic. The other students were quite surprised and whispered among themselves, "How could a good-for-nothing like him have such a horse?" The Reinhafer house is rich, although they're still not as rich as the Rivalen house. The image of Carl with the blue flame was stunning. Knox smiled inwardly, thinking, "Carl is indeed a fine horse. This is the benefit of being a veteran player." Back with the other students, one of them was practicing riding a horse, successfully mounting one and feeling joyful. The professor standing beside him praised, "Well done, slowly communicate with your horse and ride it." Then he turned to all the students who were ready on their horses and announced, "Okay, it seems like all of you have gotten familiar with riding your horses. It's time to start the Knox race of this class." Hearing this, the students were quite surprised. A race? But aren't there people who only started riding a horse today? Other students chimed in, "That doesn't make sense." Especially one student was very angry and complained, "This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs." The brown-haired student appeared frightened, saying, "This is madness." The bespectacled one standing nearby seemed dangerous, saying, "Is he angry because you guys called him a bald head?" But before he could finish, the professor with a shiny bald head appeared behind him and gave him a tap on the head, knocking him unconscious onto the grass. The bald professor looked serious and said, "The rules are simple. Each of you will ride your own horse and turn the corner located in the nameless forest at the end of the forest, and then return to this place. The first to get back will be given additional points." Any questions? Knox, standing at the opposite end, facing the shiny bald head, silently thought, "The rules are as simple as his hair." Then Knox muttered to himself, "Well, that's not what's important now, though." Talia, standing behind, nervously asked Knox, What did you say?" Knox replied coldly, "Nothing. Mind your own business." However, he had many plans in his head, and the information he knew beforehand helped him strategize. Even though horse riding is a class everyone takes, the event that takes place is very important. It's an episode where a demonic human appears for the first time. Since it's their first appearance, it's been arranged so that the protagonist meets the demonic human Rudger. The demonic human that appears in this episode causes all the students to be stuck in the nameless forest. The protagonist then overcomes the demonic human along with the other academy cadets. That's the basic sequence of this episode. Thinking about this, Nox tightened the reins and thought, there isn't a protagonist here. In such a place where there are so many strong personalities, I wonder how things will turn out with the absence of a leader. Thinking carefully is important, but actions must be taken. At this moment, Talia proactively suggested to Nox, Nox, do you want to go with me? Later, she hesitantly explained, I'm not scared. It's just in case something happens. The forest is quite a dangerous place after all. Eleanor was also there at that moment and chimed in to disrupt Talia. I guess you're confident enough to worry about others in a race, huh? However, as soon as Eleanor appeared, Nox's gaze turned hostile. He stared directly at her and uttered harshly, can you not bother me and just go on your way? Misunderstanding Nox's intention, Eleanor was driven away, speechless. Her face was thoughtful as she walked away, returning to her horse. Now only Talia and Nox remained. Talia, now sincere, admitted, well, I guess this is indeed a race. It's best to come back as quickly as possible. Nox, go on ahead first. I'm not that good at horse riding. Hearing Talia's self-doubt, Nox coldly remarked, the race isn't what's important. He then left, leaving Talia perplexed by his manner. Talia stood there pondering, if the race isn't what's important, then what is? Soon, all the students returned, and the professor announced, the race has begun, get going now. Immediately, all the students raced off at full speed. Nox was among them, riding Carl on the far right side of the group. Each student tried to take the lead, urging their horses on. A confident boy boasted to others, I won't lose to commoners who haven't even ridden a horse until today. Suddenly, one student's expression turned fearful. Carl seemed to sense the danger ahead. The blue flames on him intensified, his eyes alert. Nox, sensing what was about to happen, restrained Carl and said, Carl, I know. Suddenly, an announcement appeared. Due to the effect of mana sensitivity genius, the circle has been revealed. Beneath the students' feet, a large magic circle appeared, enveloping the entire area and all the students present. The other students were terrified, wondering what was happening. Nox kindly explained, it's teleportation magic. He then advised them, everyone, just stay still, unless you all want to die here. Immediately after, beams of blinding light emanated from below the magic circle, causing all the students to shut their eyes. In the next moment, all the students vanished, leaving only lingering shadows and murky dust. The surroundings returned to a quieter state, with only the sound of the wind blowing across the grass. Suddenly, a sinister foot with long claws appeared, surrounded by a terrifying aura of bloodlust. A man, or more precisely a demon, had appeared. Surrounding the demon was a dense and frightening aura of bloodlust. The demon silently sensed the long-hidden power surging within it. It was ecstatic and whispered to itself, finally, my opportunity for revenge has come. This demon seemed to be the one Nox mentioned, called Rugger. Let's see what Rugger is seeking and who he's searching for, which might just be our unfortunate Nox. Nox at this point sensed the unusual situation and quickly warned all the students. Everyone, just stay still. His eyes gradually turned serious as he said, unless you all want to die here. Immediately afterward, Nox decided to dismount and urged Carl to leave the magic circle's area, saying, I'm counting on you. Just moments later, while all the students were still confused about what was happening, the magic circle activated and transported all the students to another place. At this time, in a different location within a forest, all the students had been teleported here. Some students were still shocked after being suddenly transported elsewhere. A black-haired woman held her head, complaining, my head hurts. Where on earth are we? The man next to her speculated that they were in a forest. A nearby girl overhearing this denied it. Lies! We were just on the plains. Each person had their own opinion, causing the students to become increasingly confused about their whereabouts. Many believed this was just a test. Nox stood silently among the crowd, his eyes seriously observing the surroundings and silently assessing, this is definitely teleportation magic. But this is different from Dean Noah's. The formula itself seems unstable. In moments like these, Nox was also quite a respected figure. The princess noticed his demeanor and approached to inquire, do you know what's happening? Nox, although aware of what was happening, still responded coldly, I'm trying to figure it out. Then he added cryptically, but one thing for certain is that there are outsiders that aren't with the academy. Echidna, with an arrogant attitude, stepped forward to interrogate Nox. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell us the details. However, Nox did not hesitate to put her in her place. Know your place, Echidna. You're not the princess. He believed he had no reason to say anything to Echidna. Echidna, being reprimanded by Nox, was left speechless, her face angry, but she kept her thoughts to herself and said nothing. Eleanor, who was also behind, inquired to confirm, teleportation magic, that's what you said, right? And that this is due to outside influence. Knox did not hide and confirmed it was true. Eleanor, needing a reasonable explanation from Knox, questioned why he thought so. Talia, also present with a worried and curious face, said, "I'm also curious about why you think so. This could be a test of sorts from other professors too." Knox sighed in frustration at the group of privileged people, thinking, this is why people who live comfortably can't make it. They're way too complacent. In his heart, he was certain, this is inner lunatic. We're within a game that boasts of being one of the most difficult games. However, he did not share this with them as it was his own secret. He found a reasonable excuse and told them, the magic power looks way too unstable. At the same time, the skill acting genius had been activated. Knox continued to explain, a disorganized formula, the fact that it completely disregards the safety of the target and is only focused on the function, is proof. One of the elite students, hearing Knox's explanation, agreed and said, yes, the formula is strange. Moreover, if this was done by the professors, they wouldn't want to endanger us, and there's no reason they do that to this many children from reputable families in Eldane. Hearing Leon's words, the other students began to trust Knox a bit more, but no one spoke up. Leon continued to ask everyone to confirm a common opinion. I think Knox is correct. What do you guys think? It must be acknowledged that Knox had experienced all of this before, which allowed him to easily make this assessment. Leon, on the other hand, was experiencing this for the first time, yet his evaluation was not something an ordinary person could make. The princess, hearing Leon's additional explanation, silently praised him. I don't want to admit it, but he's right. The formula is definitely unstable. It's right to think that an outside influence is at play. She began to feel uneasy and speculated. Could this have been done by Brother? The other students did not worry as much. One of them spoke up. In any case, we need to get out of here quickly. Others heard this and also agreed to leave the place. At this moment, Leon warned everyone. I don't think it's a good idea to stay in this kind of mana for long. Echidna, not understanding and raising her voice, questioned. You dark families are trying to take things into your own hands, huh? You need to prove what you're saying first. Immediately, the princess beside her demanded that she stop. The princess confirmed. Echidna, everything they've said is correct. If we stay in this vortex of unstable mana for too long, we'll be as good as dead. The princess's words made Echidna pause, and she dared not speak further. After hearing the princess's confirmation, the others hesitated but then agreed. Come to think of it, the way the magic circle is deployed is indeed strange. Yeah, it's way too inefficient. Others chimed in. The princess is indeed sharp. She learned magic earlier than we did, didn't she? Paracelsus, standing nearby, listened but did not comment. However, his eyes became vigilant. He turned in one direction, drawing his sword and readying for battle. He signaled everyone to be quiet. Echidna, with her limited abilities, noticed nothing amiss. Paracelsus coldly asked her, can't you smell the stench of blood? He added, this is a monster that's intermediate rank or above. Its location is above us. What Paracelsus mentioned also alerted Knox, and he detected it too. Above them appeared a bird-like monster, with a large body and 4 wide wings. The wind from its wings made everyone below cautious. However, before the bird could make a sound, Knox swiftly leaped up. With one move, his sword slashed multiple times across the bird's body. His expression remained cold and composed as the bird took the hits from Knox. He warned all the students, all of you, get ready. The large bird, easily cut down by Knox, lay on the ground. After defeating an intermediate-level monster effortlessly, Knox seriously declared, in this dangerous situation, I'll take command of the fight. The other students, hearing this, were reluctant to acknowledge. Who's taking command? Many thought, Knox is taking command? The good for nothing? That's crazy. The princess, surprised by Knox's quick response, thought, the ambush of a monster whose presence I didn't even detect? He was the first to detect it? The good for nothing of House Reinhafer? The elite students witnessed this, but neither denied nor agreed with Knox's declaration. The bird monster was not entirely defeated, as its body seemed to be infused with a bloodthirsty mana, making it more ferocious. The princess, still in deep thought, wondered, how is he suddenly so different? Knox von Reinhofer. Meanwhile, a bald professor looking at his stopwatch wondered, seriously, is the current batch of students completely talentless and horse riding? How is it that no one's back yet? This is the worst time record in history. This indicated that the bald professor was unaware that the students had been transported away. Suddenly, Professor Rass rode up quickly to report an incident. The bald professor, seeing Rass, asked, Rass, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be having a class with the second years? Professor Rass quickly replied, that's not what's important now. Where are the students? The bald professor, still unaware of the situation, responded, they're having horse riding lessons in the plains, but he soon sensed something amiss. Wait a second, this feeling, what's wrong? Professor Rass explained. A person that uses demonic magic has been spotted in the academy. 3 hours ago, a huge magic circle was activated, and we tracked it down to these plains. The bald professor, now angry, exclaimed, of all times, it had to happen when Dean Noah wasn't around. damn it! We need to get going now! Suddenly, Carl, Knox's horse, came running alone toward the destination. Attached to Carl was a letter written by Knox. The bald professor, seeing Carl, recognized him as Knox's and quickly took the letter. The letter mentioned that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest and immediate assistance was needed. The bald professor read the call for help with some concern. Knowing the nameless forest was a dangerous place, he and another person hurried there. It'll take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late to use more teleportation magic. I hope they'll all be safe. Meanwhile, in the nameless forest, Knox had just finished thoroughly defeating the bird-like monster. Looking relaxed, he was cleaning his sword. Echidna, having witnessed Knox easily slay the monster, could no longer maintain her haughty expression and had to admit, "I don't want to admit it, but I will." "Your judgment was the correct one, Reinhafer." The princess approached, but before she could speak, Knox coldly interjected, "Forget it. I don't need forced apologies, princess." The princess was puzzled by Knox's words. He then bluntly stated, "This incident is an extension of what happened previously. Please give me the authority to take command of all the students by the law of the imperial family." The princess hesitated and responded, "But it could get dangerous. I, the princess, will take charge of the students personally." Knox felt annoyed and troubled by her response. He quickly called for a young man named Pell. When Pell stepped forward, Knox asked him, "Tell me the manual that needs to be followed in emergency situations." Pell hesitated, but then complied with Knox's order. "The top priority is to protect a member of the imperial family, and the authority to take command will be given to the most exceptional knight or mage." After Pell finished, Knox addressed the princess. "Princess, you're the only member of the imperial family here, and you're also one of the most powerful individuals needed to defeat the demons in the future. The lightning mana and power of punishment you possess are passed down only within the imperial family," Knox added. "And so, even if everyone dies here, we must protect your life. That's the law of the empire." The princess, hearing this, hesitated and remained silent. Knox continued, "Also, the person who made the fastest judgment during that ambush was me, so please give me the authority." Knox's face slowly formed a cunning smile as he extended his hand toward the princess, concluding, "Authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you." The princess felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether she was moved or frightened. After hearing Knox's speech proving himself as the suitable leader of the student group, Talia's face began to blush. He wants to become the leader with everyone's life on the line. Incredible. She stared intently at Knox, assessing him. I was indeed right. Knox is the true knight role model. Sensing something behind him, Knox turned to see Talia gazing at him with sparkling admiration. Puzzled, he thought, what the hell is wrong with her? Knox then addressed the crowd. "Anyways, if there aren't any other opinions, I'll become the leader and take charge of us. If you don't like the idea, then prove your worth with your abilities." With a confident smile, Knox added, "If you can do that, I'll gladly give up this position as the leader." None of the students voiced any objections, however. A clever-looking young man thought to himself, if something bad happens while he's protecting the princess, the leader would definitely face severe punishments, even if he does well at the start. Something will surely go wrong eventually. That means Knox is drinking poison from a holy grail right now. He stood right behind Knox, mocking him. "Ha ha ha, mindless idiot, do what you want." Knox heard his words and turned to look at him with utmost affection. Seeing Knox's gaze, he broke into a cold sweat and quickly turned away, terrified by Knox's love for him. After a moment of silence, everyone tacitly understood that Knox would be the leader. Knox then declared, "It's decided then, starting from now, follow my instructions. If you don't, you'll be punished according to the law." The princess silently agreed with Knox's every word. Even the echidna, who disliked Knox, could only grumble internally. After clarifying everything, Knox began to command everyone. "We'll start moving now, everyone. Follow me." Knox then took the lead. Eleanor, seeing Knox leave without further explanation, felt confused. "Wait, shouldn't you tell us where we're going first?" Knox, without bothering to explain, gave her a frightening look and said, "I'm not good at explaining things, so make sure to follow me closely." Then he led the group, thinking to himself, if you guys knew just how many times I've played this chapter, you'd be horrified because I'm a veteran of this damn game. Meanwhile, in a cave, someone was observing the students' actions through a magic orb as they encircled and killed a beast. This man was none other than the demon Rugger. He leisurely watched the students struggle like prey. Suddenly, a voice called his name. "Rugger!" accompanied by a terrifying black mist. From within the mist, a mouth appeared, surrounded by numerous eyes. The entity commanded Rugger, "Devour the humans of Eldine. Get rid of all the sprouts that do not grow." Rugger obediently listened, kneeling, and then extended his hand to receive the black energy into his body. The mysterious figure continued, "If you do that, I'll share my power with you, even though you don't deserve it." As the black energy entered Rugger's body, the veins in his arm turned black, his body seeming to endure immense pressure. But soon, he controlled the power, clenched his fist, and responded, "Yes, my lord. I'll deal with this in a way that shall not disappoint you." At that moment, he was holding a dark purple magic core. Once the black mist disappeared from the core, the mysterious figure vanished, and the core fell to the ground. Rugger, looking into the magic orb, muttered to himself, "Eldine, this is a perfect mission for me. I'll punish you for the sin of abandoning me." The orb reflected the image of two professors riding towards the nameless forest. His gaze focused on Professor Ross, uttering his name, Ross von Celestia. It seemed they had known each other before. The terrifying aura from Rugger spread throughout the cave, causing birds to scatter. The evening began to set in. Under Nox's direction, the students quickly subdued the beastly boars. Nox then spoke, "From here on, we'll need to assign roles." He looked at Leon and Paracelsus, saying, "You and you help me." Paracelsus, though slightly displeased, reluctantly agreed. "It's a fact that you defeated me, so I'll play along for now." Leon, however, responded differently, bowing respectfully. "I'm probably lacking in skills, but if I can be of help, I'll do my very best." Nox looked at the two geniuses in front of him, following his orders, and silently marveled. "Good. With this, I've got the strongest new students on my side." Then, his gaze shifted to another place as he thought to himself. Next up would be... Nox gathered some elite students and said, "There are two ways to get out of this forest. Someone has to break the barrier from outside, or to kill the caster that used the teleportation magic within the barrier." The princess, upon hearing this, asked, "In the case of the latter," Nox explained, "indeed, it could get dangerous, but we don't have any other options here. It'll take Professor Bernon about 2 days to reach this place from the plains, if he travels in a straight line. Our best option would be to try and survive as best as we can while killing the caster." Though he said this, Nox also thought to himself, "Actually, I already know, this event can't be resolved with the first method. If we want to get out of here, we must kill the caster. The caster is Rudger, the demonic human that lives in this forest." After explaining the situation to all the students, Nox spoke up, "We'll first gather some food. We should be able to last 2 days with this much." Hearing this, Paracelsus feared that Nox was referring to something they had killed, and quickly asked, "Oi, Mr. Noble, what are you asking us to eat?" Nox nonchalantly replied, "This is a pig. Any problems with it?" Paracelsus sighed and said, "Hey, I know you're pretty skilled, but I think you've got the wrong idea. You must think this is the back mountain of a noble that they use for hunting. We can't eat demonic beasts like this, they're poisonous." Nox looked at the pig's carcass and confirmed, "I'm aware of that. I also know that the plants in this vicinity can't be eaten recklessly." Paracelsus, even more puzzled, asked, "Why are you asking us to eat it if you know all that? How are we supposed to eat demonic beasts? No matter how starved I was in the East, I never went this far. Do you know how long your stomach would be in pain for?" Saying this, Paracelsus wore a disgruntled expression. Nox, seeing him, thought silently, "This lunatic. He only got stomach pain after eating demonic beasts? I better not get too involved with him." After thinking for a moment, Nox sternly ordered him, "Shut up and be quiet, I have my ways." At this point, Nox picked some herbs and told Leon, "Leon, summon undead and ask them to protect the students from the monsters." Leon quickly agreed. Nox then turned to Paracelsus with a sigh and requested, "I want you to protect the princess. Except for that cheeky mouth of yours, you actually have pretty good skills." Being insulted like that, Paracelsus was quite angry, but endured it as it was an order from the leader. "I'm definitely going to beat you until you're half dead in the future." After the two of them left to carry out their tasks, Nox began his own work. First, Nox found a large flat stone to use as a table. Then he used various available ingredients from the forest to cook. Finally, the Nox ingredient, a piece of purple demonic pig meat, was separated. Just looking at it, no one dared to eat it. All the students who witnessed it were terrified and wondered what that disgusting thing was. "Look at that color. I think we'll die if we eat that." After grilling the pork for a while, Nox placed an herb on it. From the herb, a golden aura spread and gradually infused into the meat. After a while, the meat changed from a dreamy purple to the color of normal meat. The students who witnessed this were surprised. Nox then explained, "I simply used this plant to neutralize the poison the meat had. The crimson rake plant is capable of neutralizing poison of middle-rank monsters and below, and the horn boar is one of those." The other students reluctantly acknowledged this. "Is that so? I think I've read that in a book somewhere, but the Reinhafers have no reason to starve. How would he know such information? I don't know either." Then Nox turned to the princess and asked, "So then, princess, do you like it rare or medium rare?" He thought to himself, "I'm boldly excluding the option of well done. There was once a mention within the game that well done meat is thrown away." At this point, the pork was almost done. All the students, having moved all day, were very hungry. The princess, despite being royalty, also eyed the meat hungrily. At this moment, hunger had no place for dignity. Meanwhile, at the two professors' location, they were riding horses hastily towards the nameless forest. The bald professor was using a device to contact the academy's principal, Noah von Trinity. On the other end, he began reporting the situation. "Dean Noah, can you hear me? Yes. This demonic human is at least intermediate rank or above. The Academy has determined this to be a grave matter. I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Rass." In response, there was only a sound of munching. The bald professor continued. "The other elite professors are already out on other dispatch missions." Contrary to his worries, Principal Noah was still calmly eating, the sound of her chewing clearly audible. Shocked, the bald professor thought. What was that? That sounded like someone was eating snacks. However, he reassured himself, nah, I know she's crazy, but there's no way she'd be casually snacking in a situation like this. But Professor Rass beside him bluntly questioned, Dean, are you eating snacks right now?" Caught, Principal Noah nonchalantly asked, "Oh, you heard that?" Her question left the two elderly men speechless. Seeing their silence, Noah reassured them. There's no need to be so worried. She confidently asserted, they'll come back without any major issues. While she was sitting in her ice chamber, leisurely eating snacks, the two professors were still very worried about the students. But if they were second-year students, this situation wouldn't be as dire. But they're first years, they haven't even been studying at the academy for that long. They're basically dunces right now. Professor Rass beside him also shouted in agreement. Their expressions were far from calm. Sweat ran down Professor Rass's worried face. They haven't even learned basic defense magic properly. However, to their surprise, Principal Noah cut the connection without bothering to listen further. The two old men were left helpless. Damn it! It can't be helped then. I'll just do as much as I can. The bald professor was no longer calm, urging his horse to run faster. Professor Rass behind him called out, "Bernon!" In his mind, the professor worried. "My top apprentice, Nox. I will never let you die in a place like this." What are your thoughts on the story? Drop a comment below and rate it from 0 to 10. Can't wait to read what you think.